by John Sackville. 1. It's going to be someone's fault. Have you ever seen a town fall? Ours did. We'll end up saying that violence came to Beartown this summer, but that will be a lie. The violence was already here. Because sometimes hating one another is so easy that it seems incomprehensible that we ever do anything else. We're a small community in the forest. People say that no roads lead here, just past. The economy coughs every time it takes a deep breath. The factory cuts its workforce each year, like a child that thinks no one will notice the cake in the fridge getting smaller if you take a little bit from each side. If you lay a current map of the town over an old one, the main shopping street and the little strip known as the centre seem to shrink like bacon in a hot pan. We have an ice rink, but not much else. But on the other hand, as people usually say here, what the hell else do you need? People driving through say that Beartown doesn't live for anything but hockey, and some days they may be right. Sometimes people have to be allowed to have something to live for in order to survive everything else. We're not mad, we're not greedy. Say what you like about Beartown, but the people here are tough and hard-working. So we built a hockey team that was like us, that we could be proud of, because we weren't like you. When people from the big cities thought something seemed too hard, we just grinned and said, it's supposed to be hard. Growing up here wasn't easy. That's why we did it, not you. We stood tall, no matter the weather. But then something happened, and we fell. There's a story about us before this one, and we're always going to carry the guilt of that. Sometimes good people do terrible things in the belief that they're trying to protect what they love. A boy, the star of the hockey team, raped a girl, and we lost our way. A community is the sum of its choices, and when two of our children said different things, we believed him, because that was easier. Because if the girl was lying, our lives could carry on as usual. When we found out the truth, we fell apart, taking the town with us. It's easy to say that we should have done everything differently, but perhaps you wouldn't have acted differently either. If you'd been afraid, if you'd been forced to pick a side, if you'd known what you had to sacrifice, perhaps you wouldn't be as brave as you think. Perhaps you're not as different from us as you hope. This is the story of what happened afterward, from one summer to the following winter. It is about Beartown and the neighbouring town of Hit, and how the rivalry between two hockey teams can grow into a mad struggle for money and power and survival. It is a story about hockey rinks and all the hearts that beat around them, about people and sports, and how they sometimes take turns carrying each other, about us, people who dream and fight. Some of us will fall in love, others will be crushed. We'll have good days and some very bad days. This town will rejoice, but it will also start to burn. There's going to be a terrible bang. Some girls will make us proud, some boys will make us great. Young men dressed in different colours will fight to the death in a dark forest. A car will drive too fast through the night. We will say that it was a traffic accident, but accidents happen by chance, and we will know that we could have prevented this one. This one will be someone's fault. People we love will die. We will bury our children beneath our most beautiful trees. 2. There are 3 types of people. Bang, 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 bang. The highest point in Beartown is a hill to the south of the last buildings in town. From there, you will see all the way from the big villas on the heights, past the factory and the ice rink and the smaller row houses near the centre, right over to the blocks of rental apartments in the hollow. 2 girls are standing on the hill looking out across their town, Maya and Anna. They'll soon be 16, and it's hard to say if they became friends in spite of their differences or because of them. One of them likes musical instruments, the other likes guns. Their mutual loathing of each other's taste in music is almost as recurrent a topic of argument as their 10-year-long fight about pets. Last winter they got thrown out of a history class at school because Maya muttered, "You know who was a dog person, Anna? Hitler." Whereupon Anna retorted, "You know who was a cat person then? Josef Mengele." They squabble constantly and love each other unquestioningly, and ever since they were little, they have had days when they felt it was just the two of them against the whole world. Ever since what happened to Maya earlier in the spring, every day has felt like that. It's the very start of June. For 3/4 of the year, this place is encapsulated in winter, but now, for a few enchanted weeks, it's summer. The forest around them is getting drunk on sunlight. The trees sway happily beside the lakes, but the girls' eyes are restless. This time of year used to be a time of endless adventure for them. They would spend all day out in nature and come home late in the evening with torn clothes and dirty faces, childhood in their eyes. That's all gone. They're adults now. For some girls, that isn't something you choose, it's something that gets forced upon you. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang! A mother is standing outside a house. She's packing her child's things into a car. How many times does that happen while they're growing up? How many toys do you pick up from the floor? How many stuffed animals do you have to form search parties for at bedtime? How many mittens do you give up on at preschool? How many times do you think that if nature really does want people to reproduce, then perhaps evolution should have let all parents grow extra sets of arms so they can reach under all the wretched sofas and fridges? How many hours do we spend waiting in hallways for our kids? How many grey hairs do they give us? How many lifetimes do we devote to their single one? What does it take to be a good parent? Not much. Just everything. Absolutely everything. Bang! Bang! Up on the hill, Anna turns to her best friend and asks, "Do you remember when we were little? When you always wanted to pretend that we had kids?" Maya nods without taking her eyes from the town. "Do you still want kids?" Anna asks. Maya's mouth barely opens when she replies, "I don't know. Do you?" Anna shrugs her shoulders slightly, halfway between anger and sorrow. "Maybe when I'm old." "How old?" "Dunno. 30 maybe?" Maya is silent for a long time, then asks, "Do you want boys or girls?" Anna replies, as if she's spent her whole life thinking about this, "Boys." "Why?" "Because the world is kind of shitty towards them sometimes, but it treats us like that nearly all the time." Bang! The mother closes the trunk, holding back tears because she knows that if she lets out so much as a single one, they will never stop. No matter how old they get, we never want to cry in front of our children. We'd do anything for them. They never know because they don't understand the immensity of something that is unconditional. A parent's love is unbearable, reckless, irresponsible. They're so small when they sleep in their beds and we sit beside them, shattered to pieces inside. It's a lifetime of shortcomings and, feeling guilty, we stick happy pictures up everywhere. But we never show the gaps in the photograph album, where everything that hurts is hidden away. The silent tears in darkened rooms. We lie awake, terrified of all the things that can happen to them, everything they might be subjected to, all the situations in which they could end up victims. The mother goes around the car and opens the door. She's not much different from any other mother. She loves, she gets frightened, falls apart, is filled with shame, isn't enough. She sat awake beside her son's bed when he was 3 years old, watching him sleep and fearing all the terrible things that could happen to him, just like every parent does. It never occurred to her that she might need to fear the exact opposite. Bang! It's dawn, the town is asleep. The main road out of Beartown is empty, but the girl's eyes are still fixed on it from up on the hilltop. They wait patiently. Maya no longer dreams about the rape, about Kevin's hand over her mouth, the weight of his body stifling her screams, his room with all the hockey trophies on the shelves, the floor the button of her blouse bounced across. She just dreams about the running track behind the heights now. She can see it from up here. When Kevin was running on his own, and she stepped out of the darkness with a shotgun, held it to his head as he shook and sobbed and begged for mercy. In her dreams, she kills him every night. Bang! Bang! How many times does a mother make her child giggle? How many times does the child make her laugh out loud? Kids turn us inside out the first time we realize that they're doing it intentionally, when we discover that they have a sense of humor, when they make jokes, learn to manipulate our feelings. If they love us, they learn to lie shortly after that, to spare our feelings, pretending to be happy. They're quick to learn what we like. We might tell ourselves that we know them, but they have their own photograph albums, and they grow up in the gaps. How many times has the mother stood beside the car outside the house, checked the time, and impatiently called her son's name? She doesn't have to do that today. He's been sitting silently in the passenger seat for several hours while she packed his things. His once well-toned body is thin after weeks in which she struggled to get food into him. His eyes stare blankly through the windshield. How much can a mother forgive her son for? How can she possibly know that in advance? No parent imagines that her little boy is going to grow up and commit a crime. She doesn't know what nightmares he dreams now, but he shouts when he wakes up from them. Ever since that morning she found him on the running track, motionless with cold, stiff with fear. He had wet himself, and his desperate tears had frozen on his cheeks. He raped a girl, and no one could ever prove it. There will always be people who say that means he got away with it, that his family escaped punishment. They're right, of course. But it will never feel like that for his mother. Bang! 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 When the car begins to move along the road, Maya stands on the hill and knows that Kevin will never come back here, that she has broken him. There will always be people who say that means she won, but it will never feel like that to her. Bang! 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 The brake lights go on for a moment. The mother casts one last glance in the rearview mirror at the house that was a home and the gluey scraps on the mailbox where the name Airdal has been torn off, letter by letter. Kevin's father is packing the other car alone. He stood beside the mother on the track, saw their son lying there with tears on his sweater and urine on his trousers. Their lives had shattered long before then, but that was when she first saw the shards. The father refused to help her as she half-carried, half-dragged the boy through the snow. That was 2 months ago. Kevin hasn't left the house since then, and his parents have barely said a word to each other. Men define themselves in more distinctive ways than women. Life has taught her that. And her husband and son have always defined themselves with one single word: winners. As long as she can remember, the father has drummed the same message into the boy. There are 3 types of people: winners, losers, and the ones who watch. And now? If they're not winners, what are they? The mother takes her foot off the brake, switches the radio off, drives down the road, and turns the corner. Her son sits beside her. The father gets into the other car, drives alone, in the opposite direction. The divorce papers are in the mail, along with the letter to the school saying that the father has moved to another town and the mother and son have gone abroad. The mother's phone number is at the bottom in case anyone at the school has any questions, but no one's going to call. This town is going to do everything it can to forget that the Airdal family was ever a part of it. After 4 hours of silence in the car, when they're so far from Beartown that they can't see any forest, Kevin whispers to his mother, "Do you think it's possible to become a different person?" She shakes her head, biting her bottom lip, and blinks so hard she can't see the road in front of her. "No, but it's possible to become a better person. Then he holds out a trembling hand. She holds it as if he were 3 years old, as if he were dangling over the edge of a cliff. She whispers, "I can't forgive you, Kevin, but I'll never abandon you." Bang, 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 bang. That's the sound of this town, everywhere. Perhaps you understand that only if you live here. Bang, bang, bang. On the hilltop stand 2 girls, watching the car disappear. They'll soon be 16. One of them is holding a guitar, the other a rifle. 3. Like a man. The worst thing we know about other people is that we're dependent upon them, that their actions affect our lives. Not just the people we choose, the people we like, but all the rest of them, the idiots. You who stand in front of us in every line, who can't drive properly, who like bad television shows and talk too loud in restaurants, and whose kids infect our kids with the winter vomiting bug at preschool. You who park badly and steal our jobs and vote for the wrong party. You also influence our lives, every second. Dear God, how we hate you for that. In the Bearskin pub, a number of silent old men are sitting in a row. They're said to be in their 70s, but could easily be double that. There are 5 of them, but they have at least 8 opinions, and they're known as the 5 uncles, because they always stand by the boards and lie and argue at all the practices at Beartown Ice Hockey Club. Afterward, they go to the Bearskin and lie and argue there instead. And occasionally they amuse themselves by trying to trick the others into thinking that senile dementia has crept up on them. They sometimes change one another's house numbers at night and hide their keys when they've had a few drinks. One time, 4 of them towed the 5th one's car out of his driveway and replaced it with an identical rental, just so he would end up terrified that it was finally time to go into a home when he couldn't get the car started the next morning. When they go to games, they pay with Monopoly money, and for almost an entire season they all pretended to believe that they were at the 1980 Winter Olympics. Every time they caught sight of Peter Andersson, the general manager of Beartown Ice Hockey, they spoke to him in German and called him Hans Rampf. It slowly drove the GM mad, and that made the 5 uncles happier than an overtime win. People in the town often say that it's entirely possible that the uncles are, in fact, senile now, all 5 of them. But how the hell would anyone ever be able to prove it? Ramona, the owner of the Bearskin pub, lines up 5 whiskies on the bar. There's only one sort of whiskey here, but several types of sorrow. The uncles have followed Beartown Ice Hockey all the way to the top and right down to the bottom of the league system, all their lives. This is going to be their worst day. Kira Anderson is sitting in her car on her way to the office when her phone rings. She's feeling stressed for a lot of different reasons. She drops the phone under her seat and swears with a level of anatomical precision that Kira's husband usually points out would embarrass a gang of drunken sailors. When Kira finally gets hold of the phone, it takes the woman at the other end a couple of seconds to recover from the range of expletives. "Hello?" Kira snaps. "Oh, yes, sorry, I'm calling from S Express. You emailed to ask for a quote," the woman says tentatively. "From, who did you say you were? S Express? No, you must have the wrong number," Kira says. "Are you sure? I've got the paperwork in front of me here and—" the woman says. But then Kira drops her phone again and launches into a spontaneous description of exactly what sort of genitalia the designer of the phone's head resembles, and by the time she manages to get hold of it again, the woman at the other end has done herself a favour and hung up. Kira doesn't think much more about it. She's expecting a call from her husband, Peter, who's got a meeting with the regional council about the future of the hockey club today, and her anxiety about the consequences of the meeting is like a band around her stomach being pulled tighter and tighter. When she tosses the phone onto the passenger seat, the background picture of her daughter, Maya, and son, Leo, glows briefly before the screen goes dark. Kira drives to work, But if she had stopped the car and looked up S-Express online, she would have seen that it's a moving company. In towns that don't care that much about their hockey team, that might have looked like a harmless joke, requesting a quote in the name of the Anderson family. But Beartown isn't that sort of town. In the silence of the forest, you don't have to scream to be threatening. Kira will figure it out soon enough, of course. She's a smart woman, and she's lived here long enough. Beartown is known for many things: dizzyingly beautiful forests, a vast area of wilderness in a country where national politicians only want the big cities to grow. It has friendly, humble, hard-working people who love nature and sports, spectators who fill the stands no matter what league the team is playing in, pensioners who paint their faces green when they go to games, responsible hunters, competent anglers, people as tough as the forest and as unyielding as the ice, neighbours who help anyone in need. Life can be hard, but they grin and say, "It's supposed to be hard." Beartown is known for that. But, well, the town is also known for other things. A few years ago, an old hockey referee talked to the media about his worst memories from his career. The second, third, and fourth places were occupied by games in the big cities, where angry fans had thrown tubs of chewing tobacco, coins, and golf balls onto the ice when they didn't like a decision. But in first place was a small rink way out in the forest, where the referee had once awarded a power play to the visiting team in the closing minute of a game. They had scored. Beartown had lost. And the referee had glanced up toward the infamous standing area in the arena reserved for the Pack, which was always full of men in black jackets singing at deafening volume or bellowing in a terrifying manner. But on that occasion, they hadn't raised their voices. The Pack had just stood there, completely silent. Kira's husband, Peter Anderson, general manager of Beartown Ice Hockey, was the first to realize the danger. He raced toward the scorekeeper's box, and, as the buzzer rang out to signal the end of the game, he managed to switch all the lights off. In the darkness, the security guards led the referees out and drove them away. No one needed to explain what would have happened otherwise. That's why softly spoken threats work here. A call to a moving company is enough, and Kira will understand the reason soon. The meeting in the regional council building isn't yet finished, but a few people in Beartown already know the result. There are always flags fluttering outside the council building, the national flag and one bearing the council's coat of arms. The local politicians can see them from the conference room. It's a few days before the midsummer holiday, 3 weeks after Kevin and his family left town. They changed history when they did that, not the history that was yet to come, but the history that had already happened. But not everyone has realized that yet. One of the councillors coughs nervously, makes a brave attempt to button his jacket, even though, as a rough guess, 6 Christmas buffets must have passed since that was even theoretically possible, and says, "I'm sorry, Peter, but we've decided that the region would be best served if we focus the council's resources on one hockey team, not 2. We want to focus on hit hockey. It would be in everyone's best interests, yours included, if you could just accept that, bearing in mind the situation." Peter Anderson is sitting on the other side of the table. The realization of how he has been betrayed sends him tumbling into the darkness, and his voice is barely audible when he manages to say, "But we just need a bit of help for a few months, until we find more sponsors. The council just has to stand as guarantor for the loan from the bank." He falls silent, immediately embarrassed at his own stupidity. Obviously, the councillors have already spoken to the bank managers. They're neighbours. They play golf and hunt elk together. This decision was made long before Peter walked into the room. When the councillors asked him to come, they were careful to stress that this would be an informal meeting. There won't be any minutes. The chairs in the meeting room are extra narrow, enabling the men with all the power to sit on more than one chair at the same time. Peter's phone buzzes. When he opens it, he finds an email telling him that the director of Beartown Ice Hockey Club has resigned. He must have known what was going to happen here, and has probably already been offered a job in HIT instead. Peter is going to be left to deal with the blow on his own. The politicians on the other side of the table squirm uncomfortably. Peter can see what they're thinking. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't plead, don't beg. Take it like a man. Beartown lies beside a large lake, with a narrow strip of beach along the whole of one side. At this time of year, the beach belongs to the town's teenagers, when it's so warm that you almost manage to forget that winter in Beartown is 9 months long. Among the profusion of beach balls and hormones sits a 12-year-old boy in sunglasses. His name is Leo Anderson. Not many people on the beach knew that last year, but they all know it now and keep glancing at him as if he were primed to explode. A couple of months ago, Leo's older sister, Maya, was raped by Kevin, but the police were unable to prove anything, so Kevin got off. The townspeople divided, most of them taking Kevin's side, and the hate escalated until they tried to drive Leo's family out of town. They threw stones with the word bitch painted on them through his sister's window. They bullied her at school. They called a meeting at the rink and tried to get her and Leo's dad fired as general manager of Beartown Ice Hockey. A witness came forward, a boy the same age as Maya, who had been in the house when it had happened. But that didn't make any difference. The police did nothing. The town kept quiet. The adults did nothing to help Maya. Then one night, not long after that, something else happened. No one knows exactly what, but all of a sudden Kevin stopped going out. Rumours that he was mentally ill started to circulate. Then, one morning 3 weeks ago, he and his family just up and left town. Leo had thought everything would get better then, but it got worse instead. He's 12 years old, and this summer he learns that people will always choose a simple lie over a complicated truth, because the lie has one unbeatable advantage. The truth always has to stick to what actually happened, whereas the lie just has to be easy to believe. When a vote of the club's members had decided by the smallest possible margin to let Peter Anderson stay on as general manager back at that meeting in the spring, Kevin's dad had immediately seen to it that Kevin changed clubs, from Beartown to HIT. He had persuaded the coach, almost all the sponsors, and almost all of the best players from the junior team to move with him. When Kevin's family suddenly left town 3 weeks ago, everything was turned upside down again, but, weirdly enough, nothing changed. And what had Leo expected? That everyone would suddenly realize that Kevin was guilty and apologize? That the sponsors and players would come back to Beartown with their heads bowed? Like hell they did. No one bows their heads around here, for the simple reason that many of our worst deeds are the result of our never wanting to admit that we're wrong. The greater the mistake, and the worse the consequences, the more pride we stand to lose if we back down. So no one does. Suddenly, everyone with power and money in Beartown chose a different strategy. They stopped admitting that they had ever been friends of the Airedale family. People started to mutter, very quietly at first, then with increasing assurance, that boy was always a bit odd. And, his dad put way too much pressure on him. Anyone could see that. Then, weirdly, it slipped into comments like, that whole family, they were never, like us. The father wasn't from around here, not originally. He was a newcomer. The story when Kevin transferred to Head Hockey Club was that he had been the victim of a malicious accusation and the subject of a witch hunt. But now there's a different version, that the sponsors and players didn't move to Head because they were following him, but because they wanted to distance themselves from him. His name has been erased from Head's membership register, but it's still on Beartown's. That way, everyone was able to move far enough away from both perpetrator and victim. So now all Kevin's former friends can call him a psychopath, while still calling Maya a bitch. Lies are simple. Truth is difficult. Beartown Ice Hockey started to be called Kevin's Club by so many people that Head automatically began to feel like the opposite. Emails were sent from players' parents to local councillors about responsibility and insecurity. And when people feel threatened, a self-fulfilling prophecy occurs, one tiny incident at a time. One night, someone wrote "rapists" on one of the road signs on the outskirts of Beartown. A couple of days later, a group of 8-year-olds from both Beartown and Hit were sent home from summer camp after a violent fight, caused by the kids from Hit chanting, "Beartown rapists!" at the kids from Beartown. Leo is sitting on the beach today, and 50 feet away sit Kevin's old friends, big, strong 18-year-olds. They're wearing red head hockey caps now. They're the ones who wrote online that Maya had deserved it, and that Kevin was obviously innocent because who the hell would want to touch that slut even with a shitty stick? As if Maya had ever asked any of them to touch her with anything at all. Now the same boys claim that Kevin was never one of them, and they'll go on repeating the same lie until he's associated only with Beartown, because however this story gets distorted, these boys will make themselves the heroes. They always win. Leo is 6 years younger than most of them. He's an awful lot smaller and an awful lot weaker. But some of his friends have still started to tell him that he ought to do something. That one of those bastards needs to be punished. That he has to be a man. Masculinity is complicated when you're 12. And at every other age, too. Then there's a noise. Heads look down at towels. All over the beach, cell phones start to vibrate. First 1 or 2, then all at once, until the buzzing blurs together into an invisible orchestra where all the instruments are being tuned at the same time. The news is arriving. Beartown ice hockey no longer exists. It's only a sports club. There are more important things. It's easy to say that sort of thing if you believe that sports is merely a matter of numbers, but it never is. And you can only understand that if you start with the simplest question. How does it feel for a child to play hockey? It's not so hard to answer that. Have you ever been in love? That's how it feels. A sweaty 16-year-old is running along the road outside Beartown. His name is Amat. In a garage out in the woods, a dirty 18-year-old is helping his dad fetch tools and stack tires. His name is Bobo. In a garden, a 4.5-year-old girl is firing pucks from a patio into a brick wall. Her name is Alicia. Amat hopes that one day he's going to be good enough for hockey to take him and his mother away from here. For him, sports are a future. Bobo just hopes he can have another season of laughter and no responsibilities, seeing as he knows that every day after that will be like all his dad's days. For Bobo, sports are a last chance for play. For Alicia, the 4.5-year-old girl firing pucks on a patio, have you ever been in love? That's what sports are for her. Cell phones buzz, the town stops. Nothing travels faster than a good story. Amat, 16 years old, stops out on the road. Hands on knees, chest heavy around his heart. Bang, 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 bang. Bobo, 18 years old, rolls another car into the workshop and starts to beat out a dent in the plate. Bang, bang, bang. Alicia, 4.5 years old, stands on a patio in a garden. Her gloves are too big and the stick is too long, but she still fires a puck at the wall as hard as she can. Bang! They've grown up in a small town in a big forest. There are plenty of adults around here who say that work is getting harder to find and the winters are getting worse, that the trees are denser and the houses sparser, that all the natural resources may be out in the countryside, but all the money still ends up in the big damn cities. Because bears shit in the woods, and everyone else shits on Beartown. It's easy for children to love hockey, because you don't have time to think when you're playing it. Memory loss is one of the finest things sport can give us. But now the text messages arrive. Amat stops. Bobo lets go of the hammer. And soon someone is going to have to try to explain to a 4.5-year-old girl what it means when a hockey club goes bankrupt. Try to make it sound like it's just a sports club collapsing, even though sports clubs never really do that. They just cease to exist. It's the people who collapse. In the bearskin pub, they usually say that the door should be kept closed, so the flies don't get cold. They usually say other things too. You've got an opinion about hockey? You couldn't even find your own arse with both hands in your back pockets. You want to talk tactics? You're more confused than a cow on AstroTurf. You think our defence is going to be better next season? Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. But today, no one is arguing. Today, everything is quiet. It's unbearable. Ramona pours whiskey into all the glasses, one last time. The 5 uncles, 70 years old, maybe more, raise their glasses in a perfunctory toast. 5 empty glasses hit the bar. Bang, 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 bang. The uncles stand up and leave, go their separate ways. Will they call each other tomorrow? What for? What on earth are they going to argue about, if not a hockey team? There's a lot that isn't talked about in a small town. But there are no secrets when you're 12 years old, because at that age you know where on the internet to look. Leo's read everything. Now he's wearing a long-sleeved top in spite of the heat. He says it's because he got sunburned, but he just doesn't want anyone to see the scratch marks. He can't stop scratching himself at night. The hate has crept under his skin. He's never been in a fight, not even about hockey. He often wonders if he's like his dad and just doesn't have violence in him. But now he just wishes someone would pick a fight with him, bump into him accidentally, give him one single reason to pick up the nearest heavy object and smash his face in with it. Brothers and sisters should look out for each other. That's what everyone says when you're growing up. Don't argue, stop fighting. Brothers and sisters should look out for each other. Leo and Maya were supposed to have a big brother. Perhaps he would have been able to protect them. His name was Isak, and he died before they were born of the sort of illness that makes it impossible for Leo to believe that there's a God. Leo barely understood that Isak had been a real person until he was 7 years old, and found a photograph album with pictures of him with their parents. They laughed so much in those pictures, hugged each other so tightly, loved each other so infinitely. Isak taught Leo an unbearable number of things that day, without even existing. He taught him that love isn't enough. That's a terrible thing to learn when you're 7 years old, or at any age. He's 12 now, and he's trying to be a man, whatever that means. He tries to stop scratching his skin raw at night, tries to sob silently, curled up tightly under the covers, tries to hate without anyone else seeing or realizing. Tries to kill the thought that won't stop thudding at his temples. Brothers and sisters should look out for each other, and he wasn't able to protect his sister. 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 Last night he scratched his chest and stomach until a long wound opened up in his skin and blood started to seep out. This morning he looked at himself in the mirror and thought that the wound looked like a fuse leading to his heart. He wonders if it's burning inside him, and how long it's got left. 4. Women are always the problem. The older generation used to call Beartown and Hit the Bear and the Bull, especially when the towns were due to play each other at hockey. That was many years ago now, and no one really knows if Hit already had the bull as the emblem on their jerseys at the time, or if they put it there after being given the nickname. There was a lot of livestock around Hit in those days, more open countryside, so when industry arrived it was easier to build factories there. The people in Beartown were known to be hard workers, but the forest was denser there, so the money ended up in the neighbouring town to the south. Older generations used to speak metaphorically about the struggle between the bear and the bull, and how that kept things in balance, stopped one of them from having all the power. Perhaps it was different back then, when there were still enough jobs and resources for both towns. It's harder now, because the idea that violence can ever be controlled is always an illusion. Maya is over at Anna's. These are the few minutes of peace and quiet before the text message arrives. the last moments between Kevin leaving town and all hell breaking loose again. They had 3 weeks when people almost seemed to forget that Maya existed. It was wonderful. And it will soon be over. Anna checks that the gun cabinet is locked, then fetches the key and makes sure the weapons inside aren't loaded. She lies to Maya and says she's going to clean them, but Maya knows she does that only when her dad has started to drink again. The final sign that a hunter's alcoholism has crossed the line is when he forgets to lock the cabinet or leaves a loaded weapon inside. That's happened only once, when Anna was little and her mum had just moved out. But Anna has never quite stopped worrying. Maya is lying on the floor with a guitar on her chest, pretending not to understand. Anna carries the burden of being the child of an alcoholic, and it's a lonely struggle. "Hey, idiot," Anna eventually says. "Yeah, what, you moron?" Maya smiles. "Play something," Anna demands. Maya giggles. "Don't give me orders. I'm not your musical slave." Anna grins. "You can't cultivate that sort of friendship. It only grows in the wild." "Please? Learn to play yourself, you lazy cow." "I don't need to, you idiot. I'm holding a rifle. Play or I'll shoot." Maya roars with laughter. They had promised each other that when summer came, the men in this stupid town weren't going to take their laughter away from them. "Nothing miserable, though," Anna adds. "Shut it. If you want to listen to your stupid, bouncy, blippity-blip music, you can get a computer," Maya says, giggling. Anna rolls her eyes. "Okay, I'm still holding a gun. If you play your junkie music and I shoot myself in the head, it'll actually be your fault." They both roar with laughter. And Maya plays the happiest song she knows, even if in Anna's opinion they're really not that happy at all. But this summer she takes what she can get. They're interrupted by 2 short buzzing sounds from their phones, then 2 more, followed by another 2. Being the general manager of a hockey club isn't a full-time job. It's 3. When Peter's wife, Kira, can't be bothered to hide her irritation, she usually says, "You've got 2 marriages, one with hockey and one with me." She doesn't add that half of all marriages end in divorce. She doesn't have to. The local politicians in the conference room will downplay this meeting, say it was only about sports. The biggest lie Peter has ever managed to make himself believe is that hockey and politics aren't linked. They always are. But when politics work in our favour, we call it cooperation, and when it favours others, we call it corruption. Peter looks out of the window. There are always flags raised in front of the council building, so the bastards inside can see which way the wind is blowing. The council, it has been decided that we should apply to host the World Skiing Championships. Beartown and head together, one of the councillors says. He's trying to look authoritative now, which is hard when you're simultaneously picking muffin crumbs from your jacket pocket. Everyone knows that he's been trying to get funding for a conference hotel for years, and the World Championships would give him the chance. As luck would have it, this particular councillor's brother-in-law works at the Ski Federation, and his wife runs a business that arranges hunting trips and survival courses in the forest for wealthy businessmen from the big cities, who evidently can't survive without a minibar and spa centre. Another councillor adds, "We need to think about the region's image, Peter. The taxpayers are worried. All this negative publicity has created insecurity." He says it as if insecurity is the problem. As if it isn't the problem, that's the problem. He pours Peter some coffee. A different sort of man might have thrown a cup at the wall, but Peter has no violence in him. He never even fought on the ice when he was a player. These men used to sneer at him for that behind his back, but they really can't be bothered to do it out of sight anymore. They know that Peter's weakness is loyalty, that he feels he owes his town. Hockey here has given him everything, and it's good at reminding him about that. A poster in the changing room at the rink says, "A great deal is expected of anyone who's been given a lot." Another councillor, who prides himself on being the sort of man who tells it like it is, says, "Beartown has no junior team and not much of an A-team. You've already lost all your best players and almost all your sponsors to HID. We have to think about the taxpayers." 1 year ago, the same councillor was asked a critical question by the local paper about the council's plans to finance an expensive new arena. He answered without a trace of hesitation. "You know what Beartown's taxpayers want? They want to watch hockey." They're so easy to blame, no matter what your opinion might be. Taxpayers. The same money will end up in the same pockets. The pockets are just moving town to head. Peter wants to protest, but can't bring himself to. There's always been graft involved in council funding of sports, not just as straightforward grants, but also tucked away as loans and subsidies. Like when the council rented the parking spaces outside the rink, even though the council already owned the land. Or when the council paid to rent the ice rink for the use of the general public, for all the members of the general public who were desperate to skate between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. every Wednesday. At one point, one of the hockey club's board members was simultaneously on the board of the council's property company and got the company to buy expensive sponsorship packages for hockey games that were never played. Peter knew all about it. The former management of the hockey club was always corrupt. Peter had argued about it at first, but eventually had to accept that those were just the rules of the game. In a small town, sports doesn't survive without the support of the regional council. He can't start shouting about corruption now, because the politicians know exactly how much he knows. They're going to liquidate his club. They just want to make sure he's going to keep his mouth shut. The red hats of the well-built 18-year-old carry the emblem of a charging bull. They're taking up more and more space on the beach, stretching the boundaries to see if anyone dare try to stop them. Leo's hatred for them knows no limits. When Kevin left town, the story changed, but his old friends quickly adapted to new truths. All they needed was a new leader. And William Litt, a forward on the first line and Kevin's former neighbour, put himself up and gave them the version of history they were longing for. He'd heard his parents repeat it at the kitchen table for several months. "We're the victims here. We had victory in the final stolen from us. We would have won if Kevin had played. But Peter Anderson insisted on bringing politics into it. And then he tried to blame us for the fact that psychopath raped that girl, even though we haven't done a damn thing. And you know why? Because Peter Anderson has always hated us. Everyone listens to him just because he was once a pro in the NHL, as if that makes him so morally superior. But do you think Kevin would have been prevented from playing in the final if it hadn't been Peter's daughter? If any of our sisters had been raped, do you think Peter would have called the cops to pick Kevin up the same day as the final? Peter's a hypocrite. Kevin's just an excuse. Peter never wanted boys from the Heights in Beartown hockey, and you know why? Because some of us happen to be born into families with money, and that doesn't suit the myth of Peter Anderson as the great saviour." William's parents' words echo from his lips. Every season his mom, Megan Litt, gets annoyed that the club promotes kids from the poor parts of town as figureheads, but when it's time for the bills to be paid, it's always the parents from the Heights who are expected to open their wallets. "When are people going to get tired of paying for Peter Anderson's social experiments?" she complained to anyone who would listen back in the spring, when news spread that the club was starting a hockey school for 4- and 5-year-old girls. "They want a girls' club!" William bellows on the beach. The words work because they're easy to understand. Everyone in his team has felt under attack and misunderstood since the rape. So it's a relief to hear that Peter Anderson hates them, because the easiest reason to hate him back is the conviction that he started it. Peter looks around the table. He's expected to take it like a man, but he's no longer sure what the politicians see him as. The boy who was raised by Beartown Ice Hockey Club, who became team captain and led a dying backwards team all the way to become second best in the country 20 years ago, or the NHL professional he later became. Before he was persuaded to come back home and become general manager of the club once it had tumbled through the leagues, where, against all odds, he built up one of the best junior teams in the country and made the little club big again. Is he any of those men? Or is he just a dad now? Because it was his daughter who was raped. He was the one who went with her to the police that morning back in March. He was the one who stood in the parking lot outside the rink and watched as the police pulled the junior team's star player off the bus just before they set off for the biggest game of their lives. He knows what all the men in here think, what men everywhere are thinking. If it had been my daughter, I'd have killed the man who did that to her. And not a night goes by without Peter wishing he was that sort of man, that he possessed that violence. But instead he accepts the cup of coffee, because masculinity is hard at any age. One of the politicians begins to explain, and his tone veers between sympathetic and patronizing. You need to be a team player now, Peter. We have to act in the best interests of everyone in the district. A good reputation is vital to our hopes of attracting the World Skiing Championships. We're going to build a new arena in Het and establish the hockey school there. Peter doesn't need to hear the rest. He's heard this vision of the future. He was there when it was written. First the rink and hockey school, then the shopping centre and better links to the highway, a conference hotel and a ski competition that gets shown on television, and then who knows, maybe an airport. Sports are only sports until someone who doesn't give a damn about sports has something to gain from them. Then sports suddenly become economics. The hockey club was going to rescue the entire council district, and that remains the case. Just not Peter's hockey club. Another of the men, whose brain has evidently been on holiday for at least the past couple of hours, throws his arms out. Yes, obviously we're very sorry about the situation with your daughter. That's what they say. Your daughter. Never Maya. Never her name. Because that allows them to insinuate what they really want him to think about. If it had been anyone else's daughter, would Peter have let Kevin play in the final? The politicians call it the situation, but the PR consultants the council has brought in call it the scandal. As if the problem wasn't that a girl was raped, but that it happened to become public knowledge. The PR consultants have explained to the politicians that there are other communities that have been afflicted by similar scandals that have negatively impacted the town's brand. That's not going to happen here. And the easiest way to bury the scandal is to bury Beartown ice hockey. Then everyone can point to the raft of measures and show how they're building a bigger club in Het with better morals and greater responsibility, without having to answer for the fact that it's the same men as always who are building it. All the damn journalists you keep calling, Peter. People are getting nervous. The council needs to turn the page. As if the journalists weren't calling Peter's family. Neither he nor Maya has spoken to them. They've done everything right. They've kept their mouths shut. But it doesn't make any difference. They didn't keep their mouths shut enough. While 18-year-old William spent the summer gathering his team at head hockey beneath the banner of a shared hatred of Peter Anderson, other conversations have been taking place in other parts of the district. William Leet's father is on the board of the golf club. He plays with bank managers and politicians, and is popular not only because he knows people with money, but also because he's the kind of man who speaks his mind. The council needs the business community's support to bid for the World Skiing Championships, so the business community has made one serious condition: one hockey club, not two. They say it's a question of responsible economics. They stress the word responsible. So now, down on the beach a few days before Midsummer's Eve, all the young people's phones start to buzz at the same time. First, the beach falls silent. Then a group of muscular 18-year-olds burst into loud, malicious roars of laughter, none louder than William Leet. He climbs into a tree and hangs up 2 red heat hockey flags, so that they billow out like bleeding wounds over the green leaves, the colour of Beartown. His team gathers in a semicircle beneath the trees, waiting for trouble. But they're too big, too strong. Everyone on the beach goes to the same school, so nobody dares. The beach belongs to Leet after that. It is divided in the way that all worlds are divided between people, between those who are listened to and those who aren't. And the teenagers on the beach who see those young men and hate them without being able to do anything, the ones who love Beartown hockey but aren't strong enough to take on William Leet's gang, they now have to direct their fury towards someone else. someone weaker. Maya and Anna read the first anonymous texts, then they switch off their phones. "This is your fault. If the club dies, so do you, slut. We'll get your dad, too." Anna and Maya know what's happening now, know who's going to bear the brunt of the hatred and threats. Maya goes to the bathroom and throws up. Anna sits on the floor of the hall outside. She has read that support groups for victims of rape call themselves survivors, because that's what they do each day. They survive what they've been subjected to, over and over again. Anna wonders if there's a word for everyone else, the people who let it happen. People are already prepared to destroy each other's world just to avoid having to admit that many of us bear small portions of a collective guilt for a boy's actions. It's easier if you deny it, if you tell yourself that it's an isolated incident. Anna dreams of killing Kevin for what he's done to her best friend, but most of all, she dreams of crushing the whole town for what it's still putting Maya through. The idiots won't say it was Kevin who killed Beartown ice hockey. They'll say that the scandal killed the club. Because their real problem isn't that Kevin raped someone, but that Maya got raped. If she hadn't existed, it wouldn't have happened. Women are always the problem in the men's world. Maya and Anna pack their backpacks, walk out through the door and into the forest without even knowing where they're going, because anywhere at all is better than here. Anna doesn't take her rifle. It's a decision she'll regret. Leo waits until it starts to get dark. He hides alone at the edge of the forest until the beach is empty. Then he creeps back down to the lake, climbs up into the tree, and sets fire to the red flags. He films the flames consuming the words and the HID hockey logo burning. Then he posts the clip anonymously online where he knows everyone in the school will see it. People will say that violence came to Beartown this summer, but that won't be true, because it was already here. Because people are always dependent upon other people, and we can't ever really forgive one another for that. 5. Everyone is 100 different things. A young man with a bare chest and a backpack is walking alone through the forest. He has a tattoo of a bear on his arm. A well-dressed lawyer is sitting in an office. She has photographs of her family on her desk and is just fielding another call from a moving company without understanding why. At the same time, a stranger in a jeep is driving along a main road with a list of names in the glove compartment. Their cell phones buzz. Peter Anderson hasn't even left the meeting in the council building, but the politicians have already leaked the news that Beartown Ice Hockey Club is going into liquidation. The politicians are learning things like that from their expensive PR consultants, that you have to control the narrative. The young man in the forest, the lawyer in her office, and the stranger in the jeep all pick up their phones. They are all involved. Everyone is 100 different things, but in other people's eyes we usually get the chance to be only one of them. Kira Anderson is a lawyer, highly educated in 2 different countries, with 2 university degrees, but in Beartown she will always be Peter Anderson's wife. There are days when she hates herself for hating that so much, for that not being enough for her, just belonging to someone else. She eats lunch at her desk, surrounded by pink post-it notes relating to work, and yellow post-it notes reminding her of things to buy and errands she has to run for various members of her family. Beside her computer stand photographs of Leo and Maya. The guilt she feels from their eyes could have destroyed her had she not been interrupted by the stamping sound in the corridor. Kira almost smiles then, in spite of this hellish summer, because she knows which of her colleagues is about to storm in. Partly because she's the only other workaholic still in the office just before midsummer, and partly because a door never opens when she passes through it. It throws itself out of her way. Her colleague is over 6 feet tall, and makes enough noise to be the same size in width. She's the worst loser Kira has ever known, and her standard reply whenever anyone complains about work is, "Shut up and send an invoice." As usual, she starts the conversation in the middle of a sentence, as if it's Kira's fault for having the gall not to have been present when it started. And now the pizzeria's closed. Kira! Closed for the holidays. What the hell? What sort of person takes a holiday from a pizzeria? They ought to be classed as a vital public service, like doctors and firemen and shoe shops. And there I was, thinking I might have sex with the guy behind the counter. He always looks so sad, and the sad ones are always the best in bed. What are you eating? Have you got much left? Kira sighs, as if she were about to blow out the candles on her very last birthday cake. She holds up the plastic tub containing her lunch. Her colleague pretends to throw up. Very mature, Kira says. What is that? Her colleague whimpers. Kira bursts out laughing. She didn't mean to, which makes it wonderful, a few seconds of normality. Her colleague has the eating habits of a teenager. She never asks, what's good, just, what do you get the most of? She reads menus as if they were declarations of war. Kira gestures encouragingly with her fork. This is called salad. It's a bit like meat, but you don't have to kill any animals. Here, try it. Her colleague flinches. No way! It smells like something you dragged out of the ass of a corpse. Oh, come on, seriously? Kira says, disgusted. What? Her colleague asks in surprise. You're like a little kid, Kira says. You're like a little kid. Shut up and send an invoice, her colleague mutters, then lands on a chair as if she'd been thrown off a rooftop. Kira is about to say something but gets distracted by the ring of the phone on her desk. She's expecting it to be Peter, but the voice at the other end exclaims cheerfully, Is that Kira Anderson? I'm calling from Johansson's Movers. We've got an order in your name for 50 new removal boxes. Is it okay to leave them in your garden? Kira doesn't even hear the end of the sentence. She just sees her colleague open her laptop, read something, and go white. The next moment, Kira's cell phone buzzes. Peter gets up from his chair. Most of the politicians on the other side of the table don't humiliate him by shaking his hand. They just walk out. But one of them stops and says with fake benevolence, It was impressive, Peter, what you managed to do with the juniors back in the spring. A unique achievement, frankly. Our lads from our little town putting up a fight against the big teams. If only they'd won, then maybe, you know. Peter knows, all too well. In a sport where Cinderella stories are under threat of extinction, where the big clubs' hockey schools vacuum up all the talent from the smaller clubs, Beartown managed to get its best and brightest boys to stay and fight for their home team. They made it all the way to the final, but had to play that game without their biggest star. So they almost won, and that's not enough. Beartown is a hockey town, and kids are raised with the philosophy, the stats never lie. Either you're the best, or you're everyone else. And the best don't make excuses. They find a way to win, with all available means, at any cost. People talk about a winner's mentality, because a winner has something that others lack, a special brain that takes for granted that it was born to be heroic. When a game comes down to the last decisive seconds, the winner bangs his stick down on the ice and yells to his teammates to pass to him, because a winner doesn't ask for the puck, he demands it. When thousands of spectators stand up and roar, most people become uncertain and back away, but the winner steps up. That's the sort of mentality we're talking about. Everyone dreams about being the best, about being the one who fires the final shot in the last crucial moments of the season. But there are desperately few of us who actually dare to take the chance when absolutely everything is at stake. That's the difference between us. Just over 20 years ago, Beartown's A-team could have been the best in the country. All season, everyone in town kept repeating the same thing, Beartown against the rest. Journalists in the big cities thought Beartown had no chance. Their well-paid opponents underestimated the team, but when they came to Beartown, something happened. When their team bus drove mile after mile straight through the forest, when they stepped into a shabby building and were confronted with stands that had been transformed into roaring green walls on all sides, the giants trembled. The rink was a fortress that season. The whole town would march there. The team played with an entire community behind it. No one cared if the big clubs had the money, because this was the home of hockey. Beartown against the rest. But the very last game was an away game in the capital. In the dying seconds, Peter Anderson got the puck. Deep in the forest lay an entire community that was going to live or die on the actions of his stick. And how tiny are the margins for a sports club at a time like that? The gap between the elite and the rest is immense in hockey. The teams at the top of the league get all the television money and the millions in sponsorship, while those lower down have to learn that the best team always wins. So when Peter got the puck, it was more than a shot, more than a game. It was a chance for the little town to fell a giant. What a fantastic story that would have been. For one single evening, after all the crap the people in this forest had been through, Beartown finally had a chance to feel that its turn had arrived. It would have been the sort of story that makes everyone love sports, that the biggest and richest don't always win. So Peter took the shot, and missed. A town held its breath, and then it couldn't breathe. The end-of-game buzzer sounded, its opponents won. The following season, Beartown tumbled out of the top division and never managed to find its way back. Peter moved to the NHL and turned professional, but got injured. His career passed as quickly as a dream. Then he came home and, against all the odds, built up a junior team that became the best in the country. Almost. The politician in the doorway shrugs. "Winning cures everything, Peter." He might as well have said what he meant. "You're not a winner, Peter, because winners win. That's how we know who they are." Winners always get that last shot right. Winners don't mix up what's going on off the ice with what happens on it. Winners don't ask the police to drag the team's biggest star off a bus on the way to the biggest game. Winners know that winning cures everything in this community, but that a second place doesn't cure anything. The politician pats him half-heartedly on the shoulder. "Listen, Peter, maybe you could see this as an opportunity, a chance to try a different job. Get a bit more time with your family." Peter feels like telling him to go to hell, but instead walks in silence out of the council building. He walks around the building, stops below a staircase, and leans over a flower bed. When he's sure that none of those bastards can see him standing there alone, he throws up. His phone rings. It's Kira. He realizes that the rumor is making the rounds, but can't bring himself to answer. He doesn't want to hear the disappointment in his wife's voice, and is worried that she'll hear the sob in his. She calls again and again, until he switches his phone off. The problem with living your whole life for a hockey club is that he hasn't got a damn clue who he is without it. He gets into the car and drives, his fingers clutching the wheel so tightly that blood starts to seep from his torn cuticles. There's a stranger sitting in a jeep, watching the road silently and intently through sunglasses, inhaling deeply from a cigar and letting the smoke roll out from the open window. The jeep is parked in the shade of some trees and is rusty and nondescript enough for no one to pay any attention to it. The list of names is in the glove compartment. Peter Anderson is written at the top. When Peter gets into his car and drives off, the stranger follows him. 6. If there isn't a war, they start one. The 18-year-old man in the forest takes off his backpack, puts it down on the grass, and climbs up into a tree. Summer has started to make his long hair fairer and his skin darker around the bear tattoo. His name is Benjamin, but only his mom and sisters call him that. Everyone else knows him as Benji. His name is rarely associated with memories of a positive childhood. Ever since preschool, people have been saying that the boy would end up in prison or the cemetery. Hockey was both his salvation and damnation, because all his worst characteristics off the ice made him admired on it. Kevin was the star, Benji his protector. Brothers. The town loved Kevin's hands, but they worshipped Benji's fists. Whenever anyone in Beartown tells the old joke, "I went to see a fight, and suddenly an ice hockey game broke out," they're always telling it about him. So the town was shocked when Kevin was accused of rape. But it was shocked almost as much when Benji took Maya Anderson's side against his brother. He stayed in Beartown rather than move to head hockey club. Benji Ovich did the right thing. And for what? Mocking text messages from anonymous senders arrive one after the other, telling him that his club is dead now. He made the wrong choice. He's got nothing. A few months back, he was playing alongside his best friend in one of the best teams in the country. Now he's sitting alone in a tree, smoking and getting high, and is on his way to proving everyone who doubted him right. Sooner or later that boy is going to do himself or someone else some serious damage. Every time Kira Anderson looks at the pictures of Peter, Maya and Leo on her desk this summer, she feels endlessly ashamed at the fact that when she's here at work, it's easy to imagine that they're a normal family, that the four of them aren't burning to ashes inside, that the house they share hasn't long since fallen silent because none of them has any words left. Maya asked her family to stop talking about the rape. They were sitting at the breakfast table at the start of the summer, and she said it without any drama. "I need to move on now." Peter and Kira tried to smile and nod, but their eyes bored holes in the parquet floor. You have to be supportive. You can't grab hold of your daughter and yell that we need to talk about it, that it's her parents who feel scared and abandoned and selfish. Because that is what they're being, isn't it? Selfish. Kira knows people don't understand that she can go on working or that Peter can go on caring about hockey. But the truth is that sometimes they're the only things they have the strength to care about. When everything else is collapsing, you throw yourself into the only thing you know you can control, the only place you feel you know what you're doing. Everything else hurts too much. So you go to work and hide there, the way mountain climbers dig holes in the snow when a storm hits. Kira isn't naive, but she's a parent. She's been trying to see a way forward. Kevin is gone. The psychologist said Maya was making progress in her treatment for the trauma, so perhaps everything could still be okay. That's what Kira has been telling herself. Peter was going to meet the council, the club would get the money it needed, everything would sort itself out. But now she hangs up on the moving company that has received an order for packing boxes in her name. She reads the text that has just arrived. It's from a journalist. "We're trying to get hold of your husband for a comment about Beartown ice hockey going into liquidation." The next text is from a neighbour saying, "Didn't know you were moving?" There's a screenshot attached from a real estate agent's website, where someone has put the Andersons' house up for sale. The photographs are very recent. Someone has been in their yard that morning. Kira calls Peter, but he doesn't answer. She knows what's going to happen now. If the hockey club collapses, it won't matter whose fault it really is, because some people in this town have already started to look for scapegoats. It will be Peter's fault, Maya's fault, the general manager's, the sluts. Kira calls Peter again. The last time she tries, the call doesn't even go through. Her colleague backs away when Kira slams her fist onto her desk as hard as she can. She hears her fingers crunch, but goes on punching with all the strength the 100 different women inside her can summon up. Bang! 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 Benji curls up, smoke seeping from his nostrils. He's heard people say that drugs lift them up into the skies, but for Benji it's the sea. He doesn't fly, he just floats. Drugs keep him on the surface without his having to make any effort, and the rest of the time he feels he has to swim for his life the whole time. As a child, he always loved the summer, when the foliage lets boys hide in trees without being seen from the ground. He's always had a lot to hide from, as anyone does who's different in a locker room where everyone learns that you have to be a single unit, a clan, a team, in order to win together. So Benji became what they needed, the wild one. So feared that once, when he was wounded, the coach put him on the bench anyway. He didn't play a single minute, but the opposing team still didn't dare lay a finger on Kevin. Benji taught himself some of that hardness. He climbed trees in a way that his coach used to laugh and say made him half tank, half monkey, and he chopped wood out of his sister's boarding kennels and punched the stack of wood into shape to harden his knuckles. But some of the hardness was just there inside him. It couldn't be injected or driven out, and it made him unpredictable. One winter when he was little, some of the boys on the team called him Sledge, because he wasn't driven to training by his parents but came on his bike with his hockey bag on a sledge behind him. The nickname lasted a few months, until one of the boys went too far, and Benji came into the locker room with the sledge in his hands and knocked out 2 of his teeth. There weren't any nicknames after that. He's sitting quietly in the tree now, but inside him everything is chaos. When a child gets a best friend, it's like a first infatuation. We want to be with them all the time, and if they leave us, it's like an amputation. Kevin and Benji came from such different parts of town that they could easily have been different species, but the ice became their dance floor. Kevin had the genius and Benji the violence. It took a decade before everyone realized that there was a bit of genius in Benji too, and a lot more violence in Kevin. How much can you forgive your best friend for? How can you know in advance? One night, back in the spring, Kevin stood shaking in the forest, not far from here, and asked Benji to forgive him. Benji turned and walked away from him. They never spoke again. That morning, 3 weeks ago, when Kevin left town, Benji was sitting in the same tree as he is now, hitting the back of his head against the trunk, harder and harder. Bang, bang, bang. He's high on drugs and heavy with hatred. He hears voices and at first isn't sure if he's imagining them. Then he sees them. They're coming closer. He sees them through the trees. His muscles tighten. He's going to hurt someone. If you want to know why people sacrifice everything for love, you have to start by asking how they fell in love. Sometimes it doesn't take anything at all for us to start loving something, just time. All adults know, deep down, that hockey is make-believe, an invented game. But when you're 5 years old, your heart is fairly small, so you have to love with all of it at once. Peter Anderson's mom was ill, and his dad used to get so drunk that he would shout as if his son didn't have ears, and would hit him as if they were complete strangers. Peter grew up with a head full of voices whispering that he was no good at anything, and the first time they fell silent was when he pulled on a pair of skates. You can't give a boy what he found in hockey classes and then take it away without there being consequences. Summer came, the rink closed, but 5-year-old Peter marched around to the home of the A-team coach and banged on the door. "When does hockey start?" he demanded to know. Sune, the A-team coach, smiled. "In the autumn." He was already an old man, and his stomach was so round that he could talk only in circular arguments. "How long is it until then?" the 5-year-old asked. "Till the autumn," the coach grunted. "I can't tell time," the 5-year-old said. "Several months," the coach muttered. "Can I wait here?" the 5-year-old asked. "Until autumn," the coach exclaimed. "Is that a long time?" the 5-year-old asked. It was the start of a lifelong friendship. Sune never asked about the bruises. The 5-year-old never talked about them, but every blow he received at home was visible in his eyes the first time he learned to shoot a puck in the coach's small garden. The coach was aware that hockey can't change a child's life, but it can offer a different one, a way out and up. Sune taught Peter what a club is. It's not something you blame, nor something you demand things of. "Because it's us, Peter. Beartown ice hockey is you and me. The best and worst things it achieves demonstrates the best and worst sides of us." He taught Peter other things, too, such as standing tall both when you win and when you lose, and that the most talented players have a duty to elevate the weakest because a great deal is expected of anyone who's been given a lot. That first evening, Sune walked home with the 5-year-old. They stopped a few 100 feet from the boy's house, and the coach said that if the boy came around the next day, he could carry on shooting practice. "You promise?" the boy asked. Sune held out his hand and said, "I promise. And you have to keep your promises, don't you?" The boy shook his hand and nodded. Then the old man sat down on a bench with the boy and taught him how to tell time, so he could count the minutes until tomorrow. Sometimes it doesn't take anything at all for us to start loving something, just time. Young Peter Anderson dreamed about the same thing every night for several years, the sound of a puck leaving a stick and flying into the side of a house. Bang! Benji Ovich's mother hardly ever talks about his father, but on the rare occasions when it does happen, she always closes her eyes and whispers, "Some people are just like that. If there isn't a war, they start one." Benji has been told that he resembles him, his father, but he doesn't know how. Maybe more inside than out. He knows his dad was in pain, so much pain that one day he couldn't bear it any longer. Hunters in these parts never use the word suicide. They just say, "Alan took his rifle and went into the woods." Benji has always wondered if he had been planning it for a long time, or if he just suddenly did it. He wonders the same thing when he sees pictures of lonely men who have done terrible things on the news. Why that day in particular? Why not another day? Did you make a choice, or did it just happen? Benji knows that grief and anger can reprogram a brain like chemicals and drugs do. Maybe there's a time bomb inside some people's heads the whole time, just waiting for a switch to be thrown. Maybe his mom's right. Some people are just the sort who start wars. From the tree he sees Maya and Anna come through the forest. He will never be able to explain what happened to him then. It was just an instinct being awakened. Something gets switched off, something else gets switched on. He climbs down and picks his backpack off the ground, takes something from it, and holds it in his hand as he starts to move through the trees, stalking them. Maya and Anna are walking aimlessly through the forest, slower and slower the farther they get. They're not talking. They already know everything each other might want to say anyway. They've always known that Beartown isn't an easy place to grow up in if you're different, and one of the worst things about becoming an adult is starting to realize that perhaps nowhere is. There are bastards everywhere. The two young women have never really had much in common, the princess and the child of nature, the musician and the hunter. The first time they met was when Anna pulled Maya out of a hole in the ice when they were children. Maya had only just moved here at the time, and Anna had never had a friend, so they had saved each other's lives. Anna used to tease Maya for never being able to walk quietly in the forest, saying she moved like an elk in high heels. Maya used to joke that Anna was the way she was because Anna's mom had had an affair with a squirrel. She stopped saying that when Anna's mom moved away. In return, Anna stopped teasing Maya about being dependent on decent Wi-Fi. For a few years they were equals, but teenage years always changed the balance of power in friendships between girls. When they started high school, Anna's knowledge of how to survive in the forest wasn't worth anything, whereas Maya knew how to survive in the school corridors. But this summer? They're not safe anywhere now. Anna is walking ahead, and Maya is following, looking at her hair. She often thinks that Anna is simultaneously the strongest and weakest person she knows. Anna's dad is drinking again. It's no one's fault. That's just the way it is. Maya wishes she could take the pain away from Anna, but she can no more do that than Anna can take the rope away from Maya. They're falling into different chasms. Maya has her nightmares, and Anna has her own reasons for not being able to sleep. She sleeps with the dogs on the nights her dad comes home late and rages about in the kitchen like a monster made up of sorrow and unspoken words. The dogs lie in a protective circle around Anna without her asking them. Beloved creatures. Her dad has never, not so much as once, raised his hand against his daughter. But she's still frightened of him when he's been drinking. Men don't know their own weight. They don't understand the physical terror they can instill in another person simply by tumbling through a door. They're hurricanes tearing through a forest of saplings as they get up drunkenly from the kitchen table and stumble from room to room without being aware of what they're trampling on. The next morning, they don't remember anything. The empty bottles have been cleared away and the glasses washed in secret, and the house is silent. No one says anything. They must never see the destruction they've left behind them in their children. Anna stops and turns around. Maya looks at her and smiles weakly. God, I love you so much, she thinks. And Anna knows. So she asks, forced to have an operation to have a pig's snout, or one to have a pig's ass? Maya laughs loudly. This is their game, has been ever since they were little. Either or. Snout. That curly tail would be way too lumpy to sit on when I'm playing guitar. You're so stupid. I'm stupid. Do you even hear the stuff that comes out of your mouth? Anna snorts. She looks off through the trees. Okay, how about this one? Be unhappy and live for 100 years, or be happy for a single year and then die. Maya thinks in silence. She never gets to answer. By the time she reacts, Anna has already spun around, staring at the trees. She should have noticed sooner, but Anna is used only to tracking and hunting, not to being stalked. A quiet cracking sound, dry branches snapping under a solid weight. They're far away from the town. This is a dangerous place to encounter an animal. And those branches weren't broken by an animal. The rink in Beartown is closed and dark when Peter gets there. He doesn't switch the lights on. There are yellowing sheets of paper on the walls, and he knows what they say without needing any light. Small words written in a loud voice. Team before individual. Farther away. The only time we're not moving forward is when we're taking aim. Above that. Dream, fight, win. And nearest the door, in his own handwriting. We stand tall when we win. We stand tall when we lose. We stand tall no matter what. People with logical minds might think notes like that are silly. But you don't get to be best at a sport by being logical. You have to be a dreamer. When Peter was in primary school, a teacher asked the pupils what they wanted to be when they grew up. Peter said, "A pro in the NHL." He can still remember the way the whole class laughed, and he spent his whole life proving them wrong. People with logical minds realize it's impossible for a small boy from little Beartown to play with the best in the world, but dreamers work differently. The only problem is that you're never finished. You can never prove enough. The people laughing just move the boundaries. There's a clock on the wall of the changing room. It's stopped. No one will bother to change the battery. It takes time to learn to love something, but much less to kill it. A single moment will do. Sports is merciless. A big star becomes a has-been during a 10-second walk from the ice to the locker room. A club that has survived more than half a century is condemned to collapse during a few good minutes in a council building. Peter wonders if they'll demolish the rink now, build their conference hotel or some other crap the people with money and power dream about. They never love anything, they just own things. For them, this is nothing more than bricks and mortar. He goes up into the stands, stops in the narrow corridor outside the offices on the upper floor. How many of his lives are in this building? What are they worth now? There are framed photographs on the wall from the club's biggest moments. The founding of the club in 1951, the magical season 20 years ago when the A-team became the second best in the country, and then the junior team that took silver this spring. A lot of the pictures are of Peter. In one furious movement, he sweeps them all off the wall. He starts at one end of the corridor and pulls every frame off every hook. Glass shatters across the floor, but Peter is already walking away. The rink is still in darkness when he slams the outside door. The stranger sits in the darkness in the stands and watches Peter leave. As he starts up his car out in the parking lot, the stranger goes up to the offices and looks at the destruction. Sees the old photographs of Peter among the shattered glass, along with more recent pictures of the junior team. 2 players are in almost every picture. The stranger pushes the glass aside with a sturdy boot and bends over an older photograph of the same boys, long before they became the entire town's big stars. An awards ceremony when there may be 10 or 11, arms around each other like brothers, their numbers and surnames on their backs, 9 Erdal and 16 Ovich. Best friends, a sport they loved, and a team they'd given their lives for. What's a young man capable of if you take all that away from him at the same time? The stranger carefully draws a circle on the pad, around the name Benjamin Ovich, then walks back down the stand and out of the rink, lights a fresh cigar. It's warm and there's no wind, but the stranger still cups the flame, as if a storm were brewing. Anna and Maya hear their hearts pounding as they turn around and see Benji walking between the trees. Not long ago, a boy who loved his hockey team and his best friend, now a grown man with eyes in which the pupils have drowned. One fist is clenched, the other is clutching a hammer. Ask anyone in Beartown, and they'll tell you that that boy has always been a ticking time bomb. 7. Start by eating lunch. There's an old saying in Head. Tell a stranger you hate Beartown, and you'll have a friend for life. The smallest child in Head is quick to learn that it's important for Head hockey to do well, but that it's even more important that things go really badly for Beartown. Partly in jest, obviously. The stands are full of screamed threats about hating and killing each other, but of course they aren't serious. Until all of a sudden they are. When we describe how the violence between the two towns started, most of us will no longer remember what came first. The burning flags that 12-year-old Leo filmed and posted online, or another video clip that someone over in Head posted almost simultaneously. Because nothing travels faster than a good story, and obviously no one who has grown up in Head loving a red team and hating a green one can conceal his schadenfreude when the council, money, and power all pick a side. So one member of Head's fan club stops a councillor on her way home from work and films himself asking, "Okay, so what's everyone in Beartown who likes hockey supposed to do now?" The politician, a nervous middle-aged woman, doesn't appear to know what to say, unless she knows exactly. Because she replies, "They can start supporting Head, can't they?" That night she is woken by a loud bang. When she walks out of her front door the next morning, there's an axe sticking out of the hood of her car. When she walks to the bus stop, a car drives past containing 2 men in black jackets. They don't need to look at her. She knows she's being watched anyway. The Bearskin pub is where it's always been, in the middle of Beartown. It's the sort of pub that used to smell better when smoking was permitted indoors. Its owner, Ramona, has a face that resembles the floorboards. Life has left its mark on her like the chairs being dragged back and forth too many times over the years, as well as all the cigarettes that earned her the nickname the Marlboro Mom from the young men who have made the Bearskin their second home, and sometimes their first. Ramona is past retirement age, but no one who values the shape of his nose mentions the fact out loud. She's pouring herself a late breakfast in a tall glass when a stranger walks in. Ramona raises a surprised eyebrow. "Yes?" The stranger looks around at the empty bar, uncomprehendingly. "Sorry?" "Can I help you?" Ramona asks suspiciously. The stranger has unkempt hair, jeans, a tracksuit top, and thick socks, in the sort of heavy boots you wear if you regard temperatures above freezing as unnatural. "This is a bar, isn't it?" Ramona's lips curl warily. "Yeah." "Does it come as a surprise for the bar to have a customer?" "Depends on the customer." The stranger seems to agree that this is a valid observation. "I've got some questions." "Then you've come to the wrong town." The door behind the stranger opens. 2 young men walk in. They're wearing black jackets. Anna and Maya can feel their heartbeats pulsing in their necks. They haven't considered Benji an enemy. He was one of the few who stayed in Beartown when Kevin and all the others went off to Head hockey. But if Anna and Maya have learned anything, it's that loyalty around here can switch in an instant, and that they can never trust that a man won't try to hurt them. But Benji stops a few yards away, with the hammer swinging gently in his hand. He seems to be waiting for them to react. He's always been muscular, but this summer has given his body something else, an aura of cruelty. Anna didn't bring her rifle with her. She regrets that now. She's seen Benji play hockey. She knows that what makes him better and more dangerous than the others is that he's unpredictable. On the occasions when it has gone wrong and he hurt someone, no one ever saw it coming in advance. But his upper body is barely moving now. When he finally opens his lips, the words come quietly and jerkily from a larynx that sounds as though it hasn't been used in weeks. He drops the hammer in front of Anna's feet with a dull thud and says, "You'll need this. I've got something for you." It will take a long time for the young women to realize that he had the hammer with him because he knew Anna and Maya would need to be armed before they dared go with him. It can be an unbearable sorrow for someone to know that he's regarded as such a wild animal in other people's eyes. The men in black jackets stop inside the door, accustomed to their presence alone being enough to suddenly remind a stranger that he's left his clothes in a machine at the laundromat, or has to give blood at a medical centre 300 or 400 miles away. Over the next few months, the stranger will realize that there are plenty of stories about the people who usually drink in the bearskin, just not many people who are prepared to tell them. They have no symbols, no website. When it's game day in Beartown, there's no way to tell them apart from other men on their way to the rink. But the stranger will learn that the pack makes sure that no one runs their hockey club without their blessing or curse, and you don't notice how many of them there are until they've become your enemies. The stranger seems either too smart or too crazy to care. "Are you a journalist?" Ramona asks. She isn't sure if the stranger simply chooses to ignore her aggressive tone or has some sort of condition that prevents it registering. So she adds, "We've had a few journalists here before you with questions, and they always go home with them unanswered, but they usually end up getting better home insurance." The direct threat seems to fly straight over the stranger's untidy hair, who calmly spins around on the bar stool and looks at the decor, the walls covered with photographs and pennants and jerseys. "I don't suppose you serve lunch here?" The men by the door don't know if this is a veiled insult or a polite question, but Ramona suddenly starts to laugh. She makes a slight gesture, and the men disappear through the door. "You're no journalist," she declares to the stranger with her head slightly tilted. Then her tone shifts quickly to one of displeasure again. "So what the hell are you doing in Beartown?" The stranger's hands settle neatly on the bar. "I thought I might start by eating lunch." Kira calls Peter again, but gets no answer. Seriously? She's had a feeling that something like this would happen, that the council would find a way to turn against Peter. He's a romantic, but Kira's a lawyer, and she figured out a while back that the easiest way for the council to bury the scandal would be to bury the club. The whole of the Anderson family, Peter and Maya and Leo and she herself, agreed at the start of the summer that they were going to stay in Beartown. Stay and fight. But she is no longer feeling so sure. How can you stay in a place that keeps trying to reject you like a hostile virus? And if Peter doesn't even have a club here anymore, what have they got left? Her colleague is back, sitting quietly on the other side of the desk, but of course Kira can remember all the things she's said about Peter. "He's an addict, Kira. You might think addicts always drink or take drugs or gamble on the horses, but your husband hasn't got a problem with alcohol or gambling. He's got a problem with competitiveness. He can't stop trying to win. He can't live without that rush." How many times has Kira lain awake wondering if that's true? She calls again, again, again. Eventually, Peter answers. Angry, even if that isn't audible in his voice, only to her. The tiniest little change in the way he says her name. She whispers, "I've been trying to call, darling. I heard what happened." He doesn't reply. So she asks, "Where are you?" And then it comes. "In the office, Kira. I'm in a meeting. Let's talk later." She can hear from the noises in the background that he's in the car. He always used to do that when he lost games as a player, get into the car and drive for hours. He never used violence against anyone else, only himself. So he would drive out into the darkness without considering that there was someone sitting at home waiting for him, someone who was terrified that this would be the evening when the phone rang and it wasn't his voice at the other end, that a police officer's voice would ask, Are you Peter Anderson's wife?" And she would hear the voice take a deep, sympathetic breath when she whispered, "Yes." "I don't know what to say, darling. I'm so very sorry," Kira says now. "There's nothing to say," he replies bluntly. She hears the background noise, wonders how fast he's driving. "We need to talk about it. There's nothing to say. They won. They wanted to kill the club, and they found a way to win." She takes a cautious breath, the way she always does, as if she's done something wrong. Maybe... I know it feels like the end of the world right now, but..." "Don't start, Kira." "What do you mean, don't start?" "You know what I mean." "I'm just saying that this could finally be a chance for us to talk about doing something else." How many times has she asked him that? When does hockey stop? How many times has he said, "Next year"? Next year he'll cut back. Next year he'll work less. Next year it will be her turn to really focus on her career. She's been waiting 20 years for next year. But something always happens that makes him indispensable. A crisis that makes him essential, and her selfish for demanding something so unreasonable as normal office hours, as his actually coming home. He flares up now. It probably isn't intentional. "What am I supposed to do, Kira? Become a house husband or what?" So she gets defensive. That probably isn't intentional either. "Stop taking your frustration out on me. I'm just saying that perhaps there's what, Kira? This club is my whole life." Peter can hear nothing but the sound of her breathing. She bites her cheek to stop herself screaming. He tries to calm down and apologize, but is suffocated by everything else he's feeling, and the only thing that comes out is, "You know what I mean." How many years has she given it? They moved to Canada for his hockey career. They moved to Beartown for his hockey career. How many times has she thought that he, of all people, ought to understand her? All hockey players are driven by the need to find out how good they can become, but the same thing applies to lawyers. After they moved to Beartown, she drank too much wine one evening and blurted out the truth. "Living here basically means accepting never reaching your full potential." Peter thought she was talking about him, so he felt hurt. He felt hurt. "You know what I mean," he repeats now. And yes, she knows exactly. And that's the problem. Hockey is his whole life, so she hangs up. Her colleague only just has time to duck before the phone hits the wall. The stranger lays a creased sheet of paper on the bar, a list of names. "Do you know these people?" The old bar owner looks at the list without touching it. "Today's lunch is meat, potatoes and sauce. When you're finished, you're welcome to leave in any direction of your own choosing." The stranger's nose wrinkles. "Do you have a vegetarian option?" Ramona swears and disappears into the kitchen. A microwave oven pings. She comes back and carelessly puts a plate down on the counter. Meat, potatoes and sauce. "I'm vegan," the stranger says, as if it were perfectly natural and not something a normal person should ever have to apologize for. "You what?" Ramona grunts. "Vegan." "In that case, we got potatoes and sauce," Ramona says. She picks up a knife and starts pulling the pieces of meat off and putting them down directly on the counter, like an irritated mother. The stranger watches this process, then asks, "Is there cream in the sauce?" Ramona finishes her beer, swears again, snatches up the plate, and vanishes into the kitchen again. She returns with a different plate, one that contains nothing but potatoes. The stranger gives an unperturbed nod and starts to eat. Ramona looks on irritably for a while before putting a glass of beer down next to the plate. "On the house. You need to get some sort of nourishment inside you." "I don't drink alcohol," the stranger says. "Nor do I. I've given up," Ramona says, pouring herself another beer and hissing defensively. "This? Not even 5% alcohol. It's practically milk." The stranger appears to ponder asking Ramona what sort of cows she gets her milk from, but decides not to. Ramona pours 2 shots of whiskey and downs one of them. The stranger doesn't touch the other glass. "It's not for the alcohol. It's good for the digestion," Ramona declares. When the stranger still doesn't touch it, Ramona downs that one too. Twice as good for the digestion. The stranger glances at the pennants and jerseys on the walls. Have you always been this fond of hockey in this town? Ramona snorts. We're not fond of hockey here. People in the big cities with their bloody popcorn and VIP boxes, they're fond of hockey. Then the next day they're fond of something else. This isn't a big city. The stranger doesn't react. That frustrates Ramona, because she's usually better at reading people. The stranger finishes eating and stands up, puts some money on the counter, tucks the list of names away in a pocket, and is halfway out of the door when Ramona bellows, Why are there only men on that list? The stranger turns around. Sorry? If you've come to Beartown to ask about hockey, why have you only got men on that list of yours? I haven't. You were on the list as well. The door opens and closes. The stranger pushes past the men in black jackets outside. Ramona stays where she is, confused. It's not a feeling she's used to, and certainly not one she likes. 8. When a relationship breaks down. When he was younger, Benji was always running away from home once the trees had turned green, and he would walk for hours before climbing up into one of them. If the wind was coming from the town, he would scream as loudly as he could, roaring out everything that hurt. If the wind was coming from the other direction, he would sit still until it numbed his cheeks so much that he could no longer feel the tears. It was his 3 older sisters who taught him to hunt, not because they wanted to, but when their mom was working, the boy clearly couldn't be left alone at home without causing all sorts of chaos. The only reliable thing about Benji has always been that he's unreliable. But to everyone's surprise, nature managed to get through to him where people failed. When someone learns to be in the forest as a child, it's like gaining an extra language. The air talks here, and Benji understands. It's mournful and wild. His sisters were taught to hunt by their father, and Benji hated them for that, for being able to remember him. So when he met Kevin, it was the first time he had anything in his life that was his and his alone. In the summer, they would disappear to their secret place, a small, overgrown island in a lake that not even the hunters went to. The boys could be themselves there. They swam naked and let themselves dry in the sun on the rocks. They fished for their supper and slept under the stars, sometimes not saying a word to each other for several days. The first summer they spent 24 hours there, but by the time they were teenagers, that had stretched to weeks, every moment until hockey training started again. During the first years of their friendship, Benji still wet the bed when he dreamed about his father, but never on the island. Once he'd rowed out and knocked a stake between the rocks and made the boat fast, the dreams couldn't reach him there. Kevin meant everything to Benji. The best friends of our childhoods are the loves of our lives, and they break our hearts in worse ways. Benji leads Anna and Maya to the tangled, overgrown shore. There's no jetty in the lake, but he pulls out a rowboat hidden under the bushes and throws his backpack into it. Then he dives into the water and swims. At first, the girls don't understand what they're rowing toward. There are just some overgrown rocks in the middle of the lake, a few low trees, and from the water it doesn't even look possible to go ashore. But Benji appears behind some big rocks and pulls the boat toward the island, with water dripping from his arms, and his bare feet pressed hard against the ground. Anna finds some metal stakes in the backpack and uses the hammer Benji gave her to knock them into a crevice in the rocks and ties the boat fast. Maya gets out after her, and only then do the girls realize what they're looking at. In the middle of the little island is a cleared rectangle in the grass, impossible to see from anywhere on the water, just large enough for a 2-man tent. It's a good place to hide, Benji mumbles quietly, looking down at the ground. Why are you showing it to us? Maya asks. I don't need it anymore, he says. He's lying, she can see that. For a fleeting moment he looks as though he's about to admit it, but instead he points, almost shyly, and adds, If you swim over there, you can't be seen from the forest. Maya and Anna don't ask who he used to share the island with. It's theirs now. The best thing about nature is that it isn't nostalgic. Rocks and trees don't give a damn about their previous owners. Benji walks toward the water, but just before he jumps from the rocks, Maya calls after him. Hey! He turns around. Her voice breaks. I hope you're one of the people who gets a happy ending, Benji. The young man nods quickly and turns away before she has a chance to realize how much that means to him. The young women stay on the island as he dives into the lake and swims away. Anna follows his arms as they break the water, peering at the taut body as it climbs up into the forest on the other side, mournful and wild. She bites her bottom lip happily. When Maya shoots her an accusing glare, Anna snaps. What? I was just thinking. He didn't have to go off right away, did he? I mean, he's welcome to watch while I go for a swim. Maya taps her temple. You've got serious mental problems. What? Did you see his arms? All I'm saying is that he's welcome to watch when... Thanks, that's enough. If you keep going on about it, you can't stay on my island. What? So now it's your island all of a sudden? Maya bursts out laughing. Her best friend is the craziest, smartest person she knows, and in her own screwed-up way, Anna is struggling to get everything back to normal again. Boys, sex, life, the world. She starts where she always does when it comes to survival, with humour. They stay on the island almost all summer. Anna makes sporadic trips home to fetch supplies, but mainly to clear away the empty bottles from her dad's kitchen. She always comes back before it gets dark, and she always makes sure that Maya has enough to eat. One morning, Maya wakes up to find her friend standing naked at the edge of the water, swearing as she tries to catch fish with her bare hands, because she's seen some idiot in a survival program on TV do it. From then on, Maya refuses to call her anything but Gollum. In return, Anna watches Maya the first time she takes her clothes off and, noting the tan line made by her t-shirt and shorts, says, You're going to make a great dad someday. You've already got every dad's beach holiday t-shirt tan. They spend one last summer singing loudly and dancing badly, sleeping without nightmares beneath the starry sky. Maya plays her guitar, calm and free. She doesn't know it yet, but in 10 years' time, one of the songs she writes here will be the first thing she plays at every concert when she goes on tour. She will have tattoos on both arms then, a guitar and a rifle, and will dedicate the song to her best friend. Its title is The Island. Benji is running alone in another part of the forest. He finds new hiding places. He's had a lot of practice over the years. He's become a man who doesn't take anything for granted. Only children think certain things are self-evident. Always having a best friend, for instance. Being allowed to be who we are. Being able to love who we want. Nothing is self-evident to Benji anymore. He just runs deeper into the forest until his brain is gasping for oxygen and he can no longer feel anything. Then he climbs up into a tree and waits for the wind. You have to keep your promises. That's one of the first things children learn when they start to talk. When Maya was little, she made her dad promise that she could be an astronaut, and Peter promised, because that's what parents do. He promised everything else as well, that no one would ever hurt her, that everything would be all right, even though it isn't true. After everything that happened in the spring, Peter asked his daughter if she wanted to move away from Beartown. She said, No, because this is my town too. He asked what he could do for her, and she said, Build a better club for everyone. So he promised. He's never been good with words, never been the kind of dad who could tell his kids and his wife how much he loves them. He's always hoped that just showing them he did would be enough. But how can he show them anything now, beyond the fact that he's a loser? He pulls up at a pedestrian crossing. A young father is crossing the road with his daughter, 8 or 9 years old. The father is holding her hand, and the girl is making it very plain that she thinks she's way too old for that. Peter has to stop himself getting out of the car and shouting at the father to never let go. Never let go! Never! When Peter and Kira had their first child, Isak, Kira said to him, "This is what we are now. Everything else comes after this. First and foremost, we're parents." Peter already knew, of course. All parents know. It's not a voluntary process, it's an emotional assault. You become someone else's property the first time you hear your child cry. You belong to that little person now, before everything else. So when something happens to your child, it never stops being your fault. Peter feels like leaping out of the car and shouting at that father, "Never let her out of your sight! Never trust anyone! And don't let her go to that party!" When Isak died, people asked, "How does anyone get over that?" Peter's only response is that you don't. You just carry on living. Some of your emotional register switches to autopilot, but now he doesn't know. He just knows that when something happens to your child, it doesn't make any difference whose fault it is, because it never stops being your fault regardless. Why weren't you there? Why didn't you kill him? Why weren't you enough? Peter wants to shout at the dad crossing the road, "Never let go, because those bastards will take your whole lives away from you." Instead, he just cries quietly, his fingernails embedded in the steering wheel. The island. It was summer, and the island was ours. We had had winter for 1,000 years. You were broken, I was cracked. You hung the rope, I tied the knot. How many times did we have time to die before we turned 16? How many songs about saying goodbye that only you know what they mean? But this was summer, and the island was ours, and you were mine for 1,000 years. Kira used to fall asleep on the sofa when Peter got home late. An unopened bottle of wine and 2 glasses on the table, a silent little dart of guilty conscience to remind him that she'd been waiting for him. That his not coming home actually hurt someone. He used to pick her up gently and carry her to bed, then fall asleep, breathing hard against her back. A long marriage consists of such small things that when they get lost, we don't even know where to start looking for them. The way she usually touches him, as if she didn't mean to when he's washing up and she's making coffee, and her little finger overlaps his when they put their hands down on the kitchen counter together. His lips brush her hair fleetingly as he passes her at the kitchen table, the two of them looking different ways. Two people who have loved each other for long enough eventually seem to stop touching each other consciously. It becomes something instinctive. When they meet between the hall and kitchen, their bodies somehow find each other. When they walk through a door, her hand ends up in his as if by accident. Tiny collisions, every day, all the time. Impossible to construct. So when they disappear, no one knows why, but suddenly 2 people are living parallel lives instead of together. One morning, they don't make eye contact. Their fingers land a few inches further apart along the counter. They pass each other in the hallway. They no longer bump into each other. It's past midnight by the time Peter opens the front door. Kira knows he's hoping she's asleep, so she pretends to be. The wine bottle on the table is empty. There's only 1 glass beside it. He doesn't carry her to bed, just covers her clumsily with a blanket where she lies on the sofa. He stands there for a few moments. Perhaps he's waiting for her to stop pretending. But when she opens her eyes, he's in the bathroom. He locks the door, stares down at the floor. She lies on the sofa, stares at the ceiling. They don't know if they have anything to say to each other anymore. Everything has a breaking point, and even though people always say that a joy shared is a joy doubled, we seem to insist on believing that the opposite is true of sorrow. Perhaps that isn't actually the case. 2 drowning people with lead weights around their ankles may not be each other's salvation. If they hold hands, they'll just sink twice as fast. In the end, the weight of carrying each other's broken hearts becomes unbearable. They sleep out of reach of each other's fingertips, with no lips against hair, no breath against back. And night after night, a single question slowly takes root inside both of their heads. Is this how it starts? When a relationship breaks down? 9. He's going to need someone to fight tonight. Everyone who loves sports knows that a game isn't decided only by what happens, but just as much by what doesn't. The shot that hits the post, the bad call by the referee, the pass that didn't quite connect. Every discussion about sports dissolves sooner or later into 1,000 ifs and 10,000 if only that happens. Some people's lives get stuck the same way, year after year, passing by with the same story being repeated to strangers at an ever more deserted bar counter. A doomed relationship, a dishonest business partner, an unfair dismissal, ungrateful kids, an accident, a divorce. One single reason why everything went to hell. When it comes down to it, everyone has something to say about the life he should have had instead of this one. Cities and towns work the same way. So if you want to understand their biggest stories, first you have to listen to the smaller ones. The council building is left almost empty after midsummer, as the politicians take their holidays or spend time at their regular jobs. If you want to understand how the local councillors run, that's where you have to start. Politics here is a part-time occupation, and the salary of just a few thousand kroner a month makes it almost an act of charity when seen in relation to the numbers of hours worked. So most councillors are employed elsewhere or have their own businesses, meaning that they have customers and suppliers and bosses and colleagues. Naturally, this makes it difficult to claim to be truly independent, but no man is an island, especially not this deep into the forest. One single councillor goes on working 18 hours a day in the council building throughout the summer, and he doesn't owe anything to anyone around here. His name is Richard Theo, and he sits in his office in a black suit, making a stream of phone calls. He is hated by some and feared by many, and soon he will change the direction of one hockey club and 2 towns. Several days of rain follow, and Beartown becomes a different place. The town isn't as used to this sort of precipitation as it is to snow. People stay indoors, quieter and more irritable than usual. The jeep drives through the mud up into the forest, and the stranger stops outside a small garage beside a shabby-looking house. Cars are parked on the grass, waiting to be repaired. One of them is difficult to avoid. It has an axe sticking out of the hood. The stranger sees an 18-year-old youth with fists the size of piglets jump up onto the chassis and pull the axe out of the metal, his shoulders so tense that his neck seems to retract into his guts. A gruff-looking man in his 40s, so similar to the young man that there's no way the postman would ever have to take a paternity test, walks over to the jeep and taps on the window. "Tyres?" he grunts. The stranger winds the window down and repeats uncomprehendingly, "Tyres?" The man kicks the front wheel. "They're worn smooth. This one's got grooves no deeper than an old LP, so I assume that's why you're here." "Okay," the stranger says. "Okay? Do you want new tyres or not?" The man wonders. "Okay," the stranger says, and shrugs as if the man was asking about ketchup on a burger. The man grunts something inaudible and yells, "Bobo! Have you got tyres for this one?" The stranger obviously isn't here to get the tyres changed, but to assess the quality of a defensive player. But if that's going to require a change of tyres, then so be it. So the stranger watches the 18-year-old, Bobo, whose efforts pulling the axe from the car hood remind the stranger of a cut-price King Arthur. He disappears into the workshop, where there are no pictures of scantily clad women in the walls, from which the stranger concludes that there's a woman in the house whom the father and son are unwilling to cross. There are, however, pictures of ice hockey teams, new and old alike. The stranger nods to them, then at Bobo when he comes back with a tyre under each arm and asks the father, "That lad of yours, is he any good as a player?" The father suddenly lights up with the sort of pride you only have if you've been a defenceman yourself. "Bobo? Yes, toughest defenceman in town." His choice of the word toughest doesn't surprise the stranger, because both father and son give the distinct impression of being the sort of men who can skate in only one direction. The father holds out a grease-stained hand, and the stranger shakes it with the enthusiasm of someone invited to take hold of a snake. "People call me Hog," the father grins. "Zacco," the stranger says. The stranger leaves the workshop with an improved set of second-hand tyres for a little more than the going rate, and a scrap of paper. Bobo, if he can learn to skate. The sheet of paper isn't just a list, it's a team sheet. Amat runs alone along the road with his shirt black with sweat until his eyes are streaming and his brain is empty of all thought. He's one of the brightest hockey talents this town has ever seen, but no one realized it until this spring. He lives with his mom in one of the cheapest apartment blocks at the far end of the hollow in the north of Beartown. He's always played with second-hand equipment, and he's been told he's too small, but no one is faster on skates than he is. "Killed 'em!" his best friends usually say instead of "good luck." His speed is his weapon. Hockey is the sport of bears around here, but Amat taught himself to play it like a lion. The sport became his way into the community, and he thought it could be his ticket out as well. His mother works as a cleaner in the ice rink in the winter and in the hospital during the summer, but one day Amat hopes to turn professional and take her away from here. Back in the spring he got his chance with the junior team. He grabbed it. He showed everyone in town that he was a winner, and the path to his dreams lay open. It was the best day and the worst night of his life. After the game, he was invited to a party that Maya Anderson was also going to, and the only thing Amat had ever dreamed of more than playing was being allowed to kiss her. He was drunk, but even so, he will never forget every detail of how he stumbled through room after room of drunk and high teenagers singing and laughing, went upstairs, and heard Maya calling for help. Amat opened a door and saw the rape. When Kevin realized what Amat had seen, he and William Leet and some of the other boys in the junior team offered Amat everything the boy had dreamed of: a place on the junior team, star status, a career, in exchange for keeping his mouth shut. Kevin's father gave him money and promised to get his mother a better job. If anyone condemns Amat for giving the offer serious consideration, that person has lived a life where morality is easy. It never is. Morality is a luxury. Kevin's parents and the club's sponsors called a meeting and tried to force Maya's father out of the club. In the end, Amat went to the meeting, stood up at the front, and told everyone what he had seen Kevin do. Peter Anderson won the vote of confidence and kept his job. And then what? Amat is running faster now, his feet hurt more, because what the hell happened next? Kevin was never punished. Maya never got justice, and Amat left that meeting with hundreds of enemies. Leet and his friends found him and beat him up, and if Bobo hadn't changed sides at the last minute and defended Amat, they would have killed him. Neither Amat nor Bobo is welcome at Hid Hockey Club now. Amat is a snitch and Bobo a traitor. And Beartown ice hockey? Soon it won't exist anymore. Amat is on his way to becoming one of those people who sits at a bar counter in 30 years' time with a story full of ifs and if only that hadn'ts. He's seen them in the rink, shabby men with 3 days' worth of stubble and 4 days' worth of hangover, whose lives peaked while they were still teenagers. Amat could have turned professional. His life could have changed. But instead, he's on his way to becoming a has-been at the age of 16. His gaze is focused inward. He doesn't even notice the jeep behind him. When it passes him, he doesn't know it was 50 yards behind him for several minutes, so that the stranger could make a note of how far he is from Beartown and how fast he's running. The stranger writes, Amat, if his heart is as big as his lungs. Benji is sitting with his back against his father's headstone. His body is full of moonshine and grass, and the combination acts as a circuit breaker. He's closing down. Can't bear it otherwise. He has 3 older sisters, and you can tell the difference between them if you mention his name. Gabby has young children. She reads them bedtime stories, goes to bed early on Friday nights, and still watches TV programs on TV instead of a computer. Katya is a bartender at the barn in Hid. She spends her Friday nights pouring beer and shepherding 300-pound drunks through the door when they decide to try to relieve other 300-pound drunks of their front teeth. Adri is the eldest. She lives alone at her boarding kennels outside Beartown. She hunts and fishes and likes people who keep their mouths shut. So if you say Benji, Gabby will exclaim anxiously, "Has something happened to him?" Katya will sigh and wonder, "What's he done now?" But Adri will force you up against a wall and demand, "What the hell do you want with my brother?" Gabby worries, Katya solves problems, Adri protects. That's been the division of responsibilities since their father took his rifle and went out into the forest. They know they can't teach a heart like Benji's, but they might be able to tame it. So when he lives like a nomad, staying sometimes at his mother's, sometimes out in the forest, sometimes with one of his sisters, they fall into their old roles. If he's at Gabby's, she still gets up at night to check that he's breathing, even though he's 18 years old. When he sees Katya, she still spoils him, lets him get away with way too much shit, because she doesn't want him to stop coming to her with his problems. And when he's staying out at the kennels with Adri, she sleeps with the key to the gun cabinet under her pillow, to make sure her little brother doesn't do the same thing as their father. There have always been adults in this town who have thought that Benji is a rebel. His sisters know that the exact opposite is true. He became precisely the person everyone wanted him to be, because a young boy carrying a huge secret soon learns that sometimes the best place to hide it is where everyone can see you. As a child, Benji was the first person to recognize that Kevin could be a star. In Beartown, players like that are called cherry trees. So Benji saw to it that Kevin got enough space on the ice to blossom. Benji could give and take so much rough treatment that men in the stands used to say, "Now there's a real hockey player. This isn't a sport for fags and weaklings, it's for guys like Benji." The more he fought, the better they thought they knew him, until he became the person they wanted him to be. He's 18 now. He gets up and leans on the headstone, kisses his father's name. Then he takes a step back, clenches his fist as tightly as he can, and punches the same place with full force. Blood drips from his knuckles as he makes his way through the forest toward Hit. Tomorrow would have been Alan Ovich's birthday, and this is the first time that Benji is celebrating it without Kevin. He's going to need someone to fight tonight. He never sees the jeep. It's standing parked beneath a tree. The stranger walks through the rain to the grave, looks at the name engraved in the stone. Back in the jeep, a pen scratches on a sheet of paper. Ovich, if he still wants to play. Benji, Amat, Bobo. Inside every large story there are always plenty of small ones. While 3 young men in Beartown thought they were in the process of losing their club, a stranger was already constructing a team with them. Richard Theo, the politician, is alone in the council building when evening falls. He looks younger than his 40 years, a genetic quirk he used to hate when he inspected his impassively hairless testicles as he waited for the onset of puberty, but from which he is now reaping the rewards as his contemporaries pluck grey hairs from their beards and curse the law of gravity every time they pee. Theo was wearing a suit. At best, his colleagues wear jeans and a jacket, so he's used to being mocked for looking like a government minister even though he's just a nobody from the provinces. It doesn't bother him. He doesn't dress for the job he's got, but for the one he wants. He grew up in Beartown, but was never one of the popular kids, never played hockey. He went abroad to study, and no one noticed he was gone. He worked in a bank in London and was gone for years before he suddenly came home with expensive suits and political ambitions. He joined the smallest political party in the area. It isn't the smallest anymore. Not long ago, Theo was the sort of face that former classmates would see in old-school photographs and not remember his name. But that changed when the local paper shone a negative light on his politics. But how they learned his name is unimportant to Theo. As long as they know it, opinions can be changed. He wasn't at the meeting where Peter was informed of the fate of Beartown Ice Hockey Club, because Richard Theo isn't part of the establishment. All councils have a political elite that you either belong to or you don't, and the establishment here has chosen to freeze Theo out. Naturally, they claim it's because of his politics, but he's convinced that the real reason is that they fear him. He can get the people on his side. They call him a populist, but the only difference between him and the other parties is that he doesn't need flags. They have their offices on the top floor of the council building and play golf with business leaders, whereas Richard Theo has his office on the ground floor. He collects his information from people who have lost their jobs rather than from the people firing them, from the people who are angry instead of the ones who are happy, so he doesn't need flags to tell him which way the wind is blowing. While all the other politicians are running in the same direction, men like Richard Theo go the other way, and sometimes that's how they win. There's a knock on his office door. It's late. No one has seen the stranger arrive. "There you are at last. Well, have you finished thinking about it? Are you going to take the job?" Richard Theo asks without further ado. The stranger stands in the doorway with a pocket containing the sheet of paper with the names of the team players on it. But Zachel's reply is so apathetic that it's hard to tell if it's because of a lack of enthusiasm about the job or life in general. "When you called me, you offered me the job of coach of Beartown Ice Hockey's A-team, but the club's going into receivership. And even if it weren't, it already has a coach. And even if it didn't, you're still a politician rather than the club's general manager, so unless I've seriously misunderstood the democratic process, you can't offer me a job as a coach any more than you can offer me a unicorn." "Yet you're still here," Richard Theo says simply. "I happen to be very fond of unicorns," Zachel confesses, in a way that makes it impossible to tell if the remark is supposed to be funny or not. Theo tilts his head to one side. "Coffee?" "I don't drink coffee. I don't like hot drinks." Theo jerks as if he's trying to avoid a dagger. "You don't drink coffee? You're going to have trouble fitting into this town." "This town isn't alone in that," Zachel replies. Theo chuckles. "You're a very strange person, Zachel." "So I've been told." Theo slaps his hands on his desk and stands up cheerfully. "I like that. The media will like it too. The coaching job is yours. Let me worry about the general manager. I look forward to the two of us working together." He looks as though he's considering attempting a high five. Zachel looks very much as though that isn't going to happen. "My main ambition is that you and I will never have to work together. I'm here for the hockey, not politics." Theo throws his arms out brightly. "I hate hockey! You can have that all to yourself!" Zachel's hands are firmly embedded in the pockets of the tracksuit. "For someone who hates hockey, you seem to be very involved in it." Theo's eyes narrow contentedly. "That's because when everyone else runs the same way, I go the other way, Zachel. That's how I win." 10. How do you tell your children? The lights in the law firm are switched off, except for in one office. Kira Anderson is working while her colleague is lying across two armchairs looking for package holidays on her computer. "A package holiday? You don't even like taking time off," Kira points out. Her colleague stretches like a cat that's been told off. "I don't. But with this body, Kira, it would be a crime against humanity if it didn't get shown off in a bikini at least once a year." Kira laughs. How wonderful that her colleague can still make her do that so easily. That she has a friend like her. "Tell me when you've booked so I can call and warn the country in question to keep all its husbands locked away." Her colleague nods seriously. "And sons, and dads, if I've drunk enough Fernet." Kira smiles. Then she blinks slowly and mutters, "Thanks for being here." Her colleague shrugs her shoulders. The Wi-Fi at home is bad. Which is rubbish, of course. She's still at work because she knows Kira doesn't want to go home early tonight and sit in an empty house waiting for Peter. She doesn't judge. She doesn't go on about it. She just stays behind in the only office where the lights are still on. How wonderful to have a friend like that. "Never love a hockey club. It can never love you back." Peter's mother told him that. She was softer than his dad. although sometimes Peter thinks his dad might have been softer too before she got sick. "Never believe you're anything special," his dad said. Peter evidently didn't listen to either of them. He's called everyone he knows, everyone he's played with. Asked for advice, asked for money, asked for players to save the club. Everyone understands, everyone sympathizes, but hockey is built on statistics and figures. No one gives you anything for nothing. His phone rings. It's his childhood friend, Tails, the supermarket owner and Beartown ice hockey's last real sponsor. Tails' voice is trembling when he says, "This is so fucked, Peter. It's so fucking fucked. They've posted something." "What?" Peter asks. "I wanted to call you so you can stop the kids seeing it. The bastards. There's a death notice in the local paper today. Your name." Peter says nothing. He understands the message. You can tell yourself as much as you like that the criticism belongs to the job and that you shouldn't let it bother you, but we're all only human. If your name appears in a death notice, it bothers you. Ignore them, Tails advises, even though he knows it's impossible. It might be possible to save a hockey club in Beartown, even if you don't have everyone on your side. But not if everyone's against you. Peter hangs up. He ought to go home, but Maya's camping with Anna and Leo is sleeping over at a friend's. Peter and Kira will be alone in the house, and he knows what she's going to say. She's going to try to persuade him to give up. So Peter turns the Volvo around and drives, out of Beartown, off along the road, faster and faster. On the wall of Richard Theo's office hangs a picture of a stork. Theo has studied statistics and knows that the simplest way to influence people's opinions is to demonstrate a connection. Bad diet leads to illness, alcohol causes road accidents, poverty generates crime. He also knows that numbers can be massaged to suit a politician's needs. In a book by a British statistician, Theo learned, for instance, that there are statistics showing that the number of children born each year is much greater in towns where there are storks than in towns where there aren't many storks. What does this prove? That storks deliver babies, the statistician wrote sarcastically. Of course, that isn't the case. There are more storks in towns with a lot of chimneys, because that's where they build their nests. A lot of chimneys means a lot of houses, which means more people, which means more babies. So Richard Theo has a picture of a stork on the wall of his office to provide him with a daily reminder that whatever is happening isn't important. The important thing is how you explain it to people. He's interested in other animals too, such as bears and bulls. Like all the other children around here, he grew up knowing that those were the names of the hockey clubs. But when he started to study economics abroad, he learned a different story. On Wall Street, brokers call an optimistic market with rising share prices a bull market, and the slow, remorseless downward movement of the market in a recession is a bear market. The idea is that both are necessary, that the conflict between the two keeps the economy in balance. Richard Theo has the same idea about the hockey clubs, but his goal is to alter the balance. Because political elections are simple. When everything is going well, when people are happy, the establishment wins. But when people are angry and arguing, people like Richard Theo win. Because for an outsider to win power requires a conflict. But if there's no conflict, you have to create one. He dials the number of an old friend in London. "Is everyone agreed?" he asks. "Yes, everyone's on board. But you appreciate that the new owners require certain political guarantees," his London friend says. "They'll get what they want. Just make sure they show up here and look happy in the pictures for the local paper," Theo says. "And what do you want?" "I just want to be their friend," Theo insists. His London friend laughs. "Yeah, right, as usual." "It's a good deal for the new owners," Richard promises. His London friend agrees. "A very good deal, no doubt about it. And it couldn't have happened without your specialist knowledge and political contacts. The new owners appreciate your help. But seriously, why are you so interested in the factory?" Theo's voice is gentle. because the factory's in Beartown. I need it because it's going to give me a hockey club. His London friend laughs again. When he and Theo met at university in England, Theo had only a small academic grant and empty pockets. His mother was a teacher and his father a factory worker. But his dad was active in the union and had gained a reputation as such a tough negotiator that legend has it that the factory managers gave him a job in middle management, simply so they wouldn't have to negotiate with him. His dad grew fat and comfortable, and soon he wasn't at all dangerous. That taught Richard Theo what it was possible to do with power. So when he got to university, he consciously sought out a particular type of man. Those from wealthy families who were also weak and bullied and had low self-confidence. Theo was quick-witted and funny, a good friend and excellent company at parties, as well as being pretty good at talking to girls. Those are valuable qualities anywhere. In return, he acquired loyal friends who soon inherited money and power from their parents. That taught Theo the value of contact. When he got home to Beartown, he could have joined any political party, but he chose the smallest, for the same reason that he had chosen to start his political career in Beartown instead of a larger city. Sometimes it's more effective to be a big fish in a small pond than a small one in a big pond. Political affiliations and colours were unimportant to him. He would have been just as happy on the extreme right or extreme left. Some people are driven by ideals, but Richard Theo was driven by results. Other politicians say he's an opportunist with simple answers to difficult questions, the sort who one moment is standing with unemployed men in the bearskin pub promising council investment, the next is hobnobbing with the bosses on the heights promising lower taxes. He seeks out simple scapegoats every time a crime is committed in the Hollow so that he can call in the local paper for more police, while simultaneously criticising the establishment for not sticking to the council budget. He sits with environmentalists and promises to stop the hunting lobby's influence on local politics, but when it suits his agenda, he sits in other rooms and fans the hunters' frustration with the wolf-huggers in the big cities and the gun-haters in government agencies. Theo is, of course, supremely ambivalent about the criticism, because it's just another way of saying that he doesn't need flags. Politics is about strategy, not dreams. So what situations can he exploit this summer? There have long been rumours that the hospital in Hid is going to be shut down. The factory in Beartown has been cutting its staff for years, and now Beartown ice hockey is threatened with bankruptcy. You need to know a good deal about wind to understand how to win something from all three of those. A hockey club? I didn't think you liked sports, his London friend says in surprise. I like things that are useful to me, Richard Theo says. Two women, Fatima and Anne-Catherine, are sitting in a small car on their way through the forest. Their sons, Amat and Bobo, became teammates in the spring, and the bear on their sons' jerseys brought the mothers together as well. Anne-Catherine works as a nurse in the hospital that Fatima cleans in the summers, so they started having coffee together, and realised that although the places of birth in their passports may have been a very great distance apart, they share the same mentality: work hard, laugh loud, and love your children with everything you've got. To start with, of course, much of their conversation revolved around the rumours that the hospital was going to be closed. Fatima told Anne-Catherine that one of the first things she learned to say in the Beartown dialect, where she had just arrived with a little boy in her arms, was, "That's going to be difficult." Fatima loved the people here because they didn't try to pretend that the world was uncomplicated. Life is tough, it hurts, and people admitted that. But then they grinned and said, "What the hell? It's supposed to be hard. Otherwise every bugger in the big cities would be able to do it." Anne-Catherine related stories of her own, about her parents, who died young, and about growing up in the forest as the economy was getting worse, and about falling in love with a big, clumsy man called Hog, because he played hockey like a wounded wild boar, and could skate only in a straight line at full speed. Anne-Catherine had never travelled, had never seen the world, had never felt the need. "The most beautiful trees are here," she promised Fatima, adding, "and the men aren't too bad either, if you're patient." Hogg and their 3 children, Bobo is the eldest, have kept Anne-Catherine busy. She gets up early, feeds and clothes them, helps Hogg with the paperwork in the workshop, then goes to the hospital and works long shifts full of the worst days in other people's lives. Then home again. Homework to be done and the house to sort out and tears to be wiped from cheeks from time to time. But in the evenings, she told Fatima, Hogg creeps through the kitchen more softly than a man of his bulk ought to be able to. And when he holds her, when she turns around close to him and they dance, with her toes on his feet so that he's carrying her whole weight with every little step, it's all worth it. It becomes the whole world. Do you remember when the children were really small, Fatima? When you get to preschool and they'd run toward you and literally jump up into your arms, jump with complete abandon because they trusted us to catch them? That's my favourite moment in the whole world. Fatima smiles and says, Do you know what? When Amat plays hockey, when he's happy, I still feel like that. Do you know what I mean? Anne-Catherine knows exactly. That was how they became friends. When Anne-Catherine collapsed in the cafeteria of the hospital one afternoon a few weeks ago, it was Fatima who caught her. She was one of the first people Anne-Catherine told about her illness. Fatima went with her to doctor's appointments, drove her to see specialists at another hospital so that Hogg could stay at home and run the garage. They're sitting in the car now, almost home, and Anne-Catherine smiles tiredly. You do too much for me. Fatima replies firmly. Do you know what I learned when I came to Beartown? That if we don't look after each other, no one else will. Bears sit in the forest, and everyone else shits on Beartown, Anne-Catherine says in the voice of the drunk old uncles in the bearskin, and the 2 women laugh out loud. As they pull up on the grass in front of the workshop, Fatima whispers, You have to tell Bobo that you're ill. I know. Anne-Catherine sniffs with her face in her hands. She wanted to wait until the hockey season had started so Bobo would have somewhere to take his feelings, but there isn't time. So how do you do it? How do you tell your children that you're going to die? The Barn is a bar on the outskirts of Head. It has live music and cheap beer, and, like all similar places, it's becoming a natural meeting place for people who are trying to forget their problems, as well as for the people who are looking for them. Katia Ovich is sitting in the office, huddled over the accounts, when one of the bouncers knocks on the doorframe. I know you didn't want to be disturbed, but your little brother's sitting in the bar, in his t-shirt. Katia lowers her head and lets out a deep sigh. Then she gets up, pats the bouncer on the shoulder, and promises to take care of it. Sure enough, Benji is sitting in the bar, which in itself isn't a problem. He's pretty much grown up in the barn, and when it's been short of staff, he's stood behind the bar serving beer long before he was old enough to buy it for himself. But things are different now. The regulars in the barn hate hockey, but they've let Benji come for 3 reasons. 1, the regulars like Katia. 2, Benji has been only a junior player in Beartown. 3, he's had the sense to wear long sleeves. But he's 18 now, and if he plays hockey this autumn, he'll be on the A-team. And he's sitting at the bar wearing a t-shirt so that everyone can see the tattoo of the bear on his arm. The same week someone has posted a clip online of red Head hockey flags burning, and a politician in Head who spoke in public about the possible bankruptcy of Beartown ice hockey ended up with an axe in the hood of her car. Are you going to put a top on? Katia asks when she arrives behind the bar. Benji smiles. Hello, favourite sister. That was always his trick when he was little, and her weakness was that she could never get angry, because she wanted him to love her most. She sighs sadly. Please, Benji, can't you just do this somewhere else? She gestures toward his beer glass. Katia knows she can't stop anyone in her family from doing anything. She learned that early in life. Tomorrow would have been their dad's birthday. Don't worry, favourite sister, Benji says, as though she has a choice. She looks beseechingly at him. Finish your beer and then go home, okay? I just need to finish the accounts. I'll be done in 15 minutes. Benji leans over the bar and kisses her cheek. She feels like both hugging him and hitting him, the same as usual. She looks around the bar. It isn't even a quarter full, and most of the people here are either too old or too drunk to worry about Benji's tattoo. Katia hopes she can get him out of here before that changes. When Amat's legs have no strength left, he turns and runs back along the road more slowly. Halfway home, he encounters a Volvo. It's Peter Anderson's. Maybe Amat should stop himself. Maybe he should have more dignity, but he starts jumping up and down and waving frantically. The car slows down, almost unwillingly. Amat leans in through the wound-down window, and the words bubble out of him breathlessly. "Hi, Peter. I just wanted to ask. All the talk about the club, is there going to be a junior team in the autumn? I want to play. I have—" Peter shouldn't have stopped the car. Should have known himself better than to take out his feelings on a 16-year-old boy. For a moment, he forgets what Amat did back in the spring, that the reason why the junior player can't go to Head now is that he testified on behalf of Maya, saved Peter's job. But sometimes grief and rage can consume a grown man so completely that he can't actually consider the fact that other people have feelings too. "Amat, I've got a lot on my mind. We'll have to talk about it another time." "When? I've got nowhere to play," Amat blurts out breathlessly. He may not have meant to sound angry, but he's frightened. Peter's guilty conscience threatens to suffocate him, and at times like that, sometimes the right places in our hearts don't get enough oxygen, so he snaps back. "Are you having trouble hearing me, Amat? I don't give a damn about the junior team. I don't even know if I've got a club." Only then does Amat see that Peter's been crying. The boy backs away slowly from the car. Peter drives away, utterly crushed. In the rain, he didn't see the tears running down the boy's cheeks as well. A man is sitting in the bar of the barn, 25, maybe 27, blue jeans, polo shirt. He's drinking beer and has a book open in front of him. When Katia goes back to the office, he raises an eyebrow in Benji's direction and asks, "Should I move?" Benji turns toward him with a sort of carefree little quiver of the corners of his lips that people find very hard not to find infectious. "What for?" The man in the polo shirt smiles. "Your sister seems to think you're going to get in trouble, so I'm wondering if I should move." "That depends how much you like trouble," Benji replies, and drinks some of his beer. The man in the polo shirt nods. He glances at Benji's hand and sees the blood on his knuckles. "I've lived here for 4 hours. How quickly is it reasonable to get into trouble?" "Kinda depends how long you're thinking of staying. What's the book?" The question comes so out of the blue that the man momentarily doesn't know what to say. Then he realizes that perhaps that was the point. Benji has many ways of making other people feel uncertain. It's a biography of Fredrik Nietzsche," the man in the polo shirt says, and clears his throat. "The guy with the abyss?" Benji asks. The man in the polo shirt looks surprised. "If you look long into the abyss also looks into you." "Yes, that's Nietzsche." "You look surprised," Benji observes. "No," the man lies. Benji drinks his beer. For many years, his mother had a way of punishing him for fighting in school by forcing him to read the newspaper. He wasn't allowed to go to hockey practice until she tested him on everything: the editorial, the foreign news, culture, politics. After a few years, that got too easy for him, so his mother started to use literary classics instead. She could hardly read them herself, but she knew her son was smarter than he let anyone believe. So his punishment for misbehavior was also a reminder: you're better than this. Benji sniggers at the man in the polo shirt. "Were you expecting me to trot out what doesn't kill you makes you stronger when you mention Nietzsche? Or maybe, in heaven all the interesting people are missing? Or, how does it go? And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who couldn't hear the music." "I don't think that last one is Nietzsche," the man replies cautiously. Benji drinks his beer in a way that makes it impossible for the man to know if it was a mistake or a test. Then he says, "You still look surprised?" No, okay, to be honest, you don't look like someone who'd quote Nietzsche," the man says, laughing. "There are lots of things I don't look like," Benji says. The corners of his mouth are dancing again. Bobo and his mother go for a long walk in the forest that evening. She wants to tell him how hard it is to be an adult, how complex the world is, but she doesn't know how. All the while Bobo was growing up, she tried to teach him that violence was wrong, but this spring he found himself in the worst fight of his life and came close to being seriously injured, and she's rarely been as proud of him as she was then, because he defended Amat, got beaten up for his sake. He stood up for something. For many years she was pleased that Bobo was such a softy. Other boys were embarrassed when their mothers kissed them on the forehead in front of their friends, but not hers. He was the sort of boy who would say, "Your hair looks nice today, Mum." Now she wishes he was tougher, colder. Maybe he'd have been able to handle it better. "I'm not well, Bobo," she whispers. Bobo cries when she tells him, but she cries more. Bobo isn't the little boy who used to jump up into her arms anymore. He's big enough now to have space in his chest for the greatest sorrow, and tall and strong enough to pick his mother up and carry her home after she's told him she's going to die. She whispers against his neck, "You've always been the best big brother in the world. You're going to have to be even better now." That evening she hears him read Harry Potter to his little brother and sister. That night Hogg makes some weak tea, and Bobo comes into the bathroom and holds his mom's hair when she throws up. When she's lying on her bed, her son wipes her cheeks and says, "Do you want to hear something silly? You know you're always telling me I'll never find a girlfriend because my demands are too high. That's your fault. Because I want someone who looks at me the way you and Dad look at each other." Anne-Katrine presses Bobo's big, dumb lummox's head tight to her forehead. She would have loved to see him get married, become a dad. Life is so damn tough sometimes that it's almost unbearable, even if that's the way it's supposed to be. Katya is almost finished with her paperwork when the bouncer comes running in. She knows it's already too late. None of the clientele of the barn could be bothered to argue with Benji about his tattoo, but someone has called some men who don't share the same tolerance of artistic freedom. One of them has a bull tattooed on his lower arm. As they walk through the door, Benji turns to the guy in the polo shirt and says, "Now would be a good time to move away." He grins as he says this, like a naughty child who's left a whoopee cushion under the seat of a chair. None of the men in the doorway is in anything like as good shape as Benji, but there are 4 of them, and he's on his own. He bounces enthusiastically down from his bar stool as if he's pleased that there are so many of them to even things up. They don't rush at him. He's the one who walks straight toward them, and it makes them nervous just long enough to give him an advantage. The man with the bull tattoo grabs an empty beer bottle from a table, so Benji decides to tackle him first. But he doesn't get a chance. The man in the polo shirt watches Katya come rushing out of the office and throw herself into the group of men. She pushes the man with the beer bottle up against the wall and yells, "One single swing in here, and you'll be drinking at home for a year." Then she spins around toward Benji and sees a very familiar look in his eyes. The same as their older sister Adri's, the same as their father's. If there isn't a war, they start one. "Benji, not here, not today, please," she whispers. She puts her hands on his chest, feels the beat of his heart. His pulse is calm, his breathing steady. 4 grown men want to beat him up, and he isn't even scared. Nothing frightens Katya as much as that. Benji looks her in the eye. She has their mother's eyes, and she doesn't often ask her little brother for anything. So he kisses her on the cheek and laughs scornfully at the 4 men in the doorway. "Are you coming in or going out? I'm going home. So if you're not too busy feeling each other's dicks, maybe you could get out of the way." The men glance at Katya and the bouncers, and eventually they step back. The point has already been made. It's no longer acceptable to show up in head with a bear tattoo. Beartown may have a pack, but there are men here who are prepared to take a stand too. As Benji walks through the door, he lets out a loud laugh. The men he's left behind are quivering with rage. One of them mutters to Katya, "It's lucky for your brother that he's got you. You just saved his life." Katya glares at the man. "You think? Really? You think I saved his life?" The man tries to smile confidently, but his mouth is dry. Katia snorts. She goes and gets her things from the office, then fetches her car, but Benji has already disappeared into the night, where she won't find him. All sports are silly. All games are ridiculous. 2 teams, 1 ball, sweat and grunting, and for what? So that for a few baffling moments we can pretend that it's the only thing that matters. That night, Hogg and Bobo clear the floor of the garage. They've never talked much as father and son, and perhaps they're both worried that they might take to the easiest alternative now. There are bottles of drink in that house, as in everyone else's. So they choose a different option. Drive the cars out, move the tools and machinery until the garage is empty. Then they fetch hockey sticks and a tennis ball. They play against each other all night, sweating and grunting, as if it were the only thing that mattered. When the door closes behind Benji, he walks alone a couple of 100 feet into the forest. Then he stops with his hands in his pockets and looks around, as if he's considering whether or not to try to find another way of complicating his evening, or if he should pick a tree to climb and smoke weed in until he falls asleep instead. The voice behind him is both expected and unexpected. "I've never been in a fight, not once, so I won't be much use if that's what you're after. But I'd be happy to have a beer somewhere else," says the man in the polo shirt. Benji looks over his shoulder. "Do you know any good clubs around here, then?" The man laughs. "Like I said, I've only been living here for the past 4 hours, but I've got somewhere to stay, and a fridge." He's never done this before. Ask someone home right away. It's never worked that way for him before. But Benji has a way of encouraging people to be spontaneous, foolhardy too. They take the path through the forest. The man is renting a cabin at a campsite on the outskirts of Hid, in the direction of Beartown, far enough away not to be within sight of either town. They kiss for a long time in the hallway. When the man wakes up in bed the next morning, Benji is already gone. The man finds his book where he dropped it, between the front door and the bedroom. He leafs through it until he finds the quote he's looking for. "One must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star." Some distance away, a young man is standing in a cemetery firing pucks at a gravestone. He has scraped knuckles, and worse things are going on inside him. Alan Ovich is dead, and Kevin Eardahl may as well be. Benji is a man who loves men, and he loses everyone he loves. It's hard to have more chaos in oneself than that. 11. One last chance to be a winner. It's impossible to measure love, but that doesn't stop us coming up with new ways to try. One of the simplest is space. How much space am I prepared to give the person that you are so that you can become the person you want to become? Kira once made a valiant attempt to discuss this with Peter in terms of ice hockey. A marriage is like a hockey season, darling, okay? Even the best team can't be at their best in every game, but they're good enough to win even when they play badly. A marriage is the same. You don't measure it by the holiday where you drink wine before lunch and have great sex, and your biggest problem is that the sand is too hot and the sun is shining too brightly on the screen when you want to play games on your phone. You measure it from everyday life, at home, at its lowest level, from how you talk to each other and solve problems. Peter got cross, as if she were trying to spark an argument, and asked what she wanted. She said she wanted to have a grown-up conversation about our problems. He considered this for an unreasonably long time before he finally said, "I have a problem with you always leaving a tiny dribble of milk in the carton and putting it back in the fridge because you can't be bothered to rinse it and put it in the recycling bin." She just stared at him and asked, "You think that's the biggest problem in our marriage?" Insulted, he muttered, "So why bother even asking if you're only going to criticize my answer?" She massaged her temples. He slammed the door behind him and went off to a hockey game. It's not without its complications, having a relationship that works like that. Kira is sitting at the kitchen table this evening. She's seen the announcement of her husband's death in the newspaper. The bottle of wine in front of her is unopened, There are 2 glasses beside it. She spins her wedding ring around, as if it were a nut she was trying to tighten. Sometimes she tries taking it off, just to see how it would feel. Cold. It feels cold, as if her skin has grown thinner there. It's late when she hears the Volvo pull up outside. It's ridiculous, she knows it is, but she goes and stands right behind the door. Because when she hears Peter's footsteps outside, she wants to know if he puts the key in the lock straight away, or if he pauses first, if he hesitates, if he stands out there and takes some deep breaths before summoning up the courage to go inside. Peter stops with his hand on the door handle, rests his forehead gently against the door, as if he were trying to hear how the house is breathing, if anyone's awake inside. Not long ago, when she thought he was asleep, he heard Kira talking on the phone to someone in the kitchen. For 20 years he said that next year it will finally be my turn to focus on my career. Next year. Does he really think he's the only person driven to find out how good he can be at something? For 20 years, Peter has told himself that he's doing this not for his own sake, but for other people's. He became a professional hockey player in Canada so he could provide for his family. He took the job as general manager in Beartown because the family needed a safe place after they'd lost Isak. He fought for the club because he was fighting for the town. Because Beartown ice hockey was the pride of the community, the only way for this whole chunk of the country to remind the big cities that there were still people living here, that they could still give them a thrashing. But he isn't sure anymore. Maybe he's just being selfish. He tries to stop thinking about the death notice. He's always been prone to worrying, anxious about everything from bills to whether the coffee machine is switched off. But tonight is something different. Tonight he's scared. He's just put the key in the door when a metallic click makes him start. A car door swings open out in the street. A black-clad man gets out and walks toward him. 2 cars are driving through the forest. One of them drives all the way to the kennels, and a man in a black jacket that can't possibly be fastened over his muscular chest gets out. He shakes Adri's hand. Adri was in high school with him half a lifetime ago, and has nothing against him, except for the fact that he's less sharp than someone suffering from rheumatism handling a disposable camera. Once, she had to explain to him that south on the map didn't actually mean a downward slope, and on another occasion that islands didn't float on the sea, but were actually fixed to the ocean floor. He doesn't have many branches on his family tree. He's got himself a new tattoo on his hand, she notices, a spiderweb so uneven that it practically forces her to ask, "What the hell? Did you lose a bet or something?" "What?" he answers uncomprehendingly, and stares at his hand, clearly not struck by the fact that it looks as though whoever did it was working in the dark. Someone once called him Spider at school because he had long, thin, hairy legs. He was the sort of boy who didn't care what anyone called him, as long as they knew who he was, so he embraced the insult. He's gotten himself at least a dozen spider-themed tattoos since then, all of them apparently done by drunks sitting on top of a tumble dryer. Adri shakes her head wearily and opens the boot of Spider's car, which is full of boxes of liquor. Adri notes that the other car is waiting as usual where the road ends, at the edge of the forest. The driver is sitting inside it, so he can warn them if any unwelcome visitors are approaching. But the passenger gets out. Adri has known him for many years too, and, unlike Spider, he definitely isn't an idiot. That's what makes him dangerous. His name is Teemu Rinius. He's not particularly thick-set, and he's not particularly tall, and his hair is so neat that his best friends call him the accountant. But Adri has seen him fight, and knows that beneath that hair his head is made of concrete. His kick is so hard that in this town it's the horses that are frightened of standing behind him. When he was younger, he and his little brother were so notorious that the hunters used to joke, "You know why you should never knock the Rinius brothers off a bike? Because it's probably your bicycle." Now that he's older, they no longer tell jokes about him, and if anyone from outside comes to the town asking for Teemu Rinius, even the smallest child has the sense to answer, "Who?" Timu isn't wearing a black jacket. He doesn't need one. He opens the back door of the car and lets out 2 dogs. He bought them from Adri as puppies, so if anyone asks what he's doing here this evening, he can say he's thinking of buying another one. He has no delivery schedule, no fixed routine. Adri gets a phone call a couple of hours in advance, then he shows up once it's dark. She calls him the wholesaler, half affectionately, half mockingly. She herself is the retailer. 2 cars can't go from door to door in Beartown dropping off bottles of drink without attracting suspicion, whereas everyone knows that all the hunters in the area usually drop in at the kennels from time to check out the puppies and drink coffee. Perhaps they come a little too often, those hunters, especially before major holidays. But if you ask anyone around here about Adri, they'll all say the same thing. She makes very good coffee. The men in black jackets always have 2 cars, and Timu never sits in the one containing the drink. There are police investigations that claim that he's the leader of a violent hooligan gang known as the Pack, who support Beartown hockey. There are plenty of stories of their influencing the club's affairs, that highly paid players on the A-team who don't perform well enough have voluntarily torn up their own contracts, but there's never been any proof. And, naturally, there's no proof that the Pack is involved in the organised smuggling of alcohol, or trading in stolen cars and snowmobiles either. There has never been any proof that the Pack has ever threatened anyone, the way criminal networks everywhere usually have to do in order to establish their violent credentials. Police investigations claim that the Pack don't need to do that because they use hockey games to advertise themselves. The theory goes that anyone who has seen the Black Jackets packed in the standing area of the rink, or who has heard what they've done to fans of other teams that have challenged them, would understand the seriousness of the situation if they appear on the doorstep. But obviously that's all nonsense. Rumour and exaggeration by city types who've seen too many films. If you ask almost anyone who lives in Beartown about the Pack, they'll just reply, "What Pack?" When Adri lifts the last crate of drink from the back of the car, she notes that there's a large axe under it. She rolls her eyes. "Seriously, Timu, don't you think it looks a bit suspicious, having an axe in the trunk when every cop in the town has seen pictures of that councillor's car and hid?" There aren't many people who dare take that tone with Timu, but he merely looks amused. "Adri, think about it. After what happened to that poor woman's car and hid, wouldn't it look more suspicious if we didn't have axes in our cars?" Adri bursts out laughing. "You're such an idiot, except you're not." Timu smiles. "Thank you kindly." When Anna has fallen asleep out on the island, Maya lies awake and writes lyrics about hatred. Sometimes she carries on so long that she ends up writing about love. Not the earth-shattering, falling-in-love kind, but the boring, whole-of-your-life sort. She doesn't know why, but she's thinking a lot about her parents this summer. When you're a teenager, you want them to be sexless. But somewhere along the way, the smallest memories of affection between our parents get imprinted on our DNA. Parents who divorce, like Anna's, can stop a child believing in eternal love. Parents who stick together for a lifetime can make a child take it for granted instead. Maya remembers such insignificant things from her childhood. The way her mom laughs when she describes her dad's style of dress as plainclothes cop at high school disco. Or the way her dad shakes the all but empty milk carton each morning and mutters, "Welcome to today's Guinness World Record attempt, where we will try to make the smallest cup of coffee in the world." The way her mom loses it if there are socks on the floor, and the way her dad would like to take anyone who doesn't wipe the dish rack in front of a war crimes tribunal. The way her mom moved around the world twice for the sake of her dad's hockey, and the way her dad sneaks admiring glances at her mom when she takes business calls in the kitchen. As though she were the smartest, funniest, most stubborn, most argumentative person he's ever met, and that he still can't quite believe she's his. The way Maya and Leo didn't know their parents' real names for years because they just called each other darling. The way they've never mentioned the word divorce, not even when they're having a row, because they know that's the nuclear option, and if you threaten it once, Every argument from then on will end the same way. The way they suddenly seem to have stopped squabbling about little things now, the way the house has gotten quieter, the way they can hardly look each other in the eye anymore after what happened to Maya, the way they can't bring themselves to show each other just how badly they were broken by it. Children notice when their parents lose each other in the very smallest ways, in something as insignificant as a single word, such as "you're." Maya texts them each morning now, and pretends it's to stop them worrying about her, even though it's actually the reverse. She's used to them calling each other Mom and Dad. As in, "Mom didn't really mean you were grounded for 1,000 years, darling." Or, "Dad didn't demolish your snowman on purpose, he just tripped, darling." But suddenly, one day, almost incidentally, one of them writes, "Can't you call your mum? She's worried so much when you're not home." And the other writes, "Remember, your dad and I love you more than anything." 4 letters can reveal the end of a marriage. You're. As if they didn't belong to each other anymore. Maya sits on an island in a lake far out in the forest and writes songs about it, because she can't bear to be at home and watch it happen. Minefield. This is a minefield you're walking on, every word a bomb, but you go on walking until there's a quiet click beneath a foot, and then it's too late to go back. The worst thing about being a victim is the victims I turned you into. I can't mend you now, no matter how much I want to. It's like I was the one who died, but you're the ones who were buried. Like I was the one he broke, but you're the ones who snapped. The men in black jackets shake Adri's hand and walk towards the cars, but Timu stays where he is and lights a cigarette. Adri tucks a wad of chewing tobacco the size of a baby's fist under her lip. She isn't an idiot either. She knows who the pack are and what they're capable of, but she's a pragmatic person. One summer a few years ago, Beartown suffered a series of break-ins. A gang showed up at night with vans, and on one occasion an elderly man got beaten up when he tried to stop them. Another time, a neighbour called the police while the burglary was in progress. One solitary police car appeared 3 hours later. Adri remembers how a few months earlier there had been reports of illegal hunting of wolves in the forest not far from here, and the police had shown up with helicopters, the National Crime Unit, and a SWAT team. Whatever your views on that, when Adri sees wolves getting better protection than pensioners, she has more faith in the criminals standing beside her than in the criminals in the government and on the council. It has nothing to do with morals. Most people are like her, pragmatic. When the gang came back, men in black jackets were waiting for them. Everyone else in Beartown closed their doors that night, turned up the volume on their televisions. No one asked any questions afterward. There were no more break-ins. Timu is a lunatic. Adri won't argue with anyone about that. But he loves this town the same way she does. And he loves hockey. So now he's grinning like a fool. "Benji's playing on the 18 this autumn, isn't he? You must be goddamn proud. Have you seen the list of games? Is he stoked?" Adri nods. She knows that on the ice Benji is everything Timu wants in a Beartown player. Tough, fearless, mean. And he's from here. A local boy made good, a boy next door. Men like Timu love that. And yes, Adri's seen the game schedule. It was posted online that morning. Beartown is playing Hid hockey in the first game of the autumn. "He'll be playing, if there's a Beartown club for him to play in," she says with a dry laugh. Timu smiles, but the look on his face is increasingly hard to interpret. "We're relying on Peter Anderson to solve that." Adri peers at him. It was the pack who made sure that Peter won the vote of confidence back in the spring and kept his job as general manager. No one can prove it, but everyone knows. Without their votes, Peter would have been out. Now the club has lost almost all its sponsors to Head, so the pack were taking a big risk. Ramona, owner of the Bearskin pub, usually says, "Timu may not know the difference between right and wrong, but he knows the bloody difference between good and evil." Perhaps she's right. The pack lined up behind a general manager and his daughter against the team's star player, Kevin. but that could be a dangerous burden for the general manager if he steers the pack's club into bankruptcy. "Are you really relying on Peter? I saw the announcement of his death in the paper," Adri points out. Timu raises an eyebrow. "Perhaps someone was trying to make a joke. Perhaps someone from your part of the stand was trying to send a message." Timu rubs his head with a fake look of concern. "It's a big stand. I can't control everything." "If Benji gets caught up in any of this, I'll kill you." Timu suddenly bursts out laughing, and the sound echoes through the trees. "There aren't many people who talk to me like that, Adri." "I'm not many people," she replies. Timu lights another cigarette from the butt of the last one. "It was you who taught your brother to play hockey, wasn't it?" "I taught him how to fight." The trees echo to the sound of Timu's laughter again. "Who wins if you fight now?" Adri looks down. Her voice becomes thicker. "I do, because I have an unfair advantage. Benji can't hurt anyone he loves." Timu nods appreciatively. Then he pats her arm and says, "We only ask one thing of Benji out on the ice, the same thing we ask of everyone." "That he should do his best and have fun?" she suggests tartly. Timu grins. So does she, eventually. Because she knows what he means. Win. That's all anyone ever asks of you around here. Timu hands her an envelope and says, "Ramona heard that you and Sunny have started a girls' team for 5-year-olds. This is from the kitty." Adri looks up in surprise. The kitty is a small box of cash Ramona keeps at the Bearskin for the regulars who lose their jobs and can't pay their bills. All the tips end up there, and people leave more tips at the Bearskin than you might think. Timu always pays double for his beer, because once when he was younger and had thrown out another of his mother's more unpleasant boyfriends, someone came around and gave the family an envelope like this one. Timu never let anyone hit his mother again, and when he got old enough to build up the pack, he never forgot the generosity of the Bearskins' regulars. So now he says, "For sticks and skates, or whatever the girls need." Adri nods gratefully. When Timu turns to walk back to the car, she calls after him, "Hey! Give Peter Anderson a chance. He might yet find a way to save the club." Timu closes the trunk of the car with the axe still inside. "I am giving Peter a chance. If I wasn't, he wouldn't still be in town." Peter stands outside his house, but lets go of the door handle, takes the key out of the lock, and turns anxiously toward the street. Richard Theo is walking toward him, dressed in a black suit, even though it's the middle of summer. They've never spoken to each other as far as Peter can remember, but obviously he's well aware of who Richard Theo is. He knows what sort of politics Theo represents, and he doesn't like it. It's aggressive. It sets people against each other, and, above all, Richard Theo has given Peter the impression several times that he really hates hockey. "Good evening, Peter. I hope I'm not intruding," Theo says. There's something ominous in his friendly manner. "Can I help you?" Peter asks, rather confused. "No, but I can help you," Theo replies. "With what?" The politician's mouth cracks into a smile. "I can save you a hockey club, Peter. I can give you one last chance to be a winner." 12. I'm prepared to burn in here. Anyone who devotes his life to being the best at one single thing will be asked, sooner or later, the same question. Why? Because if you want to become the best at something, you have to sacrifice everything else. So the very first time Kira met Peter, that evening in the capital when Peter had just lost the biggest hockey game of his life and stumbled dejectedly into Kira's parents' restaurant, that was what she asked him. Why? He could never answer it properly, and that drove her mad. But many years later, when they were married and had kids and a whole life together, she read a 100-year-old quote from a mountaineer. He was asked, "Why do you want to climb Mount Everest?" The mountaineer replied in bemusement, as if the question was ridiculous and the answer obvious. "Because it's there." Kira understood then, because why had she wanted to go to university when no one else in her family had been? Why had she chosen law when everyone had told her it would be too hard? Why? To find out if she could do it. Because she wanted to climb that damn mountain. Because it was there. So she knows what's happening now, possibly before Peter understands it himself. She stands behind the front door and hears enough of his conversation with Richard Theo. Her husband is going to find a way to save his club and make himself indispensable again, the way he always does. Kira sits in the hallway until she hears the Volvo start up and watches through the window as Peter drives off. The bottle of wine remains unopened. She puts the glasses back into the cupboard, and the skin beneath her wedding ring is cold when she goes to bed. A night will pass, and tomorrow she will wake up and try to pretend that everything is fine, even though she knows that each day that passes now means it will be even longer to next year. Peter drives aimlessly for hours, alone, constantly asking himself the same questions. How much is a hockey club worth? Who is it for? How much is it allowed to cost? And somewhere beneath those are other questions. What can I do apart from hockey? What sort of man would I be without it? He's never loved anyone but Kira, and he knows she'd be delighted if he gave up ice hockey, but deep down, would she really? She fell in love with a man with dreams and ambitions. So how will she look at him if the years just keep passing and he never amounts to anything? When dawn breaks, the light pours over Beartown in the way Peter's mother always said about summer, as if the Lord God himself were pouring orange juice over the treetops. Peter is sitting outside the supermarket with his eyes closed, asking himself the same questions, over and over and over again. The first thing Richard Theo said to him last night was, "You don't like my politics, do you?" Peter replied thoughtfully, "With all due respect, I don't agree with what you stand for. You're an opportunist." Theo nodded and seemed not to take offence. "You're only an opportunist until you win. Then you're the establishment." When he saw Peter's look of distaste, he added, "With all due respect, Peter, politics is about realizing that the world is complicated, even though people like you would prefer it to be simple." Peter shook his head. "You thrive on discord. Your type of politics creates conflict, exclusion." The politician smiled understandingly. "And hockey? What do you think that does to everyone who isn't on the inside? Do you even remember me from school?" Peter cleared his throat awkwardly and muttered, "You were a few years below me, weren't you?" Theo shook his head, not angrily, not accusingly, but almost sadly. "We were in the same class, Peter." Peter doesn't know if Theo planned that, to get him off balance, but it worked. When Peter looked down at the ground, shamefaced, the councillor smiled happily and then explained very plainly why he had come to see Peter. "I have certain contacts in London. I know which company is going to buy the factory in Beartown." "I didn't even know it was being sold," Peter exclaimed. But the politician merely shrugged his shoulders modestly. "It's my job to know things that no one else knows, Peter. I know a lot of things about you, too. That's why I'm here." Leo wakes up in an empty house the next morning. His mum has left a note on the kitchen table. "I'm at work. Your dad's at the rink. Call if you need to. There's some extra money on the counter. We love you. Mom. Kiss." Leo isn't a child anymore. He notices the word your as well. Your dad. Not Mum's other half. The boy goes into his big sister's room, closes the door, and curls up on the floor. Maya's notebooks are under the bed, full of poems and song lyrics, and he reads them through different types of tears. Sometimes hers, sometimes his own. Maya was never like other big sisters who yelled and threw their younger siblings out of their rooms. When Leo was younger, he was allowed to come in here. Maya let him sleep in her bed when he was frightened, when they eavesdropped on their parents in the kitchen and heard them fall apart when they talked about Isak. The floor next to Maya's bed was always Leo's safest place. But he's older now, and Maya is spending the whole summer out in the forest with Anna. Leo used to ask Myers advice about everything, but he doesn't know how to ask now, about what a little brother is supposed to do for his big sister when she gets raped, or what he can do for his parents when they let go of each other, or what to do with all the hatred. At the back of a notepad under Myers' bed, he finds a page entitled The Matchstick. He very carefully tears it out and puts it into his pocket. Then he goes down to the beach. He keeps scratching himself the whole time, hard and deep. He tugs his sleeves farther down over his hands. Those rainy days could have been a chance for emotions in Beartown and Hid to cool off, but William Leete has sweated his way through them. His coach once said to him that he had never seen anyone play with such an immense need for validation. Maybe he meant it as an attempt to get William to talk about his complexes, but William took it as a compliment. Throughout his childhood, William had fought to become Kevin's best friend again. He used to be, when they were little, driving pedal cars outside Kevin's house and playing hockey indoors in William's basement. Then they started playing hockey, and suddenly Benji appeared. Kevin never stood next to William in team photographs after that. William did what he could to break Benji, teased him about his cheap second-hand clothes and called him Sledge, until Benji whacked him in the face with the sledge, costing William both his front teeth and the respect of the changing room. William's mother demanded that Benji be punished for the assault, but the club did nothing. When they got older, William tried to outshine Benji by boasting about girls he claimed to have slept with, making himself out to be a better friend at parties than that tree-climbing pothead. He was lying, of course. He was a virgin longer than most of the team. But one day, Kevin came into the locker room and shouted, "William! Your girlfriends are waiting for you out here!" Confused, William got up and went out. The corridor was empty, but there was a pack of 10 thick white socks on the floor. Kevin was roaring with laughter. "That way, your mum won't have to do the washing every time you sleep with one of your girlfriends." William never forgot the way the team laughed at him, especially the way Benji did. William has spent years playing with a desperate need for validation, so now what? Head hockey is a fresh start for him, a chance to finally become a leader. He's never going to let himself be the guy with the socks again. While it's been raining this summer, he has been weight training non-stop and watching the video online of his red head hockey flags burning, over and over again. He was hoping to find a tiny clue as to the identity of the cowardly bastard who had posted it, and eventually he thought he had spotted something. The hand holding the lighter in the video was small, a junior school kid's, and when his sleeve slipped back over his wrist, his lower arm looked as though it was covered with scratch marks. William calls the biggest guys in his team. They buy cigarettes and set off for the beach. The matchstick. If there is a darkened room, and you lock up a child who is terrified of the dark, if they are left there with their blackest fears because life is a bastard, if it was you in that room, and you found a single matchstick in your pocket, you would light the match, even if the room smelled of gas. Only a few degrees separate rain from snow. All houses are built up but burned down. You have shown me things I fear more than death, so I am prepared to burn in here, if I can do it with you. When the sun returns to Beartown, the beach once more fills with teenagers pretending not to stare at each other's bodies. At first everything is cheerful and noisy, but soon a frightened silence creeps along the shoreline. 2 youths climb into a tree and hang up new head hockey flags. William Leete is prowling between the towels, and he stops at every junior school kid and holds out a cigarette. "Have you got a light?" No one looks him in the eye. He grabs hold of each boy's arm and looks for scratch marks. It's possible that Leete himself doesn't really know what he's hoping to find, because who would dare to confess anything to him here? But he wants him to be afraid, if nothing else, so that he doesn't challenge his team again. With each teenager who shakes his head as he stares down at the sand, William's heart feels a bit lighter. He feels a bit bigger. Then he hears a scraping sound. First once, then once again, immediately afterward. and a slight hiss as the flame ignites. A thin voice behind William says, "I've got a lighter." Leo's fingers aren't trembling. His sleeve slides up. The scars on his arm stand out vividly. What do you mean? You know a lot of things about me." Peter managed to say the previous evening. Richard Theo replied in a carefree, almost cheery way. "I know that Beartown Ice Hockey is at most just 3 months away from bankruptcy, even if your friend Tail sells another of his supermarkets. And I know that your A-team coach, Sune, is ill." Peter just gawped at him. At the start of the summer, Sune had started to have trouble with his heart. Adri Ovich had found him on the floor of his row house when he had failed to show up at the newly formed girls' team skating class. Adri had called Peter from the hospital, but Sune had asked the pair of them not to tell anyone else. It was just a little murmur, and he didn't want to be some damn martyr. Naturally, they kept quiet. But if Peter were honest, that was much for his own selfish reasons as for Sune's sake. He couldn't recruit a new coach without sponsors or money. He couldn't persuade the team's players to sign new contracts without a coach. And without players, there was no way he could attract either sponsors or a new coach. "As I said," Richard Theo said quietly, "it's my job to know things. I have friends at the hospital. I'd like to be your friend too." Then, very calmly and methodically, he went through his offer to Peter. The new owners of the factory would require political investment in order to rebuild the factory. Theo could arrange that. But the owners also recognized that they needed to have the support of local residents. So he had persuaded them that the quickest way to these people's hearts is through hockey. Peter squirmed, and did his best to hold his voice steady as he replied, "From what I've heard, the other parties don't want to work with you. What reason do I have to believe that you can actually achieve all this?" Theo replied serenely, "Yesterday the ice rink had a large unpaid electricity bill, Peter. If you care to phone and check, you'll find that it's been paid. Is that enough proof?" Peter felt very uneasy. "Why our club? Why not approach head hockey instead?" The politician smiled again. "Beartown is famous for being hard-working, and what you achieved 20 years ago, when the whole town lined up behind the club, there's a lot of symbolic power in that. What was it you used to say? Beartown against everyone else?" Peter grunted defensively. "I didn't think you liked hockey." Theo adjusted his cufflinks and replied, "My political stance will always be that taxpayers' money should go to healthcare and jobs, Peter, rather than sports." Peter scratched his head and did his best not to look impressed when he said, "So you'll let taxpayers' money go to the factory instead, in return for the new owners sponsoring the hockey club. And that way you get to be the politician who saved both jobs and hockey in Beartown, as well as appearing to save taxpayers' money, which can be spent on health care services instead. Bloody hell. You'd win the next election on the back of that." Theo put his hands into his pockets, but without radiating any sense of smugness. "You know, we have a lot in common, Peter. We just play different games. And in order for me to play mine, I need to win the next election. In order for you to play yours, you need a club." William is 18 years old, and probably weighs twice as much as the 12-year-old boy standing in front of him. But Leo isn't backing down. He meets William's gaze with eyes that seem to think they have nothing left to lose. The whole beach is watching, and even if William hadn't wanted to beat up a boy 6 years younger than him, there's no way he can back down now. His hand grabs Leo by the neck to hold the little bastard's head steady. But something happens to the 12-year-old then. The strangulation prompts panic. His mouth opens instinctively as William's fingernails dig into the flesh beneath his chin. Leo starts to retch, and tears spring to his eyes. There are only two natural responses: desperately clutch at his attacker's hands, or hit out furiously as hard as he can, directly upward. Leo's first blow finds nothing but air, but he takes another wild swing and hits William's ear. No one tells you before the first time you get into a fight, but being hit on the ear is bloody painful. William's grip loosens for a fraction of a second, and Leo seizes his chance. He strikes out as hard as he can, hitting William under his chin, and hears the 18-year-old's teeth crunch together hard. William must have bit his tongue, because when he throws himself at Leo, blood is pouring from his mouth, and then it's all over. William is too big for the 12-year-old to stand a chance. Peter shook his head again at Richard Theo, but not as defiantly this time. You and I have nothing in common. You're only interested in power. The politician laughed at that, for the first time in the conversation. Do you really think you're any less political than me, Peter? This spring, when your daughter accused Kevin Eardale of rape and the sponsors tried to get you dismissed as general manager, you won that vote of confidence because this pack took your side. That's right, isn't it? Tiny, cold drops of sweat let go of the hairs on the back of Peter's head and made their way down his spine. That wasn't... I had no influence. I never asked, he stammered. But Theo dismissed his objections. Everything is political. Everyone needs allies. Peter's pulse was ringing in his ears when he asked, What do you want from me? The politician replied frankly. When everything becomes official, you take part in a press conference. Just smile for the cameras and shake hands with the new owners. In return, you'll get an injection of capital and complete control over the club. No one will interfere with your job. You'll get the chance to build a winning team. All I want is your friendship. That's not too much to ask, is it? He smiled again, and before Peter could answer, the politician moved on to his most important point. And one last thing. The new owners obviously don't want to be associated with any form of violence. So when you stand at that press conference, you have to distance yourself from the pack and say that you're going to get rid of the standing areas in the rink. Peter couldn't bring himself to say anything. Theo seemed to have expected that. He helpfully clarified a few more things, and after he left, Peter just stood there. He didn't know for how long. When Peter eventually got back into his car and drove off into the night, one thought kept drumming through his head. Control of the club with a decent budget? He had often been accused of seeing himself as slightly morally superior, and perhaps there's been some justification for that. He considers a hockey club to be more than just sports. It should be an incorruptible force that is never governed by money or politics. But how many of his ideals is he prepared to sacrifice? What enemies is he prepared to leave himself with, if he gets the power, if he gets to win? He's on his way to finding out the answers. Richard Theo got into his car and drove all night, all the way to a small airport where a friend had just landed. Theo shook hands with his friend, who said irritably, "This better be worth my time." Theo offered his apologies. "Some things are best not discussed over the phone." "Well then?" His friend nodded. Theo went on. "I can guarantee our friends in London all the political investment in the land and factory that they require, but I need a number of things in return. There's a violent gang of hooligans that's spoiling the club. One councillor can't do much to stop them, but a big new sponsor could. Well, you understand. Exert a degree of influence." His friend nodded. "The hockey club again? Why is that so important to you?" Theo smiled. "It's symbolic." "So what do you want?" his friend asked. "The new owners need to set a precondition for their sponsorship agreement, that the general manager of Beartown Ice Hockey speaks out publicly and distances himself from violent fans, and that he gets rid of the standing areas in the rink." That doesn't sound like a big deal. "It isn't. But it's important that it comes directly from the owners, not from me." His friend gave him his word. They shook hands. The friend got on board a plane. Richard Theo got into his car, and all the way back thought that only someone who had never set foot in Beartown could say that what they had just discussed wasn't a big deal. That's why Theo was always one step ahead of everyone else. Nobody bothered to do any research anymore. "William! William!" One of the guys on the team hisses somewhere. Leo is too dizzy to hear where the voice is coming from, He's lying on his back and can't see anything through the punches raining down on him. William raises his arm one last time, but another teammate grabs hold of him and repeats, "William!" From the corner of his eye, William sees his friend nod toward the road behind the beach. A car has stopped there. 2 men in black jackets have gotten out. They're not walking toward the beach. They don't have to. The pack has never gotten involved in the activities of the town's teenagers. There's always been a dividing line between the seriousness of A-team hockey and the games of the junior team. But William is no longer a junior, and this is no longer just hockey. William lets go of Leo, gets up hesitantly. The men in black jackets don't move. William spits blood, and red saliva dribbles onto his t-shirt. "That's enough," he mutters quietly, so that no one will hear his voice shaking. He turns and walks away. His teammates follow him. The men in black jackets stand on the road until one of William's friends gets the hint, climbs up into the tree, and takes down the hid hockey flags. The men in black jackets disappear without a word, but the point has been made. No more hid hockey on Beartown territory. Leo sits down on his blanket without bothering to wipe William's blood from his face. His throat is so sore that he's sure something is broken. One of his friends pats him on the shoulder. Another one gives him a cigarette. Leo has never smoked in his life, but he can't not start now. It hurts horribly and is incredibly good. He didn't back down in the face of William Litt, and no more red flags are hung from the trees this summer. Perhaps Leo could have made do with that, but his 12-year-old heart is beating to a different frequency now, because he's discovered something. Adrenaline. Violence. It's like an infatuation. So tomorrow morning, William Litt's mother will open the mailbox outside their house and discover that it is full to the brim with cigarette lighters. People like William Litt can't ignore that sort of provocation. And people like Leo Anderson count on that. 13. So they gave him an army. "Everything has its price. Everyone will pay something." Those were the most frequent words from Ramona's husband's mouth when he was alive. The first thing he asked anyone who had bought anything, regardless of whether it was a new car or a second-hand toaster, was, "What did you pay?" And whatever they replied, he would grunt, "They saw you coming. I'd have gone in for half that." Ramona had been so sick of hearing it, but what she would have given to hear it one more time. He loved her, and he loved hockey, and used to say that the centre circle of Beartown's rink was their wedding ring, so he didn't need one on his finger. When life was tough, he never said, "It'll be okay." He just said, "Soon time for hockey." If anyone said, "It's summer," he would correct them and say, "This is pre-season." He rearranged the pages of every calendar so that the year started in September, because that's when his year started, when Beartown played its first game. 11 seasons have passed since he left Ramona. Today, a telemarketer is sitting somewhere and dialing a number without really caring whose number it is. "Is that Holger? How are you doing today, Holger?" he says loudly when the call is answered. "Holger's been dead 11 years, and he wasn't feeling particularly brilliant before that either. What do you want, boy?" Ramona replies, standing at the bar with her second breakfast in her hand. The caller taps anxiously at his keyboard. "Is that the Bearskin pub?" "Yes," Ramona says. "I see. Sorry, but Holger is still listed as one of the owners on our files." "It's still our pub. It's just that I'm the one doing all the work these days." "Oh, what does it say here? Is that Ramona?" "It is." The salesman takes a deep breath and starts again. "Great! How are you doing today, Ramona?" "Boy, these days there's technology that can help people like me find out where people like you live." I'm sorry?" "You heard me." A short silence follows. Then eventually the salesman clears his throat and for slightly unclear reasons summons up the courage to recite, a little too quickly. "I'm selling subscriptions to our skincare products. Every month you receive 8 different products through the post, but you only keep the ones you want and send the others back free of charge. 8? Ramona wonders, after 2 large gulps of breakfast. Yes. And I'm supposed to have an opinion about that? Tell me, boy, do you honestly think a person has that much skin? The salesman doesn't have a scripted reply to that, so instead he tries, Right now we have a very attractive offer. Ramona's voice is simultaneously apologetic and irritated, as if she's about to tell him that his cat has been run over, but that it was actually something of a nuisance for her because the little bugger jumped out of the way the first 2 times she tried. Boy, the people you call probably have their hands full trying to hold their lives together. 8 different skincare products. People just want to make it through the day. The salesman replies in a voice scratchy with cough drops and despair. Me too. Have you had breakfast, boy? That's the most important beer of the day. Probably good for the skin, too, full of vitamins. I'll give it a try, the salesman promises. You know what, boy? If you're ever passing Beartown, you can have one on the house. Beartown? I didn't even know there was a place called that. Ramona hangs up. Everything has its price, Holger said before he left her. And when he was buried, the priest said the same thing. Grief is the price we pay for love, Ramona. A broken heart in exchange for a whole one. He was a bit drunk at the time, of course, that damn priest. But that didn't stop him being right. Everyone pays something, people and communities alike. There was once a time when every telemarketer had heard of Beartown. Beartown? You're the ones with the hockey team, right? In the yard below the apartment blocks in the hollow, some children are playing hockey, using a wall as the goal and soda bottles as posts. Amat is standing at the window of his room watching them. He used to play with his best friends, Zacharias and Lifa. It was an easy game back then, a stick each, a tennis ball, 2 teams. But they're 16 now, almost men. The hollow has gotten worse, unless they've just gotten big enough to see the truth about their surroundings. If you want to understand the hollow, you need to know that everyone who lives here regards the rest of Beartown the way the rest of Beartown regards the big cities. We only exist for them in the form of negative newspaper headlines. Lifa once said to Amat, They love you if you're good at hockey, but they'll only say you're from Beartown when you win. When you lose, they'll say you come from the hollow. Lifa hasn't played hockey for years now. He's changed, become harder. He hangs out with his brother's gang now, does deliveries on his moped carrying a backpack whose contents Amat doesn't know anything about. They see even less of each other now. Zacharias spends his nights at home playing computer games and sleeps all day. His parents are spending the summer with relatives, and Zacharias might as well be living in a different country because he lives his whole life online now. At the start of the summer, Amat would stop at his apartment each day and asked if he wanted to join him for a run, but Zacharias just tried to lure him in to play games and eat toasted sandwiches. So Amat stopped going over to avoid the temptation of spending the summer doing nothing. Nothing leads to nothing, he knows that much. So Amat has been training alone, putting weights on his bed and lifting it like a primitive bench press, doing push-ups until he cries, and running along the roads until he throws up. He goes down to the communal laundry room at night and practices stick-handling pucks and balls between glass bottles faster and faster. Every other evening, his mom, Fatima, comes home late because she's helping a friend who's ill. Amat doesn't know who. He doesn't tell her he misses her because he doesn't want to make her feel guilty. Fatima is the sort of person who looks after everyone who needs her, and her son is big enough to take his place in line. But this evening he isn't training, or sleeping. The other kids of his age from the hollow hang out on the hill at night, on the edge of the forest looking out over the old gravel pit. Amat can see them from the balcony, cooking hot dogs on barbecues and smoking weed, talking about nothing and laughing, just being teenagers. Everything has its price. They say you have to spend 10,000 hours practicing to get really good at something. So how many more is it going to cost Amat to get away from here? He hasn't even got a team now. After everything he gave up in the spring to stand up and tell the truth about what Kevin did to Maya, he hasn't got anything left. Even Maya's father doesn't give a damn. Amat pulls on a jersey, leaves the apartment, and heads up toward the hill. Most of the teenagers around the fires have known him since he was little, but they still look at him like some captive animal that has just jumped out of its cage. He stops, embarrassed, and looks down at the ground until someone suddenly laughs and passes him a cigarette whose contents he doesn't bother to ask about. "Here, superstar, party time," the girl who hands it to him says with a grin. She's sweet. So is the smoke. Amat closes his eyes and drifts away, and when she takes hold of his hand, he thinks that maybe he could stay here after all. Everything else can go to hell. Hockey, the club, the demands, the pressure. He's going to let himself be normal, just for one night. Smoke until he sabotages himself and fades away into the night air. He finds himself holding a beer, doesn't know where it came from. And when another hand comes out of nowhere and knocks his arm so hard that he drops both the beer and the joint, Amat yells, "What the hell?" and turns instinctively to shove the idiot in the chest. Lifa, his childhood friend, is big now. His chest doesn't budge an inch. Instead, he grabs hold of Amat's jersey and throws him roughly down the slope. Tails, the tall, thick-set supermarket owner who's almost always in a better mood than a Labrador under a water sprinkler, just sits there in shock as Peter tells him the whole story. They're sitting in Tails's office at the back of the shop, full of files containing Beartown Ice Hockey Club's accounts. Tails is the club's last big sponsor, and is spending all his time trying to figure out how long he can keep the club alive without the help of the council. "I don't get it. Why would Richard Theo want you to take a stand against—" He stands up and closes the door before he finishes his sentence in a whisper. "The pack." Peter rubs the dark rings under his eyes. "The factory's new owners want to sponsor a family sport. That looks better in the media. They've told Theo that they want to get rid of hooliganism. And after that business with the axe in the councillor's car, well—" "But how's that going to work?" Tails asks. Peter closes his eyes in exhaustion. "I have to say in a press conference that the club is getting rid of the standing area." "The pack aren't the only people who use that." "I know, but everyone in the pack uses it. Richard Theo doesn't care what happens. He's just bothered about how it looks." Tails' eyes open wide. "He's a smart bastard, that Theo. Everyone knows the pack voted to let you stay on at the meeting in the spring, so if you distance yourself from them in the paper it will be more effective. And Richard Theo gets everything he wants. The factory, jobs, the hockey club. He can take the credit for everything and won't be blamed for anything. Not even the pack will hate him. They'll just hate me. And we'll be giving them everything he needs to win the next council elections." "You can't do it, Peter. The pack will... You know what they're like. There are some crazy bastards in that gang, and hockey's the only thing some of them have got," Tails says. He knows because a few members of the pack work in his warehouse. They work hard, and they make sure everyone else on their shift does too, and if there's ever a break-in at the store, Tails never has to call a security firm, because it gets taken care of. In return, Tails arranges their shifts so they never have to take holiday in order to go to Beartown Ice Hockey's away games, but if the police show up a week later, their names still appear on the rota, at precisely the time when the police are trying to prove that they were involved in hooligan-related violence. "Hooligans? There are no hooligans working here," their employer exclaims uncomprehendingly. "Pack? What pack?" Peter wrings his hands. "What's the alternative, Tails? Richard Theo only cares about power, so putting the fate of the club in his hands and those of a bunch of utterly unknown investors is madness. But being realistic, if we don't, the club will be dead anyway in 3 months. I can sell another store or take out a loan on this one," Tails suggests. Peter puts a heavy hand on his friend's shoulder. "I can't ask you to do that, Tails. You've already done more than enough for the club." Tails looks insulted. "The club? The club's you and me." Peter's stern face cracks into a gentle smile. "You sound like Sonny, the way he used to go on when we were little. We are the club," he says, imitating the old coach. Tails and Peter used to hate summer when they were children, because the hockey rink was closed. They became best friends in an empty parking lot, along with Hogg and a few others, children who didn't care about swimming in the lake or playing war games in the forest. They used to play hockey on the tarmac with battered old sticks and a tennis ball until it got dark, then drag themselves home with scraped knees and 10 World Championship wins in their hearts. They're sitting in that very same parking lot now, because that's where Tails built his first supermarket. He puts his hand on an old team photograph on the wall and says to Peter, "I wouldn't be doing it for the club, you idiot. I'd be doing it for you. When we won silver 20 years ago, and you got the puck at the end of the game to take the last shot, do you remember who made that pass?" Does he remember? Everyone remembers. Tails made the pass. Peter missed the net. Tails may feel that they won silver, but Peter just thinks they lost gold. It was his fault. But Tails wipes his eyes with the back of his hand and says quietly, "If I had 100 chances to do it again, I'd pass the puck to you every time, Peter. I'd sell all my stores for you. That's what you do when you have a star in the team. You trust him. You give him the puck." Peter stares at the floor. "Where can a man find friends as loyal as you, Tails?" Tails flushes with pride. "On the ice. Only on the ice." An ancient man shuffles into the bearskin alone. Ramona has never seen him without the other 4 of the 5 uncles. He looks as though he's aged half a lifetime, as if the years have hit him all at once. "Have they been here?" he wonders, meaning the friends he's spent every day with for as long as anyone can remember. Ramona shakes her head and asks, "Have you tried phoning them?" The old man looks miserable. "I haven't got their numbers." Year after year, day after day, the 5 uncles have either been in the stands to watch hockey or here in the bearskin pub to talk about hockey. They've all used the same calendar, where each year starts in September. Why would they need one another's phone numbers? The old man stands for a while at the bar, lost, then he goes home. He and his friends. 5 men who sat in a bar every day to talk about sports. They're not about to become 5 men who sit in a bar every day and just drink. The youngsters around the fires have fallen silent. In a very short space of time, Lifa has grown from a nobody to the sort of person nobody here messes with. He doesn't even have to raise his voice. "Anyone who gives Amat another beer or cigarette will never enjoy another barbecue here. Understood?" Farther down the slope, Amat coughs as he gets to his knees. Zacharias is standing a short way behind him with melted cheese on his shirt. When Lifa came around to his apartment a short while ago, saying he'd heard that Amat was up on the hill, Zacharias tried to persuade Lifa to come inside and have a toasted sandwich instead. But Lifa just stared at him until Zacharias grabbed a pair of pants and decided to keep his mouth shut. "I'm partying, Lifa. Mind your own business," Amat manages to say. Lifa raises his fist but doesn't use it. He just walks disappointedly toward the apartment blocks. Zacharias helps Amat to his feet and mutters, "This isn't like you, Amat." "What do you mean, like me? There isn't a me. I haven't even got a team to play for." Amat is aware how pathetic he sounds. Lifa comes back up the hill, trailing a group of kids with sticks in their hands. Lifa prods one of the kids on the shoulder. "Tell him who you are and when you're playing." The boy clears his throat shyly and looks through his bangs at Amat when he says, "I'm you." Pieces of grit fall from Amat's hair. Lifa pokes him in the chest. "Are you feeling sorry for yourself?" "I'm not," Amat starts to say, but Lifa interrupts and points at their apartment block. "Zach and I played hockey with you in that yard every day, and how much do you think we enjoyed that all the damn time? Don't you think Zach would rather have been playing computer games?" "Much, much rather," Zach confirms, gently brushing cheese from his shirt. Lifa's eyes are blazing. "We played hockey with you every evening because we could see how crazy good you were, Amat, what you could become. I haven't even got a team now, Amat whimpers, but Lifa cuts him off. "Shut up! You're going to get away from here, and you know why? Because whether you give up or not, these kids here are going to do what you do, so you need to get training. Because when you're playing in the NHL and get interviewed on TV, you can say you came from here, you came from the hollow, and you did something with your life.
And every kid in these blocks will know that, and they'll want to be like you, not me."
Tears are running down Leifa's face, but he makes no attempt to hide them.
"You selfish bastard! Can't you see what everyone else here would give to have your talent?"
Amat's hands are shaking. Leifa walks over and hugs him as though they're 8 years old again. He kisses his hair and whispers,
"We'll come running with you. Every mad sod here will come running with you all summer, if that's what it takes."
He's not joking. Leifa runs up and down along the road beside Amat that night until he collapses. And after Amat has carried his friend home on his back, Zacharias starts running in his place. When he can't run anymore, other kids show up. 24 certifiable lunatics who promise Amat not to smoke and drink as long as he needs someone to train with. In 10 years' time, when Amat is playing hockey professionally, he won't have forgotten this. Some of the guys here will have died of overdoses, others will have died violently, some will be in prison, and some will just have made a mess of their lives. But some will have lives, big, proud lives, and they will all know that here, for just one summer, they were running for something. Amat will be interviewed on television in English, and the reporter will ask where he grew up, and he will say, "I'm from the Hollow." And every single bastard here will know that he remembers them. He had no team, so they gave him an army. 14. A Stranger. Peter is walking alone through Beartown, past the row house where he lost his mother and dodged his father's grief, past the rink where he found his new home, along the lake, and across the parking lot where he found his best friends, Tails and Hog. When Peter was given a professional contract, he played hockey with them that last evening before he went to Canada, with a tennis ball on the tarmac, just like when they were kids. He was almost paralyzed by nerves, but his friends said, "Come on, hockey's a simple game. If you strip away all the crap around it, the stands and the crowd and the rankings and the money, it's simple. Everyone gets a stick. There are 2 nets and 2 teams." Naturally, it was Sunne, their coach, who had drummed that into them. They always went to Sunne for good advice about both life and hockey. The coach was more of a father to them than their real dads ever were. So that's where Peter's going now. Through his town, to the home of his old coach, to tell him that he's been given one last possibility of saving their club. The old man has lost a lot of weight as a result of heart disease. His shoulders have slumped. The T-shirt with the Bear logo on it is hanging lower over his stomach. He isn't married and has no children, like an aged general who has lived his whole life in the service of hockey. Why did he get so old? Peter wonders. And Sunne seems to read his mind, because he grins wearily and replies, "You don't look much like a sweet little rosebud yourself these days, you know." A puppy is yelping happily around the old man's feet, and he snaps at it. "At least try to pretend you've been trained." "How are you?" Peter asks. Sunne pats him paternally on the shoulder and nods at the deep circles beneath Peter's eyes. "You look like I feel. What can I do for you?" So Peter tells him everything. How he can save the bear on Sunne's T-shirt, but only with the help of a powerful sponsor he doesn't know anything about, and a politician no one trusts. And only if he gets rid of the standing area and throws the pack out of the rink, the men who saved his job in the spring. Sunne listens. Then he says, "Do you want coffee?" "I'm here for your advice," Peter insists impatiently. Sunne shakes his head and snorts. "Rubbish. When I was your coach and you were going to take a penalty, you always came back to the bench so that everyone would think you were asking my advice. And that was kind of you, a way to show your old coach respect. But you and I both know that you'd already made your mind up. And you've made your mind up now as well. Come in and have some coffee. It tastes awful, but it's strong." Peter remains stubbornly where he is in the hall. "But even if I can save the club, if you can't train the team, then I haven't got a coach." Sunne replies with a rumble of laughter. Only when Peter follows him into the kitchen does he realize why. The 2 men aren't alone. There's a stranger sitting at the kitchen table. Sunny blinks happily. This is Elizabeth Zackel. You probably recognize her. She came around a little while ago to tell me that she's here to take my job. Kira Anderson is sitting on the steps outside the little house, waiting for a man who never comes. She knows what her colleague would have said. Men! You know why you can never rely on men? Because they love men. No one loves men as much as men do, Kira. They can't even watch sports if it's not being played by men. Sweaty, panting men fighting against other men, with 10,000 men in the stands. That's what men want. I bet you they'd soon invent a type of porn featuring nothing but men, but aimed at heterosexual men who don't really get turned on by men, but don't think women are actually capable of having sex properly. Kira's colleague makes her laugh a lot. Like the time a man in a suit sneezed in the middle of a meeting, deafeningly and shamelessly, without making any attempt to cover his mouth, and her colleague exclaimed, "Men! Imagine if you had periods. You're incapable of keeping a single bodily fluid inside you in public." But today, Kira's colleague didn't manage to make her laugh, just feel ashamed. Throughout their friendship, her colleague has kept on saying that they ought to start their own business together. Kira has never really needed to make any excuses because it's been just an entertaining fantasy, something to talk about once every few months over a box of wine and increasing amounts of hubris. But today, her colleague thundered into Kira's office waving a sheet of paper. "The premises are empty." The premises they've fantasized about for years, in a location where Kira and her colleague wouldn't have any trouble luring the biggest clients away from their current firm. It would be perfect. But Kira replied the way she always does. "I can't right now, not with Peter's job and the children. I need to be there for Maya." Her colleague leaned over her desk. "You know our clients would come with us. I've got enough money saved up. If not now, when?" Kira tried to make excuses, but the only one she could find was time. Starting a new business would demand 16-hour days, 7 days a week, and how could that work with picking up and dropping off at hockey practice and guitar lessons and lottery ticket sales and the volunteer parents' rotation in the coffee stand at the ice rink? Her colleague looked her sternly in the eye. "You're 4 different women, Kira. You're trying to be everything to everyone the whole time. A good wife, a good mother, a good employee. How long are you going to carry on like that?" Kira pretended to stare at an important document on her computer screen, but eventually gave up and muttered, "You said 4. Wife, mother, employee. Who's the 4th woman?" Her colleague leaned over the desk and switched off the screen, tapped the glass sadly, and said, "Her, Kira. When is it going to be that woman's turn?" Kira sat and stared into the eyes of her own reflection in the dark monitor. Now she's sitting on the steps outside the house, drinking wine, waiting for a man who never comes. Peter holds out his hand, and Elizabeth Zackel shakes it as if she doesn't really want to. Her body language is odd, as if there's a much smaller Elizabeth Zackel sitting inside her, trying to steer this one with a joystick. "I saw you playing the Olympic Games," Peter admits. Zackel doesn't seem to know what to do with that information, so Sunne jumps in. "For God's sake, Peter, you got 240 international appearances standing in front of you, Olympic and World Championship medals, and she's got her coaching license. If she'd been a man, you'd be on your knees begging her to take my job." Peter takes the cup of coffee, sinks down at the kitchen table, and looks apologetically at Elizabeth Zackel. "But if you were a man, you'd already have a job at one of the top clubs, wouldn't you?" Zackel agrees with a curt nod. "I've never been given a chance to coach a good team, so I've decided to take a useless team and make it good instead." Peter's eyebrows twitch in indignation. Sunne bursts out laughing, and Zackel doesn't appear to know what she's said to warrant either response. "You are useless, aren't you?" Peter smiles reluctantly. "How did you know we needed a new coach? Sunne's kept very quiet about his illness." He breaks off when he realizes the answer. Zackel doesn't have to say Richard Theo. Peter drinks some coffee, then exclaims, half to himself, "He's smart. Theo, a female coach." Was it your daughter who was raped? Zakel interrupts. Peter and Sune clear their throats uncomfortably. Zakel looks confused. Wasn't she? Raped, I mean. By a player the two of you had nurtured. Peter replies in a quiet voice. Is that why you're here? As Richard Theo's PR coup? A female hockey coach in what used to be a violent men's club. Media will love it. Zakel stands up impatiently. I'm not going to talk to the media. You can do that. And I don't give a shit about Richard Theo's PR coup. I'm not here to be a female hockey coach. Peter and Sune glance at each other. What do you want to be, then? Sune asks. A hockey coach. Zakel replies. Sune scratches his stomach. As he always says, we only pretend hockey is complicated, because it isn't really. When you strip away all the nonsense surrounding it, the game is simple. Everyone gets a stick, there are 2 nets, 2 teams. Us against you. There's a sound from the garden, and Sune looks up and grins, but Peter is too distracted by his own thoughts to recognize the noise at first. He begins, trying to sound like a grown man, a general manager, a leader. But the sound interrupts him again. Bang! The boy Peter used to be, the dreamer, would have recognized the sound at once. He looks quizzically at Sune. Bang! 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 Comes from the garden. What's that? Peter asks. Oh, yes. Did I forget to say? Sune grins, the way you do when you haven't forgotten a damn thing. Peter gets up and follows the noise, out through the terrace door. At the back of Sune's house stands a 4.5-year-old girl, firing pucks against the wall as hard as she can. Do you remember when you used to come here and do the same thing, Peter? She's better than you were. She could already tell time when she got here. Sune informs him happily. Peter follows the puck's movement toward the wall and is thrown back in time, a whole lifetime. It's a simple game, really. The girl misses one of her shots and gets so angry that she hits her stick against the wall as hard as she can. It snaps, and only then does she spin around and catch sight of Peter. He sees the child shrink instinctively. All of Peter's childhood shatters inside his chest. What's your name? He whispers. Alicia, she replies. Peter sees her bruises. He used to have similar ones. He knows she'll lie if he asks how she got them. Children are so incredibly loyal to their parents. So Peter crouches down and promises her with all the despair of his childhood shaking in his voice. I can see that you're used to getting hurt if you make a mistake, but hockey will never treat you like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hockey will never hurt you. The girl nods. Peter fetches another stick. Alicia carries on firing pucks. Behind them, Sune says, I know you've already decided to save the club, Peter, but it can be useful to be reminded of who you're saving it for. Peter blinks up at the old man, more than he needs to. You've coached the Beartown A-team all my life. Are you suddenly prepared to surrender the job to a stranger? He does his best to hide the fact that stranger wasn't his first choice of word. Sune's breathing sounds laboured as he replies, I've always known that Beartown ice hockey is more than a club. I don't believe in targets and tables. I believe in signs and symbols. I think it's more important to nurture human beings than to foster stars. And so do you. And you think that this Elizabeth Zakel in your kitchen thinks the same? Sune smiles, but his chin moves slowly sideways. No, Elizabeth Zakel isn't like us. But right now, that might be what the club needs. Are you sure about that? Peter wonders. Sune pulls at his belt. His failing heart has made his trousers too big. Of course he doesn't want to give up his job. No one wants to do that. But he has given his life to the club, so what sort of leader would he be if he wasn't prepared to swallow his pride when the club's at risk of dying? When the hell can you be sure of anything, Peter? All I know is that the bear is supposed to symbolize the best of this town, but there are people around here who want to bury it as a symbol of our worst qualities, and if we let those bastards get away with it,
If we let them transfer all their money to HID as soon as it suits their purposes, what signal are we giving the kids in this town then? That we were only a club? That this is what happens if you dare to stand up and tell the truth?
In what way is Zackle different from you? Peter asks.
She's a winner, Sune says.
The men can't find any more words. They just stand there watching as Alicia fires pucks against the wall. Bang, 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 bang. Peter goes into the bathroom, turns the tap on, and stands in front of the mirror without looking at it. When he comes out, Zackle has already put her boots on. Where are you going? Peter wonders. We're done, aren't we? Zackle says, as if she has just employed herself. Oh, surely we need to talk about the team, Peter points out.
I'll put more coffee on,
Sune says, pushing past them into the kitchen. I don't drink coffee, Zackle says.
You don't drink coffee?
Sune hisses. I told you that when I got here.
I assumed you were joking.
Peter stands between them, rubbing his eyelids with his palms. Hello, the team? When are we going to talk about the team? Elizabeth Zackle looks as though a very small Elizabeth Zackle is running around inside the big Elizabeth Zackle's head, trying to find the correct switch. What team? She asks. The game may be simple, but people never are. Bang, bang, bang. 15. Vidar Rinius. It won't be long before the staff at Beartown School hold their first planning meeting in advance of the autumn term. They will discuss budgets and teaching plans and the rebuilding of the gym, as usual. But then a teacher will ask about a pupil named Vidar who has suddenly appeared on the register for one class. The headmaster will clear his throat uncomfortably. Yes, he was a pupil here before, and now he's joining us again. We've only just been informed. The teacher will wonder where this pupil has been in the meantime. Has he attended a different school? Well, Vidar has been in an alternative educational system, the headmaster will concede. You mean youth custody? The teacher will ask. I think it's more of a clinic, the headmaster will say. The teacher seems neither to understand nor to care about the difference. A teacher toward the back of the room will whisper, Assault and drug charges. He tried to beat a police officer to death. Another will snap, I don't want a psychopath in my class. Someone will ask in a louder voice, Wasn't Vidar given a longer sentence? But will get no answer. Another will ask nervously, Vidar, what's his surname? The headmaster's eyelashes will flutter like a hummingbird's wings when he replies, Rinius. Vidar Rinius. He's Timu Rinius's younger brother. Elizabeth Zackle scratches her head. It's hard to tell if her hair has been fashioned by a stylist or by mistake. She steps out through Sune's door in shoes made for freezing temperatures and feet at least 2 sizes larger, and lights a cigar. Peter follows her, clearly worried now. What are you doing? He asks. Zackle, evidently not very good at reading people's intentions, assumes he means the cigar. This? Oh, I don't know. I'm a vegan. I don't drink alcohol or coffee. If I didn't smoke, no normal person would ever trust me, she says. Not as a joke, but as if she's given the matter serious consideration. Peter sighs deeply before he starts to cough. You can't just show up here and take for granted that you're going to get the job of coach without telling me what you do with our team. Zackle fills her mouth with smoke and tilts her head to one side. The team you've got right now? Yes, that's the team you'd be coaching. What, your A-team? Hopeless. A bunch of has-beens who are too old and useless for anyone else to want them. But can you make them good? Is that what you're saying? Zackle chuckles. Not in a friendly or charming way, just patronizingly. No, dear me, no. There's no way of making a useless team good. I'm not Harry Potter. Peter gets smoke in his eyes and loses his temper. What are you doing here? What do you want? Zakel pulls a crumpled sheet of paper from her pocket. She blows the smoke away from Peter, hesitantly, as if she doesn't really want to apologize for smoking, and instead regrets that he doesn't smoke. Are you angry? I'm not angry, Peter says, pulling himself together. You look a bit angry. Well, I'm not. Just leave it, okay? I've been told I'm not good at dealing with people, feelings, stuff like that. Zakel concedes, but her face is still completely expressionless. You don't say. I can't think why, Peter says sarcastically. Zakel hands him the sheet of paper. I'm a good coach, though, and I've heard that you're a good general manager. If you can get the names on this list to give me their all on the ice, I can make a winning team out of them. Peter reads the names. Bobo, Amat, Benji. They're just teenagers. One of them is only 16 years old. You're going to build the A-team out of them. They're not going to build the A-team. They're going to carry it. That one's the new team captain, Zakel says, cutting him off. Peter stares at her, then at the name she's pointing at. You're going to make him captain? Of the A-team? She replies as if it was the most natural thing in the world. No, you're going to, because you're good with people. Then she hands him another piece of paper. On it is the name Vidar. Peter takes one look at it, then exclaims, Not a chance! So you know Vidar? Know him? He... Peter starts shaking and actually turns right around, like a crazy egg-timer. Sune is standing in the doorway with coffee. Zakel turns down the proffered cup, but is given it anyway. Sune grins at the note. Vidar. That boy, yes. He probably can't play in your team for geographic reasons. Zakel's voice is matter-of-fact rather than smug when she replies. I've been assured that he's being released soon. From the clinic? How's that happening? Sune splutters. Zakel doesn't say Richard Theo. She just says, That's not my problem. My problem is that I need a goalie, and he seems to be Beartown's best goalie. Peter is literally hugging himself with anger. Vidar is a criminal and a psychopath. He's not playing on my team. Zakel shrugs her shoulders. This isn't your team. It's mine. You ask me what I want? I want to win. And I can't do that with a few old A-team players no one else wants. You have to give me more than that. What? Peter grunts, leaning disconsolately against the wall of the house. Zakel blows out a cloud of cigar smoke. A gang of bandits. Timu Rinius walks into the bearskin. Ramona leans over the bar and pats him tenderly on the cheek. He's carrying 2 bags of groceries, one of them largely filled with cigarettes. When Holger left her, Ramona stopped going out. Timu has never criticized her for that. He's just made sure she's never gone short of anything. So she very rarely criticizes his life choices. Morals can always be debated, but the two of them know that most people are only trying to get through the day. As Ramona usually says, everyone's wading through their own shit. Timu can look almost harmless, with his neatly combed hair and clean-shaven chin, and Ramona can look almost sober, if you get there early enough in the morning. How's your mother? She asks. Okay. She's okay, Timu says. His mother is always tired. Ramona knows that. She's rather too fond of sleeping pills and difficult men. Once Timu got old enough, he was able to throw the men out. But he's never been able to do anything about the pills. In his blue eyes he carries all the lives he wishes his mother could have had, and perhaps that's why Ramona has allowed herself to care more about Timu than all the other men who have wandered into and out of the bearskin over the years. But today, those blue eyes are lit up with something else as well. Hope. Vidar just called. You know what he said? He exclaims. There are police investigations that claim that Timu Rinius is lethally dangerous. There are plenty of people who say he's criminal. But there's one pub in Beartown where he'll only ever be a little boy, uncertain and eager. What is this?
Some sort of quiz? Just tell me, boy. Ramona snaps impatiently. Timu laughs. They're letting him out. My little brother's coming home. Ramona doesn't know what to do with her feet and ends up dancing around in circles twice before she gasps, We need better whiskey. Timu has already put a bottle on the counter. Ramona hurries around the bar and hugs him. This time, we're going to take better care of your brother. This time, we're not going to let go. The old bartender and the young fighter laugh. Today, the pair of them are too happy to ask themselves, why is Vidar being released so early? Whose hand is turning the key? Politics is an endless series of negotiations and compromises, and even if the processes are often complicated, the foundations are always simple. Everyone wants to be paid, one way or another, so most parts of all bureaucratic systems work the same way. Give me something, and I'll give you something. That's how we build civilizations. Richard Theo is very fond of his car. He drives many thousands of miles each year. Technology may be good for a lot of things, but it leaves evidence. Emails, text messages, phone messages, they're all a politician's worst enemies. So he drives a long way to talk quietly about things no one will ever be able to prove. Peter Anderson is right. Theo called Elizabeth Zackel because he recognized her PR value. A female coach in a club known for violent masculinity. Theo also understands the value of winning, so when Zackel had gone through the list of Beartown Hockey's A-team players, Theo asked what she needed. She replied, First and foremost, a goalie. There was a junior here a couple of years ago with good stats, Vidar Rinius. He seems to have vanished. What happened to him? Theo knows nothing about hockey, but he understands people. It was simple to find out which treatment centre Vidar was in. Over the years, Theo has been a good friend to people working in various authorities and public bodies. So he called Zackel and asked her, How much do you really want, Vidar? Zackel replied, If you can promise me him and I can find 3 more good players in Beartown, I can win. Richard Theo had to cash in a few personal favours. It cost him some more promises and plenty more driving in the car, but Vidar Rinius will soon be released, considerably earlier than expected. No laws have been broken, no rules have even been bent. The only thing that has happened is that Richard Theo has become friends with the chair of the right committee, and that the case happened to be given to a new advisor, who considered that Vidar's treatment requirements need to be re-evaluated. Vidar was only 17 when he was arrested for assault and possession of narcotics, so he was sentenced to treatment in a secure clinic. Bureaucracies can be complicated things, mistakes can be made, and, hand on heart, shouldn't treatment requirements be re-evaluated from time to time? Considering the acute shortage of places in treatment centres, wouldn't it actually be politically irresponsible to leave a youngster in there any longer than necessary? In his statement, the new advisor declared that Vidar Rinius had been a promising hockey player before he was sent to the clinic, and that his rehabilitation to a pro-social life would be improved if the youth in question was given the opportunity to resume meaningful occupation in a more open setting. Normally, his release would have been handled more gradually, via other facilities and homes, but such things can be reconsidered if he has access to a secure, stable home. So an apartment in the Hollow, owned by Beartown's Communal Housing Association, was found to be vacant. Naturally, Richard Theo had nothing to do with that, because that would have been corruption. And obviously the advisor on Vidar Rinius's case wasn't from Beartown, because that would have looked suspicious. But the advisor's mother-in-law, who passed away recently, was from there. The advisor's wife has inherited a small lakeside property, and in a few months' time an application may well, entirely coincidentally, be submitted to the council, requesting permission to build a number of small holiday cabins on the plot. Ordinarily, applications of that sort are rejected out of hand, because construction so close to the water isn't permitted. But on this occasion, the advisor will be fortunate enough to have his application granted. One signature on a sheet of paper in return for a signature on another one. Bureaucracy in action. Elizabeth Zackel gets her goalie, Timu Rinius gets his little brother back, and Peter Andersson will get dangerous enemies. And, last of all, Richard Theo will get everything he wants. Everyone wants to get paid. The only difference is the preferred currency. When Peter leaves the row house, Sunne and Zackel walk the little girl, Alicia, home. "Can I come back again tomorrow and do some more?" the 4.5-year-old asks. Sunne promises that she can. Zackel's face is expressionless. Sunne had to tell her not to smoke her cigar in front of the child. Zackel seemed to have difficulty understanding if that was because it was a bad thing in and of itself, or if the child was trying to give up smoking and didn't want to be tempted. Once Alicia runs into her house, Sunne turns to Zackel with a frown. "Are you serious about bringing Vidar onto the team? He's a good goalie, isn't he? I saw the numbers from his last season. Were they wrong?" "Vidar may be the best goalie this town has ever had, but he's also had problems." "Is he available to play or not?" "Availability isn't the same thing as suitability," Sunne notes. Zackel's lack of understanding is almost touching. Hockey's hockey. If he's any good, then he's suitable. Why is Peter so angry with him? Sunne does his best not to laugh. "Peter isn't angry. He seems angry. Vidar has problems with his impulse control. He has difficulty restraining himself, and Peter doesn't like mess." "Mess?" "Vidar, well, where do I start? His brother is a hooligan, the leader of the pack. I've heard about that." Zackel interrupts. Sunne clears his throat. "Yes, well, there isn't necessarily any pack here. It all got a bit exaggerated by the media, but yes, well, once a fight did break out outside the rink between the fans after an A-team game. Timu was involved. The juniors were going to play a game straight afterward, but when it was supposed to start, Beartown didn't have a goalie because Vidar was sitting in a police car. He'd run outside and thrown himself into the fight, still wearing his skates. On another occasion he broke into the rink and drove his moped around the stands. He was, well, a bit drunk. Another time he heard that Peter Andersson had spoken out against hooligans during a board meeting, so we spent all night going around collecting all the pucks. And I mean all the pucks. From the rink, from the pro shop, from people's garages. We had to ask the spectators at a boys' cup game the next day to go home to see if they had any pucks hidden away somewhere so we could play the game. And another time, Vidar hit a referee in a sensitive part of his body in the middle of a game. Peter banned him from the club, so Vidar broke into the rink and took a shit on Peter's desk." Zackel nods, unconcerned. "And Peter doesn't like mess?" Sunne chuckles. "Peter has a breakdown if anyone spills coffee on his desk. He's just having trouble forgiving the business with the shit. He won't let you put Vidar on the team." Zackel gives the distinct impression that she doesn't understand how any of this hangs together. "Have you got a better goalie in Beartown than Vidar?" "No." "I coach hockey teams. The only thing I know how to do is to treat everyone fairly, not treat them all the same. A good player is a good player." Sunne nods. "Bloody hell. Peter's going to kick up one hell of a fuss." "Is that bad?" Sunne smiles. "Nope. A vibrant club needs to be full of people burning with passion, and you only get fire from friction." "And forest fires," Zackel points out. Sunne sighs. "You're spoiling my metaphor." "Was that a metaphor? Sorry, I'm not good at people, feelings." Sunne guesses. "Pussyfooting around. I need players who go for it." "That's why you need Peter. He motivates them. You coach them." "Yes." "He won't even talk to Vidar. But I can talk to Vidar's brother." "His brother?" "Yes." "And the other three? Benji, Bobo and Amat? Will Peter talk to them?" "No." "No?" "If you want him to motivate Benji, Bobo and Amat, you don't need him to talk to the boys. He needs to talk to their mothers and sisters." "This is a very odd town," Zackel declares. "So we've been told," Sunne says.
16. Beartown against the rest. The news on the local paper's website spreads quickly, possibly because there isn't much other news to talk about, possibly because hockey is more important here than in a lot of other places, or perhaps because the wind happened to change at that moment, without most people even realizing. Beartown Ice Hockey saved by new sponsor. General Manager Peter Anderson engaged in secret talks, the paper trumpets. A couple of lines farther down comes the next revelation. Sources indicate that national women's team player Elizabeth Zackel will be the new A-team coach, the first female coach in the history of Beartown hockey. The newspaper doesn't say where it got the information from, just that it was a reliable source close to the club. Politicians need conflict to win elections, but they also need allies. Richard Theo knows only two ways of getting someone who doesn't like you to fight on your side regardless: a shared enemy or a shared friend. The same day Peter Anderson meets Elizabeth Zackel, a reporter from the local paper calls another politician in the council building, but Richard Theo answers the phone. "I'm afraid the person you're trying to reach is on holiday. I was just passing in the corridor and heard the phone ringing," he says amiably. "Oh, I got an email from his assistant asking me to call. Something about a tip-off about Beartown ice hockey?" Theo has an exceptional ability to play stupid. The fact that the other politician's assistant has a password consisting of a swear word followed by 12345 as his email password is happy coincidence. A tip-off about Beartown ice hockey? It could be about the new sponsor or the new coach, maybe. Theo suggests helpfully. "What?" the reporter exclaims. Theo fakes hesitancy. "Sorry, I thought it was already common knowledge. Silly of me. I've probably said more than I should have done. I'm really not the right person to be talking about this." The reporter clears her throat. "Could you say a little more?" "Can I trust you not to give my name in whatever you write?" Theo asks. The reporter promises, and Theo says magnanimously that he just doesn't want to steal Peter Anderson's thunder because he's the one doing all the work. When the news appears on the website, Theo sets off to the supermarket, asks for the owner, and is directed to the storeroom. Tails is shifting stock, an old hockey giant driving a forklift, but dressed in a suit the same as usual. When he was younger, he had trouble attracting girls' attention, so he started to dress up more than the other guys. When they wore T-shirts, he wore a smart jacket, and when they went to funerals in suits, he would show up wearing tails, which is how he got his nickname. "My name is Richard Theo," the politician says, unnecessarily. "I know who the hell you are. We were at school together." Tails grunts and jumps down from the forklift. The politician holds out a large box. The supermarket owner takes it warily. "I want to help Beartown ice hockey," Theo says. "People around here don't want to give a politician any control of the club," Tails replies. "A politician? Or this politician?" Theo wonders ironically. Tails's voice is wary, but not unfriendly. "I dare say you know your own reputation. What do you want with me?" "I want us to help each other. Because you and I have a friend in common, Tails, and I think that's more important than having enemies in common." Tails opens the box, looks down into it, tries not to look shocked, but fails. "What? What am I supposed to do with these?" "Everyone says you're the best salesman in Beartown, so sell them," Theo says. He puts his hands into the pockets of his expensive trousers. He's wearing a crisp white shirt beneath a grey waistcoat, a red silk tie, shiny polished shoes. No one dresses like that in Beartown, apart from him and Tails. The supermarket owner looks down into the box again. He loves just two things apart from his family, his town and his hockey club. So as Richard Theo turns to walk away, he sees Tails smile. The box is full of T-shirts. On them are the words, "Beartown against the rest." Tails sells all of them in less than an hour. There's a loser in every relationship. We may not like to admit it, but one of us always gets a little more, and one of us always gives up a little more readily. Kira is sitting on the steps outside the house, breathing in through her nose, but her lungs never feel full. These forests can suffocate a person if she's longing for something else. But how do you hold a family together if you think only about your own breathing? She's been offered better jobs, far from Beartown. She's been offered a managerial role in the firm she works at now, but it would have meant longer working days and being available on weekends, and that would be impossible, because weekends mean guitar lessons and training and hockey games. She has to sell programs and pour coffee, and be a couple of kids' mom and someone's wife. Naturally enough, her colleague, a fanatical anti-monogamist, keeps telling her not to put up with that shit. But what is a marriage if you take away the infatuation? A negotiation. Dear Lord, it's hard enough for two people to agree what TV program to watch, let alone fashion an entire life together. Someone has to sacrifice something. Peter gets out of the Volvo with a bunch of flowers in his hand. Kira has an extra wine glass on the steps beside her. White flags. In the end, she smiles, mostly at the flowers. Where did you find those at this time of day? Peter blushes. I picked them from a garden, in Hid. He holds out his hand, touches her skin, and their fingertips touch tentatively. It's only a hockey club, only a game, only pretend. There will always be people who try to tell Alicia that, and obviously she'll never listen to them, the little brat. She's 4.5 years old, and tomorrow she will knock on Sune's door again. The old man will teach her to fire hockey pucks harder and harder at the wall of his house. The marks on the wall will be like the grandchildren's drawings other old men pin up on their fridges. Tiny etchings in time, to prove that someone we love grew up here. How are you getting on at preschool? Sune asks. The boys are stupid, the 4.5-year-old says. Hit them in the face, Sune advises. The 4.5-year-old says she will. You have to keep your promises. But when Sune walks home with her later, he adds, but you have to be a good friend to the kids who haven't got any friends, and you have to defend the ones who are weaker. Even when it's hard, even when you think it's a nuisance, even when you're scared, you always have to be a good friend. Why? The girl asks. Because one day you're going to be the best, and then the coach will make you team captain, and then you have to remember that a great deal is expected of anyone who's been given a lot. The girl doesn't know what that means yet, but she will remember every word. Every night until then she dreams of the same sound. Bang! 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 Her club lives on. She's blessed enough never to really understand what happened this summer, how close it came to dying, and how it came to survive, and at what cost. If you live with the same person for long enough, you often discover that although you may have had 100 conflicts at the start of the relationship, in the end you have only one. You keep slipping into the same argument, albeit in different guises. There's a new sponsor, Peter begins. The paper's already written about it online. Everyone's talking about it, Kira says. I know what you want to say, Peter says, standing at the bottom of the steps in front of their home. No, because you haven't asked, Kira replies, and drinks a sip of wine. He doesn't ask now either. Instead, he says, I can save the club. I promised Maya that I'd... Kira's grip on his fingers is gentle, but her voice is merciless. Don't drag our daughter into this. You're saving the club for your own sake. You want to prove to everyone in this town who doesn't believe in you that they're wrong, again. You never get through having to prove that. Peter grinds his teeth. What am I supposed to do? Let the club die while people around here? It doesn't matter what people think, she snaps. But he cuts her off in turn. My death was announced in the paper. Someone threatened my life. Someone threatened our lives, Peter. Why the hell do you always get to choose when this family is a team or not? His tears fall onto her hair. He squats down in front of her. Sorry. I know I have no right to ask any more from you. I love you, you and the kids, more than anything.
She closes her eyes. We know, darling. I know the sacrifices you've made for my hockey, I know. Kira hides her despair behind her eyelids. Every autumn, winter and spring, the whole family lives according to the dictates of hockey, raised up to the heavens when the team wins and tumbling headlong when it loses. Kira doesn't know if she can bear to put herself through yet another season, but she still stands up and says, What's love if we aren't prepared to make sacrifices? Darling, Peter says, but tails off. Kira is wearing a green t-shirt. The words, Beartown against the rest, are printed on it. She bites her cheeks, broken by what she's giving up, but proud of her choice. Tails called. He's selling them in the store. Our neighbours were each wearing one when they got home. Christ, Peter, they're both over 90. What sort of 90-year-olds wear t-shirts? She smiles. Peter's eyes dart about in embarrassment. I didn't know, Tails. Kira touches his cheek. Tails loves you. Oh, how he loves you, darling. There may be people in this town who hate you, and you can't do anything about that. But there are far more who worship you, and you can't do anything about that either. Sometimes I wish you weren't indispensable to them, that I didn't have to share you. But I knew when I married you that half your heart belongs to hockey. That's not true, please. Ask me to resign and I'll do it. She doesn't ask him. She spares him from having to reveal that he's lying. You do that if you love someone. She says, I'm one of the people who worship you, and I'm on your team, no matter what. Go and save your club. The answer is barely audible. Next year, darling. Just give me one more season. Next year. Kira hands him the wine glass. It's either half full or half empty. She kisses her husband on the lips, and he whispers, I love you, his breath mingling with hers. She replies, Win, darling. If you're really going to do this, win. Then she goes into their house, sends an email to her colleague. Can't take the premises. Not this year. Sorry. Then she goes to bed. There are 3 women in the bed that night. Only 3. The reporter from the local paper calls Peter late that night and asks straight out, Can you confirm the rumours? Is there a new sponsor? Can you save the club? Have you appointed a female coach? Is Beartown still going to play hit in the first game of the season? Peter gives the same response to each question. Then he hangs up. Yes. 17. Smells blood and catches fire. On the wall of Richard Theo's office, beside the picture of the stork, is a printout from the website of the Ice Hockey Federation. It's the schedule for Beartown ice hockey season. First game, hit hockey. A fly makes its way in through the open window. Theo doesn't kill it, just lets it buzz about, more and more lost. He recently read a book about terrorism in which a historian drew an analogy with a china shop. A lone fly can't overturn a single teacup, but a fly buzzing in the ear of a bull until the bull panics and rushes into a china shop in a rage can accomplish any amount of devastation. Richard Theo has no need of devastation. He's happy with conflict. So he's spent a long time listening to everyone. To people in the supermarket, in the DIY store, in the bearskin pub, in the hollow, in the heights. He's looked everyone in the eye, and instead of expressing an opinion, he has asked questions. What should we politicians be doing for you? Where do you see Beartown in 10 years' time? How much tax did you pay last year? Do you get value for money from it? From that he has learned that people around here are worried about 3 things: jobs, healthcare, and hockey. So he sat down at his computer and started to write. All summer the local paper has been publishing articles about the rumours that the hospital in Hid is going to be closed, and Theo has commented repeatedly and anonymously using half a dozen fake accounts. He never spreads hate, never draws attention to himself, just discreetly tosses more fuel onto the already smouldering fire. When one worried pregnant woman wondered what was going to happen to the hospital's maternity unit,
One of Theo's anonymous pseudonyms wondered, "Have you heard anything?" The woman replied, "I know someone who works there. She says it's being shut down." Theo's pseudonym replied, "We'd better hope the government doesn't raise gasoline taxes, or we won't even be able to afford to give birth in our cars." When an unemployed man, recently laid off from the factory in Beartown, replied, "Exactly! Always us out in the sticks who have to suffer," another of Theo's identities wrote, "Why should all our money go to the hospital in Head instead of opening a new clinic in Beartown?" The man and woman were joined by other angry voices. The tone quickly became more inflamed, and Theo merely nudged the general frustration in the right direction when he wrote, "So the women around here will have to give birth in their cars, but the council always seems to have enough money to support Beartown ice hockey." Hospitals and hockey aren't funded from the same budget. Those decisions aren't even made by the same politicians. But if you ask a difficult enough question, there will always be a receptive audience for the simplest answer. So, day after day, in different comment sections, Richard Theo has been doing what he does best, creating conflict, setting one thing against another. Countryside against big city, hospital against hockey, Head against us against you. And now more and more people of all ages and from all parts of town are wearing green t-shirts bearing the words, "Beartown against the rest." Politics is never strictly linear. Big changes don't come out of nowhere. There's always a series of smaller causes. Sometimes politics is finding a hockey coach for a hockey club. Sometimes it's just answering a phone when all the other politicians are on holiday. The reporter who calls Richard Theo the second time is the same temp who called before. This time, she's trying to fill the summer news drought with simple questionnaires such as, "How did our local celebrities celebrate midsummer?" And of course, Richard Theo is both a politician and something of a celebrity. And of course, he was so hopeful the last time they spoke. Naturally, Theo doesn't pass up the opportunity. "I was actually in Head, watching the midsummer celebrations. You know, the council always pays for the festivities there. But of course, I'd much rather have celebrated midsummer here in Beartown." "You mean the council ought to organise midsummer festivities in Beartown?" The reporter wonders. "I think in times like these, taxpayers in Beartown may well be getting a little concerned that all the council's resources seem to be going to Head," Theo says. How do you mean?" "You only have to look at the comments sections of your own websites, really, don't you?" Theo suggests. The reporter hangs up and soon finds the comments section below the articles about the hospital. By now, Richard Theo has deleted all his own comments, but plenty of other people have already repeated. "So Beartown has to find its own sponsors while the council foots the bill in Head? Why is there money for Head hockey but not for the hospital?" The reporter calls Theo again. He says modestly that he hasn't been involved in any discussions concerning the hospital, and suggests that the reporter might do better to ask the leader of the largest party on the council instead. So the reporter calls him. He answers on his cell phone, on vacation in Spain. The reporter gets straight to the point. "Why are you transferring all the council's funding from Beartown ice hockey directly to Head hockey? Can't Head hockey find their own sponsors so that the council can invest the money in the hospital instead?" Perhaps the politician is too relaxed. Perhaps he's even had a glass of wine. But he replies, "Listen, my dear, it's not the same money at all. Surely you can see that. Completely different budgets. As far as hockey is concerned, we're focusing the council's resources where we believe they will do most good, and right now that's with Head hockey, not Beartown." The reporter quotes him online, but leaves out the word hockey. So now it just says, "Right now that's with Head, not Beartown." The comments section soon fills up. "Ha! As usual, Head gets everything. Do they think we don't pay taxes in Beartown or something?" Then, "Like someone said before, why is there money for Head hockey, but not for health centres in Beartown?" Then, "What do politicians think is most important, hockey or health care?" The reporter calls the politician in Spain again and asks, "What do you think is most important, hockey or the hospital?" The politician clears his throat and tries to explain. You can't make simple comparisons like that." But the reporter keeps probing until the politician snaps. "Surely to God you understand that I think hospitals are more important than hockey." The reporter quotes him directly and provides a few extra words of context. He said, "When we contacted him in his summer house in Spain." The article also mentions in passing the fact that the Spanish home-owning politician lives in Head rather than in Beartown. When the reporter calls Richard Theo again to request another interview, Theo asks if the reporter would mind conducting it in the council building, because Theo is at work all summer. "Being a local councillor here isn't a job, it's a privilege," he adds. The next article in the local paper includes a photograph of him alone in the dining room of the council building, hard at work. In response to the question, "Hockey or healthcare?" he replies, "I believe taxpayers deserve a society where we don't have to choose between healthcare and opportunities for exercise and leisure." Soon another article will appear on the website of the local paper. No one really knows how a summer temp could have dug up a piece of news like this, but suddenly there is documentation to prove that prominent councillors have been engaged in secret discussions about the Head Hospital all spring. It is claimed that jobs in one hospital department could be saved if another, more cost-heavy department was closed immediately. Somehow, the paper has managed to find out, from a reliable source, that the department that the leading elite of establishment politicians would prefer to save has more employees who live in Head, while the one threatened with closure has more staff living in Beartown. This later turns out not to be the case, but by then it won't matter, because all summer the headline is, "More Unemployment for Beartown." The comment section does what the comment section always does, smells blood and catches fire. At one point during the summer, a female politician arrives at Hogg's garage to pick up her car, which had to be repaired when visibility through the windshield was slightly obscured by the unfortunate appearance of an axe in the hood. Bobo has repaired and repainted it, but when the woman goes to take out her wallet, the boy shakes his head and says, "It's already been paid for." The boy doesn't say who by, but the woman understands. She drives home, still terrified at the very thought of catching sight of any men in black jackets, but there is nothing threatening waiting outside her door. Just a magnificent bouquet of flowers. The card reads, "Don't be scared. You've still got friends. We won't let the forces of darkness win. Richard Theo." The woman calls to thank him. Theo is humble, says he doesn't want anything in return, and she respects him for that. He smiles as he hangs up. He often has a plan, but not always. Sometimes he's just like a good hockey player. He's got quick reflexes. That afternoon, just before midsummer, after the establishment politicians had their meeting with Peter about Beartown hockey, the insecure female councillor was standing in the corridor, not daring to go outside. Richard Theo passed her at the coffee machine and asked, "You look worried. What's the matter?" The female councillor represented a party that had publicly distanced itself, in the strongest possible terms, from Richard Theo, but a few kind words can go a long way. She admitted, "Oh, I don't know. Everyone's saying that Beartown ice hockey is going to go bankrupt, but I've got no interest in sports. What am I supposed to say if anyone asks me?" Theo put his hand on her shoulder and said, "It's not that serious. The council still has another hockey club after all. Just say that everyone ought to start supporting head hockey instead." And the woman walked out of the council building, and while a head fan was filming her, she said exactly that. Then she got an axe embedded in the hood of her car. Her party colleagues weren't remotely sympathetic the next day and just snapped. "How could you be stupid enough to say that everyone ought to support Head? In this council district?" What was she supposed to say to that? That Richard Theo had told her to say it? She kept her mouth shut. Her party colleagues yelled at her, and she burst into tears when they weren't looking. That evening, Theo came to her office, listened and commiserated, even apologized to her. She had new enemies, so she needed a friend. Theo offered to drive her car to a garage, promised to pay for the damage, told her not to worry. He drove her home and told her to call him if she felt even remotely threatened, no matter what time it was. "You don't have to be afraid, you've good friends," he reminded her. Then he said, "I'll see to it that the club punishes the hooligans who attacked you. I'm going to get them to do away with the standing area in the rink." None of the women's party colleagues asked how she was. None of them reached their hand out to her. So she took the only one on offer, which belonged to someone with quick reflexes. The Spanish home-owning politician realizes his mistake the moment he sees the newspaper, quickly abandons his holiday, and returns home. He is met at the airport by Richard Theo. "What are you doing here?" the Spanish home-owning politician asks. "I want to help you," Theo says. The Spanish home-owning politician laughs. "Really? We've never exactly been on the same side." But he is curious, and the newspaper articles about the hospital have put him in a tight corner. So Theo offers to get him a cup of coffee, then explains good-naturedly that you and I both want what's best for the area, and that no one gains anything from anxiety and discord. They talk a bit about the articles about the hospital, and Theo laments the fact that everything has been unfortunately expressed. The Spanish home-owning politician spends a while cursing bastard journalists, after which Theo suddenly exclaims, "Have you heard about Beartown Ice Hockey's new sponsor?" The Spanish home-owning politician nods, then grunts, "Yes. Everyone seems to be talking about it, but no one seems to know who this mysterious sponsor actually is." Theo leans forward and reveals, "It's a company that's going to buy the factory in Beartown. They've contacted me. I can let you hold the press conference when the deal becomes official. There'll be a lot of new jobs for the area." The Spanish home-owning politician stammers, "How do you— I hadn't even heard." Without going into detail, Theo explains that he was tipped off by some old friends from his banking days in London. He also explains what the factory's new owners are hoping to get from the council. Obviously, they need a degree of political goodwill, investment in infrastructure. The Spanish home-owning politician understands what he means. Subsidized land, reduced rent, more or less public subsidies for the restructuring of the factory. But he also appreciates the value of being the politician who can promise new jobs at a press conference. "Why are you telling me this?" he asks suspiciously. "Because I don't want to be your enemy," Theo replies gently. The Spanish home-owning politician laughs out loud at that. "You're a horse trader, Richard. What do you want?" Richard Theo replies calmly, "A seat at future negotiation tables. You just have to mention me and my party during the press conference, open the door to future cooperation, and the other parties will follow your lead. You want me to clean up your political reputation? I'm offering you the chance to be the politician who saves jobs in Beartown." The Spanish home-owning politician plays hard to get, but he's already sold. So he requests just one thing from Theo. All the new jobs at the factory have to go to people from Beartown. Under no circumstances must my party be seen to be favouring Head right now. Richard Theo makes a solemn promise. It isn't worth much. He has nothing against the Spanish home-owning politician. They're actually fairly similar, but that's the problem. The Spanish home-owning politician knows everyone with money in the area, but he's also known to be a lover of sports, who has always done his best to prop up the hockey clubs, and that's a dangerous combination. Richard Theo needs an opponent who's easier to beat. So when the Spanish home-owning politician is driving home, Theo calls his friend in London at once. It's done. The new owners will get everything they need. There's just one thing that's cropped up. The factory's new owners naturally understand when Theo explains that, bearing in mind the heated local debate about the closure of the hospital, it would be greatly appreciated among local politicians if the new owners could give an undertaking to recruit a large number of their new workers from Head, so that no one thinks that Beartown is being shown any favouritism. One evening, toward the end of the summer, Richard Theo knocks on a front door. The female politician looks surprised when she opens it. She asks Theo in, but he smiles apologetically and says he doesn't want to disturb her. He can see her husband and children inside the house. The factory's new owners are going public with the deal soon. They're going to announce new jobs and the fact that they'll be sponsoring Beartown Ice Hockey. They're going to hold a press conference with the politicians who have made the deal possible, Theo says. The woman isn't skilled enough at the game to understand how this affects her, so she says, "Congratulations. That'll be a feather in your cap for the next election."
Theo smiles modestly. I won't be there, but your party will be there, of course, seeing as you're still the biggest party on the council. I'm not high enough up the hierarchy to take part in a press conference, especially after, the axe in my car, the woman says. Theo is gratified that there's a note of anger as well as fear in her voice. What if I could arrange for you to be there, next to the leader of your party? You can't do that, can you? She falls silent, but Theo says nothing. So the woman goes on. What do you want from me? I want to be your friend, he says. What do I have to say at the press conference? She asks, a little too eagerly. The truth? That it isn't just Beartown that needs jobs, but Head too. The responsible politician always thinks about the whole district. The woman shakes her head. Her eyelids flutter. I can't. You must see that I can't possibly. Theo's hand touches hers, calm and reassuring. You're scared. Don't be. No one's going to hurt you. She sees in his eyes that he's serious. She gasps. So you want me to demand that some of the jobs in the factory must go to people living in Head? He nods. Half. Do you have any idea how hated that will make me in Beartown? Richard Theo shrugs his shoulders pragmatically. Yes, but they'll love you in Head, and Head has a bigger population. If you're already hated in one place, you have to try even harder to be loved in the other. You don't win elections by having as few enemies as possible, only by having the most friends. Is this even legal? Can you even... What happens if my party expels me? You misunderstand me. You won't just have a place in your party after this. You'll be its leader. Richard Theo is serious when he says this, too. 18. A woman. Summer in Beartown is capable of enchanting anyone. The way the scent of roses gets stronger in darkened rooms, the way the light in a place so used to darkness is emotionally overwhelming. Greenery suddenly froths around us. It's light almost all night through. Warm breezes chase one another around the corners of buildings like calves let out to pasture. But we have learned never to trust the heat. It's fleeting and unreliable and always lets us down. The trees shed their clothing quickly in this part of the country, all at once, like a nightdress. The days soon grow shorter, the horizon comes closer. Sooner than we realize, winter falls, white, and erases all the colour of the other seasons. The world becomes a blank piece of paper again, a frozen, freshly ironed sheet when we look out of the window one morning. We've pulled our boats from the lake, leaving parts of ourselves in the bottom of them. The people we were in July, those summer people, will rest on a bed of wood deep below the snow for so many months that we will almost have forgotten them by next spring. September is on its way. A time that belongs to those who love hockey. Our year starts now. Fatima and Anne-Catherine are finishing their shifts at the hospital. Every doctor who passes wants only to talk about hockey. The local paper's revelation that there's a mysterious new sponsor who's going to save Beartown ice hockey is the big topic of conversation in both Beartown and Head. What a season this is going to be! One nurse exclaims in the staff room and immediately falls out with the nurse who supports the other team. Head should have gotten that new sponsor instead. This district isn't big enough for 2 hockey teams, one of them says. Ha! Why not close down Head if you can't survive without council money? The other suggests. It starts off as friendly squabbling, but Fatima and Anne-Catherine have followed hockey in these towns long enough to know that it will soon lead to genuine conflict, not just in the hospital, but everywhere. People's best and worst feelings about one another will explode when Beartown and Head play each other. Sports is so much more than just sports around here, especially this season. When Fatima and Anne-Catherine emerge from the hospital at the end of their shifts, a man in a tracksuit top is waiting in the parking lot. Peter, what are you doing here? Anne-Catherine asks in surprise when she catches sight of Beartown Ice Hockey's general manager in the distance. I need to ask you both for something, Peter says. What? Anne-Catherine wonders. Your sons. Fatima and Anne-Catherine start to laugh. Then they realize he isn't joking. Are you feeling okay, Peter? Fatima asks anxiously. He nods sternly. We've got a new coach, as you may have heard, and she wants to build the club around your boys. Anne-Catherine tries to read his tone of voice, asks, And you don't think that's a good idea? The corners of Peter's mouth twitch, but he lowers his gaze. I've always tried to build a hockey club that was more than just a hockey club. I wanted it to foster young men as much as it did hockey players. I didn't want winning to be the most important thing, but we've got a new sponsor now, and if we don't win this season, if we don't manage to beat Head and get promoted to a higher league, then I don't know if we'll still be here next year. Just say what you came to say, Anne-Catherine says impatiently. Peter's chest rises and falls. I'm afraid the club might demand more from your sons than it can give back to them. How? Fatima asks. Peter turns to her. Amat stopped me when I was driving a while back. He asked if he was going to be able to play in the junior team, and I wasn't very nice to him. Everyone has their bad moments. You're no worse than anyone else. Fatima smiles, but Peter cuts her off. He asked about the junior team, Fatima, but dear Lord, we don't want Amat on the junior team. We want him on the A team. Fatima swallows. With all the grown men? Peter doesn't attempt to hide the truth from her. It's going to make huge demands of him, and all the older players will go for him extra hard. There have been plenty before him who've been broken by that. Being the youngest in the team, surrounded by adults, it won't be easy for him. The look in Fatima's eyes is implacable. No one's ever promised my son that it would be. Peter tugs his beard in embarrassment. I should have told Amat that my daughter and I still owe him a huge debt of gratitude for standing up at that meeting back in the spring and telling the truth. Fatima shakes her head. You can give him your thanks, but Maya doesn't owe anyone anything. We should be asking her forgiveness, the whole town. As far as my son is concerned, he just wants to play hockey. So he'll play if you can give him somewhere to do it. Peter nods gratefully. Then he turns to Anne-Catherine. I'm not going to lie to you. Anne-Catherine smiles. You wouldn't dare. She's married to Hogg, Peter's childhood friend, and has seen Peter get older almost as closely as she has her husband, so Peter tells it like it is. We need Bobo this season. We've got a shortage of defencemen. But to be completely honest, he's not good enough to play at a higher level, so if we win, if he helps us move up to a higher league, he won't stand a chance of making the team next season. This season will be his last. I'll demand blood, sweat, and tears from him. He'll have to prioritize hockey ahead of everything else, school, girls, everything. But I can only offer him 1 year in return. Anne-Catherine breathes through her nose. Her body hurts. In hindsight, Peter will think she looked thin and exhausted because she'd just worked a difficult late shift. Like almost everyone else, he doesn't know about her illness. That's as it should be. She doesn't want their sympathy. But she does want to watch her son play hockey one last time. So she smiles. 1 year? A year is an eternity. Her husband, Hogg, had to stop playing hockey after suffering one too many concussions. The doctors forced him to give up, and he was quiet for weeks, grieving for himself as if he'd attended his own funeral. For months he couldn't bring himself to go near the rink because he felt he'd let his team down. Let them down, because he wasn't immortal. Bobo has inherited his broad shoulders and brute strength from his dad, but he's also inherited his need to be part of a gang. They both hate being alone. They need a context in which they feel loved and accepted. So when Hogg no longer had the locker room to go to, it was as if part of him had been amputated. What wouldn't he have given for 1 more year, 1 last game, 1 last moment where you can feel your whole life in your gut and the spectators are roaring and everything is at stake? Anne-Catherine will hardly be able to stand when she gets home tonight, and Hogg will fetch her from the car. That big, clumsy lump of a man will carry her into the house,
and when she's too tired to dance, he'll spin her around slowly and tenderly in his arms across the kitchen floor. She'll fall asleep with his lips against her neck, his still infatuated hands beneath her top. Bobo will read Harry Potter to his brother and sister in another room. Early tomorrow morning, Anne-Catherine will go back to see her doctor again. 1 year? What wouldn't we give for 1 more year? A year is an eternity. 5 old uncles are sitting at the counter in the bearskin again. They've got something new to argue about.
A woman, though, as a hockey coach? Is that really a good idea?
One of them asks.
Can't help thinking this whole equality thing has gone a bit too far, another says. Oh, shut up. That woman's probably forgotten more about hockey than the pair of you have ever known, you senile old fools, a third protests. You think? You can't tell the difference between icing and ice cream. All last season I had to sit there like a guide dog telling you where the puck was, the fourth chuckles. Can you get talking guide dogs these days, then? It's bad enough that you keep lying about watching the 1987 World Championships in Switzerland, the fifth says. I did, the fourth insists. Really? Pretty impressive, seeing as the 1987 World Championships were held in Austria, the fifth points out. They laugh, all 5 of them. Then the first, or possibly the second, says, But a woman as coach? Is that really a good idea? She sleeps with women too, they say. Are we really going to have one of those in this town? Wonders the second, unless it's actually the first. The fourth or fifth retorts, There are probably more here already. They're everywhere these days. The first snorts, It's all very well if they're discreet about it, but why does everyone have to make such a fuss about things? Does everything have to be political now? The third leans forward on his bar stool, and it's hard to know if it's the chair or his body creaking when he asks Ramona for another beer. As she pours it, he says, I tell you, if this new coach beats Head in the first game, she can sleep with my wife for all I care. They laugh again, all 5 of them, at one another as much as with them. Ramona gets out some nibbles for them, the old bastards. Nuts for the nuts. Peter rings on the door of the Ovich family's row house. Benji's mom opens it. Peter, come in and eat, she commands at once, as if he were late, even though he hasn't seen the woman in he doesn't know how long. Benji isn't home, which Peter is pleased about. He's not here to see him. All 3 of his sisters are sitting in the kitchen, Adri, Katya and Gabby. Their mother cuffs each of them across the forehead in turn for not laying a place for their guest quickly enough. I won't stay long. I've already eaten, Peter starts to say, but Adri grabs his arm. Shh! If you turn down Mum's food, you're a braver man than I thought. Peter smiles, at first amused, then alarmed. You can joke about most things with the Ovich family, but not food. So Peter eats. 3 helpings more than he can manage, plus coffee and 4 different types of biscuit, and is given the rest to take home in plastic containers and aluminium foil. Adri walks him happily to the door. You've only got yourself to blame if you show up here at dinner time. Peter puts a hand on his stomach. I wanted to talk about Benjamin. We realize that. That's why we let Mom talk to you about everything else, Adri says with an even broader grin. She composes herself when she sees the serious look in Peter's eyes. We've got a new coach, Elizabeth Zackel. So I've heard. Everyone's heard that. It's even been in the paper. Peter holds out a crumpled sheet of paper. Adri reads the names, sees her brothers, but it's as if she doesn't quite grasp the significance of the C beside it. Peter helps her out. She wants to make Benji team captain. Of the A-team? Grown men. Benji's. I know. But this Elizabeth Zackel doesn't seem... How can I put it? She doesn't do things the way other people do, Peter says, forlornly. Adri smiles. No, and thank God for that. But my brother as captain? Does she have any idea what she's letting herself in for? She says she doesn't want a team, she wants a gang of bandits. Can you think of anyone who'd make a better bandit than your brother? Adri tilts her head to one side. What do you want from me? You have to help me control him. No one can do that. Peter scratches his neck nervously. I've never been much good with people, Adri, but this Elizabeth Zacco, she's even worse? Adri suggests. Yes. How did you guess? Sunny called me. He said you'd be showing up. So you let me sit through that whole meal completely unnecessarily? Peter exclaims. Are you saying there's something wrong with my mom's cooking? Adri snaps, so sharply that Peter backs away with his hands in the air, as if he were being robbed in an old cowboy film. Please, Adri, just help me. We need Benji if we're going to stand any chance of winning. Adri looks at the sheet of paper in her hand. But you need Benji who's a leader. A bandit, but not a lunatic. We need a Benji who's not quite so Benji as usual. I'll do what I can, Adri promises. Peter nods gratefully. And we need you as coach of the girls' team, if you're still up for that. I can't afford to pay you. I know it's a thankless task. It's not thankless, Adri says. Peter can see the fire inside her. You understand it only if you're a hockey person. They part with a firm handshake, the general manager and the sister, the father and the girls' team's coach. But before Peter leaves, Adri asks, Who are you getting the money from? Who's this mystery sponsor the paper's been writing about? What do they want? Who says they want anything? Everyone with money wants something, Peter, especially when it comes to money and hockey. I can't say anything until it's official. You can understand that, can't you? Peter pleads. Adri's reply sounds almost threatening, but is actually sympathetic. Just don't forget who stood up for the club when things were at their worst. Adri doesn't have to mention the pack. Peter knows what she means by the people who stood up. I'll do my best, he promises, even though they're both well aware that that's never enough in this town. 19. The same blue polo shirt. It's still warm when the autumn term starts at Beartown School. The sun is shining, the clouds are drifting light and high. The temperature is still lying treacherously about short sleeves and garden furniture. But if you've lived here all your life, you can feel winter coming. The cold will soon freeze the lakes, snowflakes will fall, heavy as oven gloves, and darkness will land on the town as if it had been attacked from behind by an angry giant who tosses all the buildings into a black sack to use on the model railway in the secret room in his basement. It feels as though in Beartown every year comes to an end in August, which may be why it's so easy to love a sport that starts in September. Outside the school building, someone has hung green flags in the trees. This seems innocent enough to a lot of people, but to others it is a provocation. It doesn't start here, but it gets worse from here. Anna and Maya are standing 200 feet from the entrance, taking deep breaths and holding each other by the hand. All summer they have been free, but a school is a different sort of island. It's not the sort where you can hide away with your best friend, but one where you drift ashore unwillingly after some terrible accident. All the pupils are shipwrecked here. None of them has chosen the company of the others. They're all just trying to stay alive until the term is over and they can get out of here. Are you sure you don't want me to get my rifle? Anna asks. Maya laughs. Fairly sure. I wouldn't shoot anyone. Not badly, anyway. Anna promises. You can put laxative in the milk dispenser in the cafeteria if anyone's stupid, Maya says. And take the light bulbs out of all the bathrooms and stretch plastic wrap across all the toilets? Anna nods. Maya laughs. You're so sick. Don't let the bastard see you cry, Anna whispers. Never, Maya replies. They walk into the school side by side. The stairs cut into their skin. The silence threatens to burst their temples, but they walk with their heads held high. The two of them against the world. The walk to Maya's locker is less than 100 feet, but nothing in life will ever frighten them so much.
the two young women striding straight through a school full of whispers, without lowering their eyes once. You can't show these women a damn thing after what they've already seen. William Leet is marching along the corridor surrounded by 4 of his teammates. Maybe they're not actively seeking out foes. Maybe they just swing around the corner and bump into Bobo by accident. But the fight is instantaneous, almost instinctive in its clumsiness, and in the narrow corridor the young men flail around as if they'd stumbled into a swarm of bees. In the spring, when Amat stood up at that meeting in the rink and said he'd seen Kevin rape Maya, some of these guys set off toward the hollow one night to punish him. Bobo was with them, but changed sides at the last minute. If he hadn't taken such a severe beating for his new friend, they might well have killed Amat. That fight isn't over yet. Someone pushes Bobo, and he falls backward along the corridor. Everyone is shouting, but Leet and his allies quickly fall silent. Bobo is lying on the floor, and a couple of feet behind him stands Benji. He doesn't say anything, just stands there with his eyes half open and his hair a mess, as if they'd started the fight next to the bench he'd spent the night sleeping under. Hands in pockets, an arrogant look in his eye, so certain of his own effect that it isn't even meant to be threatening. "Are we going to do this now, Leet? Or do you want to fetch more friends first?" Benji asks, as if he was wondering if Leet wanted a medium or large drink with his burger. Leet's friends glance at him for guidance. Leet meets Benji's gaze, but not for long. He manages to utter an insult, but it doesn't sound particularly convincing as he mumbles, "Who cares? We'll do this on the ice instead. Good luck with your goddamn lesbian coach. She suits you. You've always played like pussies." Benji is standing on his toes, Leet on his heels. When the teachers come hurrying through the corridor, Leet raises his hands a little too quickly and pretends it's their fault, and he sets off in the other direction. But Benji doesn't move, doesn't look down. And everyone who sees that knows what it means for the balance of power in the school. One of the pupils who pays extra attention is Leo Anderson. Maya and Anna are standing at Maya's locker when they hear the commotion and shouting. It's as if school buildings are intentionally built with acoustics so that sounds will always reach you no matter where you are, so that the pupils will never be able to escape one another. Maya sees the staff hurry toward the disturbance, sees some final year students swinging wildly at each other further along one of the corridors. She realizes it's ridiculous the moment the words leave her mouth, but she asks out loud, "What are they fighting about now?" A girl the same age as her spins around a couple of feet away, her voice dripping with derision when she replies, "Don't act stupid, you lying piece of—" One of the girl's friends stops her before she says the last word, as if that makes any difference. Maya stares at her slightly too long. The girl's eyes are wide open, her fingernails digging into her palms as she shouts, "Like you don't know what they're fighting about! You're enjoying this, aren't you? The fact that all the trouble in this whole damn town is about you, Maya Anderson, Beartown's very own little princess." She says Maya's name as if she were spitting on her grave. The girl's friends pull her away. She's got a red head hockey badge on her backpack. Her boyfriend and brother both play there. They used to be friends with Kevin Airedale. Maya and Anna stay where they are, leaning against the lockers so hard they can feel the metal doors shake in time with their heartbeats. This will never end. Never. Maya groans in resignation. How many things can they actually hate me for? I'm either a rape victim or a lying bitch or a princess? Anna stands beside her, staring at the floor, then clears her throat noisily and suggests, "Look, if it's any consolation, I still think you're just a perfectly ordinary idiot." Maya's mouth struggles to remain solemn, but can't resist breaking into a broad grin. "You're so says the idiot," Anna snorts. Maya bursts out laughing. You must never let the bastards see you do the opposite. Bobo is crawling about on the floor like an overweight deer. Amat runs over and holds out his hand, and together with Benji pulls him to his feet, groaning. Amat grins. "How can you possibly be so heavy but so easy to knock over?" Bobo,
who isn't exactly known for his sharp wits, unexpectedly manages to fire back. My cock affects my centre of gravity. Amat and Benji's laughter echoes along the corridor. They're the only 3 members of last season's junior team who are still with Beartown ice hockey, and right now that feels as though it might just be enough. Have you heard I'm practicing with the A-team today? Amat asks excitedly. Bobo nods, then looks suddenly perplexed. What'll it mean, lesbian coach? Amat and Benji stare at him in surprise. You haven't heard that Beartown's A-team has got a new coach? Bobo's face radiates incomprehension. Rumours may spread quickly in Beartown, but not quickly enough to reach Bobo. Yeah, but a lesbian? We're going to have a lesbian coach? Benji says nothing, but Amat clears his throat. Bobo, we said the A-team. You saying I don't belong on the A-team? Bobo snaps. Amat shrugs. If we need an extra obstacle in training, maybe. Your skates are actually faster when you're not wearing them. Benji bursts out laughing, and Bobo tries to grab Amat, but Amat is far, far too quick for him. They're joking, all 3 of them, but deep down, none of them knows if he's really good enough, if there's any chance of their making the A-team. And where would that leave them, if they're no longer hockey players? The school slowly fills with staff and students. A new term, equal measures of expectation and anxiety, bittersweet reunions with everyone you love and everyone you hate, and the knowledge that there's no way to avoid breathing the same air as both groups. In the headmaster's office sits a young teacher, Jeanette, making a last attempt to persuade the man in the smart jacket who's massaging his temples in front of her. Just give me the chance. Let me turn it into part of PE. The headmaster sighs. Please, Jeanette. After everything that happened this spring, I just want to get this school through 1 term without any scandals and attention from the media. And you want to teach the students how to fight? It's not, for heaven's sake. It's martial arts, Jeanette snaps. What did you say it was called again? MMA, Mixed Martial Arts, Jeanette repeats patiently. The headmaster rolls his eyes. Arts? It always seems a bit odd to call it an art, don't you think? It's not like you can put on an exhibition of broken noses, is it? Jeanette clasps her hands together in her lap, possibly to stop herself from throwing something at him. Martial arts teaches students discipline and respect for their own and other people's bodies. I've already got somewhere to do it, up at Adriovich's kennels. Just let me ask the students if they're interested, and... The headmaster polishes his glasses more thoroughly than necessary. I'm sorry, Jeanette. The parents would go mad. They'd see it as you teaching their children to be violent. We can't afford any more controversy. He stands up to indicate that it's time for Jeanette to leave his office. But the moment he opens the door, a hand very nearly hits him in the face. The man standing outside was just about to knock on the door. I've got a feeling this is going to be a very long year, the headmaster mutters. Jeanette is standing behind him, unable to conceal her curiosity. Hi, she says. The man in the doorway smiles. I'm starting work here today, he says. Yes, our new philosophy and history teacher, the headmaster exclaims, grabbing some sheets of paper from a shelf before adding, and maths and science and French. Do you speak French? The male teacher in the doorway looks as though he's about to protest, but Jeanette gestures with a smile that he should go along with it. The headmaster heaves a pile of books and papers into his arms. Let's get going, then. Your schedule's on top there. The teacher thanks him and sets off along the corridor. The headmaster watches him go and sighs. Freshly qualified. I know I should be happy that he's come here of his own volition, but dear Lord, Jeanette, how old do you think he is? 25, 26? Jeanette guesses. And you saw the way he looks. I didn't notice a thing. Jeanette deadpans. The school is raging with hormones, and we employ a teacher who looks like he's in a bloody boy band. We'll have to lock up half the female students. The headmaster mutters. Jeanette coughs under her breath, and probably some of the female teachers too. What? The headmaster says. What? Jeanette repeats innocently. Did you say something? No, I've got a class now. The headmaster mutters unhappily.
You can put up one poster about your martial arts training. One poster, Jeanette. Jeanette nods and goes out into the corridor. She pins up 4 posters and watches the new teacher's hips as she heads after him along the corridor. The new teacher is standing in the classroom writing on the board as the students tumble into the room in little clusters. When the bell rings, it can barely be heard over the scrape of chairs and the sound of backpacks being dropped on the floor, as well as the enthusiastic chatter about everything that's happened during the summer and the fight that just broke out in the corridor. Benji comes in last of all, and hardly anyone notices him. His hair is still a mess, his denim shirt is half tucked in, as if he'd just pulled on his pants in a darkened room. He looks the way he did when he got out of the bed in a cabin in a campsite between Beartown and Hid not long ago, on the night that was full of Nietzsche and cold beer and warm hands. All the other students in the room are too preoccupied with one another and themselves to see the new teacher turn toward the door and lose his breath. Benji's not an easy young man to surprise, but he stops, his chest pounding with shock. The teacher is wearing the same blue polo shirt as he was that night. 20. Shaving cream in your shoes. It's hard to care about people. Exhausting, in fact, because empathy is a complicated thing. It requires us to accept that everyone else's lives are also going on the whole time. We have no pause button for when everything gets too much for us to deal with, but then neither does anyone else. When the class is over, the students rush out of the classroom as if it were on fire, as usual. Benji seems to be the last by accident. He's good at giving the impression of nonchalance. The teacher is sweating with nerves, the colour of his blue polo shirt flecked with moisture. I didn't know you were still at school, Benjamin. If I'd known, I thought you were older. It was a mistake. I could lose my job. We shouldn't have slept together. I don't make a habit. You were just... Benji steps closer to him. The teacher's hands are shaking. Just a mistake. I was just a mistake, Benji says, finishing his sentence for him. The teacher nods helplessly with his eyes closed. Benji stares at his lips for a few moments. When the teacher opens his eyes again, Benji is already gone. Bobo goes straight home after school as usual, throws his backpack into his room, gets changed, and goes out to help his dad, Hog, in the workshop, just as he always does. But today, Hog, rather than Bobo, is the one keeping an eye on the clock. "That's enough, Bobo. Get going," Hog says when it's time. Bobo nods, relieved, and shrugs off his overalls. Hog notes that they're getting to be too small for him. While Bobo fetches his hockey gear, Hog hesitates for a long time before saying anything, possibly because he doesn't want his son to see how full of anticipation he is. Fathers' hopes can so easily suffocate their sons. But in the end, he can't help asking, "Nervous?" It's a stupid question. Bobo's as nervous as a long-tailed cat between 2 rocking chairs. This is his first training session with the A-team. He's 18 years old. And hockey has a definitive way of letting children know when they've grown up. The son shakes his head, but his eyes are nodding. His dad grins. "Keep your head down and your mouth shut. Do your best. And wear a pair of shoes you don't like." Bobo opens his mouth to make the noise he's made ever since he was little when he doesn't understand something. "Huh?" "The older A-team players will fill your shoes with shaving cream while you're in the shower. They'll make life hell to start with, but you just have to accept that. Remember, it's a sign that they respect you. It's when they're not messing with you that you need to be worried, because that means they know you're on your way out of the team." Bobo nods. Hog looks as though he's about to pat him on the shoulder, but reaches for a tool from the bench behind him instead. Bobo turns to go to change his shoes, but Hog clears his throat. "Thanks for your help today." Bobo doesn't know what to say. He helps his dad in the workshop every day, but his dad never thanks him. But today he goes on. "I wish your life could be less complicated.
That you only had to worry about school and hockey and girls and whatever your friends worry about. I know it's been tough, having to help in the workshop, and now all this business with your mum not—" He tails off. Bobo doesn't finish the sentence. He just says, "No problem, Dad." "I'm so damn proud of you," Hogg says, looking down under the hood of a Ford. Bobo goes and gets an old pair of shoes. Amat is the smallest guy in the locker room. He's doing his best to make himself even smaller. He can feel the way the older players are looking at him, and knows they don't want him there. Bobo's sitting beside him, and it's worse for him because he's big. The older players, the ones who didn't find other teams when the club was teetering close to bankruptcy in the summer and are damned if they're going to lose their places to a gang of juniors now, immediately start to target him. Just little things. Someone hitting him with his shoulder. Someone accidentally kicking his gear across the floor. As they start to joke about noisily, Bobo desperately tries to make funny comments. It's obvious that he's trying too hard to gain acceptance, and for that reason it only makes things worse. Amat tries to nudge him with his elbow to get him to shut up, but Bobo is on a roll. One of the older players grunts. "So we're getting a female coach now, too. Can't the GM find some other way to drum up a bit of PR? Are we going to end up as some sort of political gesture?" "There's no way she got the job on her own merits. This is to meet a quota," another snaps. "Have you heard she's a lesbian?" Bobo blurts out, a little too loudly. The older players ignore him, but one of them says, "Definitely a rug muncher. You can tell just by looking at her." "Huh? What's a rug muncher? Oh, hang on, I get it. Lesbian, right? I get it." Bobo yelps. No one reacts. The older players just go on. "Can a hockey team just be a hockey team? Does everything have to be political? It's only a matter of time before they replace the bear on our shirts with a goddamn rainbow." As if struck by lightning, Bobo exclaims, "And force us to play in, like, ballerinas tutus." He stands up and does a clumsy pirouette, stumbles onto a bench, loses his balance, and falls flat on his back on top of 2 hockey bags. Then something happens. A couple of the older players laugh, at him rather than with him, but as long as they're looking at him, he devours their attention. He gets to his feet and does another pirouette, and one of the older guys pretends to be serious and says, "Your name's Bobo, right?" "Yes." Bobo nods intently. The other players grin expectantly, aware that the older man is teasing the boy. "You ought to show her your cock," he says. "Huh?" Bobo says. The older player points at him demonstratively. "The new coach. She's a lesbian. Show her your cock, so she can see what she's missing." "Let the anaconda out of the cage, Bobo. You're not chicken, are you?" another player cries, and soon they're all shouting, as if he were getting ready to attempt the long jump. "But won't she be angry?" Bobo wonders in confusion. "She'll just think you got a decent sense of humour," one of the older players replies eagerly. In hindsight, it's easy to say that Bobo's crazy, but when you're 18 years old in a locker room full of grown men who are suddenly cheering you on, no is the hardest word in the world. So when Elizabeth Zackel walks past in the corridor, Bobo leaps out of the locker room as naked as the day he was born. He's expecting her to be shocked, or at least jump. She doesn't even raise an eyebrow. "Yes?" she asks. Bobo squirms. Well, we heard you were lesbian, so I—" "Bobo wanted to show you his cock, so you know what you're missing," someone shouts from the locker room, followed by 24 men giggling hysterically. Zackel puts her hands on her knees and leans forward in interest towards Bobo's crotch. "That?" she wonders, pointing curiously. "Huh?" Bobo says. "Is that the cock you're talking about? Wow. I've seen women with bigger clitorises than that." Then she turns and walks toward the ice without another word. Bobo has turned bright red all over when he steps back inside the locker room. "It's okay," she said. "A clitoris can't get this big, can it? I mean, how big can a clitoris get, roughly?"
The locker room is rocking with mocking laughter. At him, not with him. But Bobo is still smiling sheepishly, because sometimes any attention at all can still feel like validation. Amat is squirming inside his gear as he looks at Bobo, already thinking that this is going to end badly. When the practice begins, the players gather around the centre circle at a very leisurely pace, demonstratively arrogant, to show Elizabeth Zackel that she's not welcome. She doesn't seem to pick up the hint at all, just comes out with 6 buckets under her arm. "What are you good at in Beartown?" When no one answers, she shrugs her shoulders. "I've watched all your games from last season, so I know you're completely useless at pretty much everything. It would really help me to know what you're good at." Someone tries to mumble a joke, "Drinking and fucking," but not even that raises more than a stifled grunt from the rest of the group. Then someone suddenly starts to laugh, not at the remark, but at something happening on the ice behind Zackel. Bobo is skating out from the bench, over 200 pounds of him, wearing a skirt he's stolen from the figure skater's storeroom. He performs 3 pirouettes in a row and is met by applause and cheering from the older players at the centre circle. Elizabeth Zackel lets him carry on, even though they're no longer laughing at Bobo, but at her. But when Bobo is halfway through his 4th pirouette, the cheering suddenly stops. And before Bobo knows what's hit him, everything goes black. When he opens his eyes, he's lying on the ice. He can hardly breathe. Elizabeth Zackel is leaning over him expressionlessly and says, "Why hasn't anyone taught you to skate properly?" "Huh?" "You roll like a ferry, but I've seen you pull an axe from the hood of a car. If you could skate properly, I'd never be able to knock you down that easily. And then you wouldn't be utterly worthless as a hockey player. So why hasn't anyone ever taught you?" I don't know," Bobo gasps, still lying on his back with his chest aching, as if he's been run over rather than tackled. "What are you good at in Beartown?" Zackel asks seriously. At first, Bobo doesn't answer, so Zackel gives up and skates back to the centre circle. The young man slowly crawls up from the ice, pulls off the skirt, and says, in a voice that sounds both angry and humiliated, "Hard work! We're good at hard work in Beartown. People can say a lot of shit about this town, but we know about hard work." The older players squirm, but no one protests. So Elizabeth Zackel says, "Okay, then that's how we win. We work harder than all the others. If you need to be sick, do it in these. I've heard the GM doesn't like mess, so I dare say he doesn't want vomit on the ice. I take it you're familiar with how to skate lengths?" The players groan loudly, which she interprets as yes. She sets out the bucket she brought with her. The rest of the practice consists of excruciating fitness exercises. Skating at top speed between the boards, then darting sideways, wrestling, work, work, work. Not a single bucket is empty by the time they're done, and the only player still standing at the end is Amat. At first, the older players try to stop him, not obviously, but by little tricks that look like accidents. A sharp elbow in the corner, pulling his jersey when he's about to take off, a discreet skate nudging his to make him lose his balance. Most of the players on the ice are 50 or 60 pounds heavier than Amat, so just leaning on him is enough. It isn't Amat's fault that they're doing this. He's not trying to show off or draw attention to himself. He's simply too good. He makes the others look slow, and they can't tolerate that. Time after time they trip him, and time after time he gets up, skates faster, fights harder, digs deeper inside himself. The look in his eyes gets blacker and blacker. No one knows what the time is. Elizabeth Zackel shows no sign of having finished with them. One after the other, the older players crumple and collapse. As they stare down at the ice, Amat carries on skating. However many times Zackel orders him to skate from board to board, she can't exhaust him. His jersey is black with sweat, but he's still standing. Bobo is lying on the ice, almost unconscious, and is filled with both pride and envy as he watches his friend work, work, work. Amat is the youngest on the team. As he stands in the shower after the practice, his thigh muscles are shaking so much that he can barely keep his balance. When he drags himself into the locker room with his towel around his waist, he sees that his shoes have been filled with shaving cream. And then, it's all worth it. When Elizabeth Zackel walks through the rink long after the end of practice, one lone player is sitting in the locker room. Bobo is the size of a dairy cow, yet still as small as a frightened hedgehog. His eyes are moist, staring at a pair of shoes that no one has filled with shaving cream. The only thing the older players roared when he emerged from the shower was, "Thanks very much for the fitness training, you little shit. We're good at hard work. How the hell could you say something so completely stupid to a hockey coach?" Amat tried to comfort him. Bobo laughed it off, and Amat was too exhausted to persist. After he and all the others have gone, Bobo is still sitting in the same place, smallest in the whole world. "Turn the lights out when you leave," Zackel says, because she's not one for this whole business of emotions. Bobo sniffs. "How do you get respect?" he asks. And Zackel looks extremely uncomfortable. You've got snot everywhere," she says, gesturing toward her face with her hand. Bobo wipes himself, and Zackel looks as though she feels like curling up in the fetal position. "I want them to respect me. I want them to put shaving cream in my shoes too," Bobo says. Zackel groans. "You don't have to be respected. It's not as important as people think." Bobo chews his lips. "Sorry I showed you my cock," he whispers. Zackel stretches herself to smile. "In your defence, it wasn't much of a cock," she says, measuring a few measly inches between her thumb and forefinger. Bobo starts to laugh. Zackel sticks her hands in her pockets and gives him some quiet advice. "You need to be useful to the team, Bobo. Then they'll respect you." She walks off without waiting for him to ask any more questions. Bobo will lie awake at night wondering what she meant. He stops off at the supermarket on the way home and buys shaving cream so his dad won't be sad. When Hogg sees the ruined shoes in the hall, he gives his son a hug. That doesn't happen often. 21. He's lying on the ground. Sune is walking slowly through the rink, breathing hard through his nose. He misses his coaching job every second, but he can hardly get up the stands anymore. Hockey gets younger while everyone involved in it gets older, and when it's done with us, it discards us without any sentimentality at all. That's how it develops and stays alive, for the sake of new generations. "Zackel!" Sune calls out breathlessly when he catches sight of the woman who's taken his job. "Yes?" she responds, heading for the locker room. "How did today's practice feel?" "Feel?" Zackel asks, as if it were a foreign word. Sune leans against the wall and smiles weakly. "I mean, it's not easy to be a hockey coach in this town, especially not if you're, you know." He means if you're a woman. So Zackel replies, "It's not easy to be a hockey coach anywhere." Sune nods sadly. "I heard that one of the players showed you his genitals." "Hardly," Zackel retorts. Sune coughs awkwardly. "He hardly showed you his genitals." "It hardly counted as genitals," Zackel corrects. "Oh, that's just, you know, guys sometimes they," Sune says, staring down at his knees. Zackel looks annoyed. "How did you know someone showed me his genitals?" Sune misinterprets that to mean that she's upset about the genitals. "I can talk to the guys if you like. I can understand that you feel offended, but—" "You're not to talk to my players. I talk to my players. And the only person who decides if I'm offended is me." Sune raises an eyebrow. "I'm guessing you don't often feel offended." "Feeling offended is an emotion." Zackel looks as though she's talking about tools when she says the word. Sune sticks his hands in his pockets and mutters, "Well, it's not easy being coach in Beartown, especially if things start to go badly. Believe me, I had my job a whole lifetime before you got here, and there are people in this town who won't be happy with a coach who,
Who looks like you do. The old man looks deep into the woman's eyes and sees a characteristic that he always lacked. She doesn't care. Sunne always cared, deep down. He wanted the players to like him, the fans, the old men and women in the bearskin, the whole town. But Elizabeth Zackel isn't afraid of opinions, because she knows what all successful coaches know. They'll like her when she wins. "I'm going to get something to eat," she says, managing to sound neither friendly nor unfriendly. Sunne nods, smiles again, leaves her with one last thought. "Do you remember that little girl, Alicia, who was firing pucks in my garden? She came to the rink today, 7 times. She ran away from her preschool to watch the A-team train. I took her back, but she ran away again. She's going to keep on doing that all autumn." Is it possible to lock children up? Zackel wonders, possibly not quite understanding the point Sunne is trying to make, so Sunne clarifies. "Children take all the things they grow up with for granted. After watching you coach the A-team today, Alicia will take it for granted that women do that. When she's old enough to play on an A-team, there may not be female hockey coaches, just hockey coaches." That means something to Sunne, something important. He doesn't know if it means anything to Elizabeth Zackel, because it honestly doesn't look as though it does. She just looks as though she wants to go and get something to eat. But hunger is a feeling too. Just before Zackel walks out through the door, something flashes in her eyes, something she does actually care about. So she asks, "How's it going with my goalie, that Vidar?" "I'll talk to his brother," Sunne promises. "Didn't you promise that Peter was going to talk to Benjaminovich's sisters too?" Zackel wonders. "Yes," Sunne says in surprise. "So why didn't Benjamin come to training today?" "He didn't?" Sunne exclaims. It hadn't even occurred to him that Benji might not have appeared for practice. Children aren't the only ones who take things for granted. In a cabin on a campsite sits a man in a blue polo shirt. He has lessons to prepare, a teaching job he has spent several years training for, but can't get anything done. He sits in the little kitchen with a book about philosophy on the table in front of him, staring out through the window and hoping to see a young man with sad eyes and a wild soul. But Benji doesn't come. He's lost. Today the teacher looked him in the eye and told him he was a mistake, even though the mistake was the teacher's. Everyone in this town knows that Benji is dangerous, because he strikes hardest. Yet few people seem to appreciate that everything about him does just that, strike hardest, beat hardest, the whole time, including his heart. Inside the Ovich's home, one of the sisters, Gabby, walks into Benji's room. Gabby's 2 children are playing with Legos scattered across the whole floor. Gabby can say many harsh things about her little brother, but there's no better uncle in the world. Her children will grow up saying that this room in their grandmother's house, their uncle's room, was the safest place in the entire universe. Nothing bad could happen to them here. No one would dare do anything to them, because their uncle would protect them against everyone and everything. Once one of them said to Gabby, "Mom, there are ghosts in Uncle Benji's wardrobe. They have to hide in there because they're scared of him." Gabby smiles, and is just walking out of the room when the thought hits her. She spins around and asks the children, "Where did you get the Legos?" "It was in the presents," the children reply, unconcerned. "What presents?" The children go into defense mode, as if they've been accused of theft. "The presents on Uncle Benji's bed. They had our names on them, Mum. They were for us." The doorbell rings. Gabby doesn't walk to answer it. She runs. Adri, the oldest sister, opens the door. Amat, Benji's teammate, is standing outside. The boy doesn't get worried until he sees how worried Adri gets, but she realizes everything all at once. "Is Benji home?" Amat asks, although he already knows the answer. "Shit!" Adri replies. Gabby comes rushing out into the hall, yelling, "Benji left presents for the children!" Amat clears his throat nervously. "He wasn't at practice. I just wanted to check that he was okay." He calls the last words after Adri. She's already run past him,
heading toward the forest. Benji occasionally skips practices, but never the first of the season. His feet are too desperate to get back onto the ice. His hands miss his stick, his brain the flight across the rink. He wouldn't miss the chance to play today, not when Beartown is playing hit in the first round of games. Something's wrong. Ramona is standing behind her counter, the way she always has, with as little emotional disturbance as possible. She's seen this town blossom, but in recent years she's also seen it take a beating. People in Beartown know how to work, but they need somewhere to do it. They know how to fight, but they need something to fight for. The only thing you can rely on in all towns, big and small alike, is that there will be broken people. It's nothing to do with the place, just life. It can beat us up. And if that happens, it's easy to find your way to a pub. Bars can quickly become sad places. Someone who has nowhere else to go can grasp a glass a little too tightly. Someone who's tired of falling can take refuge in the bottom of a bottle, seeing as you can't fall much further from there. Ramona has seen fragile souls come and go here. Some have moved on, and some have gone under. Things have gone well for some of them, and some, like Alan Ovich, have gone off into the forest. Ramona is old enough neither to jump with joy when things are going well, nor to bury herself when things are going badly. And she knows how easy it is to have unrealistic expectations of a hockey team in an autumn like the one they're facing now. Because sport isn't reality. And when reality is hell, we need stories, because they make us feel that if we can just be best at one thing, perhaps everything else will turn and start to go our way too. But Ramona really can't say. Can things ever turn around? Or do we just get used to them? The last thing Alan Ovich did before he took his rifle and went out into the forest was to leave presents for his children on their beds. No one knows why someone would get it into his head to do a thing like that, but perhaps he was hoping that that was how they'd remember him. That he could go far enough into the forest for them to believe he had just abandoned them, so that they could fantasize that he was a secret agent who had been called away on a top-secret mission, or an astronaut who had gone up into space. Perhaps he hoped they would have a childhood, in spite of everything. It didn't turn out that way. Adri, the eldest, will never be able to explain how she knew where he was. She just had a feeling about where he'd gone. Maybe that's why dogs like her, because she has a heightened sensitivity to things that normal people lack. She didn't shout, "Dad!" as she moved through the trees. The children of hunters don't do that. They learn that every man in the forest tends to be someone's dad, so if you want to get hold of yours, you have to shout his name as if you were just anyone. Adri never became just anyone, not entirely. She was born with something of Alan in her. He could never go far enough into the forest for her not to be able to find him. A pub can be a gloomy place because, taken as a whole, life always gives us more opportunities for grief than celebration, more funeral drinks than wedding toasts. But Ramona knows that a pub can be other things too from time to time. Small cracks in the blocks of stone you carry in your chest. It doesn't always have to be the best place on earth. It just doesn't always need to be the worst. The past few weeks have been full of rumours. It's said that the factory is going to be sold, and Beartown has been through enough setbacks to know that this could just as easily mean bankruptcy. It's easy to call that attitude cynical, but cynicism is simply a chemical reaction to too much disappointment. The young men in the bearskin aren't the only people talking about unemployment. Everyone is worried now. In a small community, the loss of any employer is a natural disaster. Everyone knows someone who's affected, until eventually it spreads to you. And it might be easy to call the inhabitants paranoid when they keep saying that the politicians focus all their resources on Hid, and don't give a damn if Beartown even survives another generation. But the worst thing about paranoia is that the only way to prove you're not paranoid is to be proved right. Some children never quite manage to escape their parents. They're guided by their compass, see through their eyes. When terrible things happen, most people become waves, but some people become rocks. Waves are tossed back and forth when the wind comes, but the rocks just take a beating, immovable, waiting for the storm to blow over. Adri was a child, but she took the rifle from her father and sat on a stump holding his hand in hers. Perhaps it was shock, unless she was consciously saying goodbye both to him and to herself. She became someone different after that. When she stood up and walked back through the forest to Beartown, she didn't scream for help in panic. She walked purposefully to the homes of the best and strongest hunters so that they could help her carry the body. When her mother collapsed screaming in the hall, Adri caught her, because the girl had already done her crying. She was ready to be the rock, has been ever since. Katia and Gabby were their mother's children, but Adri and Benji were their father's. Causes of conflict, finders of war. So every time Adri has set off into the forest to look for her little brother since then, she knows she's going to find him, as if he had magnets under his skin. That's not what she's scared of. She's scared he's going to be dead every time. Younger brothers never know what they put their big sisters through. Anxiety hidden behind eyes, words hidden behind other words, keys to gun cabinets hidden under pillows at night. Benji isn't sitting in a tree. He's lying on the ground. Elizabeth Zackel walks into the bearskin. It's long past dinner time, but she takes a seat in one corner, and Ramona takes her a large plate of potatoes without her having to ask. "Thanks," the coach says. "I don't know what vegetariables like you eat, apart from potatoes, but there are mushrooms in the forest around here. They'll soon be in season," Ramona replies. Zackel looks up. Ramona nods sternly. The bar owner isn't big on emotions either, but this is her way of saying she hopes the hockey coach is going to stick around for a while. Benji's body is still, his eyes open, but his gaze far away. Adri can still remember how her dad's hand felt when she sat there on the stump as a child. How cold it was. How still without the pulse running through it. Carefully, gently, without making any noise at all, the big sister lies down on the ground beside her little brother, her hand on his, just to feel the heat and heartbeat within. "You'll be the death of me. Don't you dare lie on the ground when I'm looking for you, you stupid pea-brain," she whispers. "Sorry," Benji whispers. He is neither drunk nor high. He isn't running from his feelings today. That makes her more worried. What's happened? The last light of summer bounces off the tears clinging to Benji's eyelashes. "Nothing. Just a mistake." Adri doesn't reply. She isn't the sister who talks about broken hearts. She's just the sister who fetches her brother home from the forest. She waits until they're getting close to the edge of town before she says, "The new coach is thinking of making you team captain." She sees something in Benji's eyes that she hasn't seen for many years. He's scared. Zackel has almost finished her meal when Ramona returns to the table and puts a beer down in front of her. "From the regulars," Ramona says. Zackel looks over at the 5 old men at the bar. "Them?" Ramona shakes her head. "Their wives." In the far corner sit 5 old women. Grey hair, handbags on the table, wrinkled hands tightly clutching glasses of beer. Several of them have children and grandchildren who work at the factory. Some of them work there themselves. The old women have old bodies, but new T-shirts. All the same. Green, with 4 words written on them, like a war cry. Beartown, against the rest. 22. Team Captain. There's no real autumn in Beartown, just a quick blink before winter. The snow doesn't even have the manners to let the leaves decompose in peace. The darkness comes fast, but at least these months have been full of a lot of light. A club that fought and survived. A grown man who put a reassuring hand on a 4.5-year-old's shoulder. Hockey that was more than a game. Beer on a stranger's table. Green T-shirts that said, "We fight together, no matter what." Boys with the biggest dreams. Friends who formed an army. Unfortunately, That isn't what we're going to remember in a few years' time. Many of us will just look back on these months and remember the hatred, because that's how we function, for better or worse. We always define different periods by their worst moments. So we will remember two towns loathing for each other. We will remember the violence, because it's only just started. Of course, we won't talk about it. We don't do that here. We'll talk about hockey games that were played instead, so that we don't have to talk about the funerals that took place between them. Darkness has settled comfortably upon Beartown and hid as a thin figure makes its way through the forest. It's starting to get cold now. The days don't let on, but the nights are honest, not hiding temperatures below freezing behind rays of sunlight. The figure shivers and hurries on, as much from nerves as to keep warm. The ice rink in Head doesn't have an alarm, and the building is old and full of back doors that someone might forget to lock. The figure doesn't have a detailed plan of how the break-in is going to work, just a vague idea of padding around the building and feeling all the door handles. He has no luck there, but does better with one of the bathroom windows. He manages to pry it open, even if it takes the full strength of the 12-year-old's arms. Leo climbs inside, runs through the gloom. He's played enough away games in Head to know where the locker rooms are. The A-team has its own lockers. Most of them don't have the players' names on them, but some of the players are too infatuated with their own names to be able to resist the opportunity to write them on the labels at the top. Leo uses the flashlight on his cell phone to find William Leeds. Then he does what he came to do. Adria, Katya, and Gabby Ovich bang on the door of the bearskin after closing time. Ramona yells, "I've got my shotgun loaded!" which is her way of saying, "I'm afraid we're closed." But the Ovich sisters march inside all the same, and Ramona jumps when she sees all three of them. "What have I done now?" she pants. "Nothing. We just want to ask a favour of you," Katya says. "Nothing? When the three of you come through that door together, an old bag can't help but think she's going to get a beating. Surely to God you can understand that." Ramona whimpers, clutching her chest theatrically. The sisters grin, as does Ramona. She puts beer and whiskey on the bar, then pats each of them fondly on the cheek. "It's been a long time since I saw you. You're still too beautiful for this town." "Flattery like that won't get you anywhere," Adri says. Ramona nods. "That's why the good Lord gave us strong liquor." "How are you?" Gabby asks. Ramona snorts. "I'm starting to get old, and it's shit, let me tell you. Your back aches and your eyesight starts to go. I don't give a damn about dying, but this aging business, I can't see the point of it." The sisters smile. Ramona slams her empty glass down on the counter and goes on. "So, what can I do for you?" "We need a job," Adri says. When the Ovich sisters emerge from the bearskin, their little brother, Benjamin, is leaning against the wall. Adri knocks the cigarette out of his hand, Katya folds his collar down roughly, and Gabby licks her fingers and combs his hair with them. They curse him and tell him they love him in the same sentence, the way only they can. Then they push him through the door. Ramona is standing behind the counter, waiting. "Your sisters say you need a job." "Apparently so," Benji mutters. Ramona can clearly see Alan Ovich's eyes in his son's face. "Your sisters say you're restless, that you need to be kept busy. They can't stop you from ending up at the counter in a bar, but they can at least try to make sure you end up on the right side of it. I told Adri that giving you work as a bartender could be like leaving a dog to guard a steak, but she's not the sort of person you can reason with, that one. And Katya swore you've got experience of being behind a bar from her place in Hid. Is that the place the Reds call the barn?" Benji nods. The Reds is what Ramona calls people from Hid. "I'm not welcome there anymore because a degree of conflict about aesthetic matters arose between me and the native population," he explains. Ramona doesn't have to roll up Benji's sleeve to know that there's a tattoo of a bear under it. She has a weakness for boys who love this town more than they should have the sense to. "Can you pour a beer without spilling it?" "Yes." "What do you get if you ask to run a tab?" Slap in the face. You're hired. Thanks. She snorts. Don't say that. I'm only doing this because I'm frightened of your sisters. Benji smiles. Everyone with any sense is. Ramona gestures toward the shelves on the walls. We have 2 types of beer, 1 type of whiskey, and the rest is mostly for decoration. You wash the glasses and clean, and if there's a fight, you don't get involved. You hear me? Benji doesn't disagree, which is a good start. He clears the backyard of a pile of wood and tin that's been lying there for months. He's strong as an ox and knows how to keep his mouth shut. Ramona's 2 favourite character traits. When it's time to turn the lights out and lock up, he helps her up the stairs to her apartment. There are still photographs of Holger, her husband, everywhere. Him and Beartown ice hockey, her first and second loves, green flags and pennants on every wall. You can ask what you want to ask now, Ramona says mildly, patting the young man on the cheek. I don't want to ask anything, Benji lies. You're wondering if your dad used to come to the Bearskin, if he used to sit in the bar down there before he went off into the forest. Benji's hands disappear into the pockets of his jeans, and the years are stripped away from his voice. What was he like? The boy asks. The old woman sighs. Not one of the best, not one of the worst. Benji turns toward the stairs. I'll take the garbage out. See you tomorrow evening. Ramona takes hold of his hand and whispers, You don't have to become like him, Benjamin. You've got his eyes, but I think you can become someone else. Benji isn't ashamed of crying in front of her. Early the next morning, Elizabeth Zackel sticks her head into Peter Anderson's office. Peter is wrestling with an espresso machine. Zackel watches. Peter presses a button, and brown water dribbles out of the bottom of the machine. Peter panics, and presses all the buttons at the same time, while simultaneously reaching with an impressive display of acrobatics for a roll of paper towels, while he balances in front of the leaking machine on 1 foot. And I'm supposed to be the weird one for not drinking coffee, Zackel notes. Peter looks up, still in the middle of some sort of modern dance interpretation of office cleaning, swearing in a way that Zackel has reason to believe is very unlike him. I'm so bloody shit! Shall I come back later? Zackel wonders. No, this damn contraption is a complete nightmare, but it was a gift from my daughter, Peter admits, embarrassed. Zackel offers no reaction. I'll come back later, she concludes. No! Sorry, what can I do for you? Have your wages been paid okay? Peter wonders. It's about rope, Zackel says. But Peter has already launched into his defence. The new sponsor, our contract isn't quite in place, but everyone should have been paid by now. He wipes the sweat from his brow. Zackel repeats, I'm not here about my paycheck. I'm here about rope. Rope? Peter echoes. I need rope and a paintball gun. Can you buy those around here? A paintball gun? Peter echoes again. Zackel explains in a monotone, but not impatiently. Paintball is a war simulation game played on a specially designed course. 2 teams shoot at each other with small pellets of paint fired from guns. I need one of those guns. I know what paintball is, Peter assures her. It didn't sound like it, Zackel says in her own defence. Peter scratches his hair, getting coffee on his forehead. He doesn't notice, and Zackel spares him the panic that telling him would probably trigger. They probably have rope in the hardware store opposite the Bearskin pub. Thanks, Zackel says, and is already out in the corridor before Peter has time to call out. What do you want rope for? You're not going to hang anyone, are you? Then he says it again, with genuine concern in his voice. Zackel, you're not going to hang anyone, are you? We've got enough problems as it is. Benji's former coach, David, used to say that Benji would be late for his own funeral. If his teammates didn't check that number 16 was out on the ice, he could easily be lying asleep in the locker room when the game started. Sometimes he missed practices. Sometimes he showed up high or drunk. But today he arrives at the rink on time, gets changed at once, and goes straight out onto the ice. Elizabeth Zackel turns toward him, as if she's surprised that a hockey player has turned up for hockey practice. Benji takes a deep breath and apologizes, the way you learn to do if you've big sisters who hit hard. "Sorry I didn't come to practice yesterday." Zackel shrugs. "I don't care if you come to practice." Benji notices that there are 5 thick ropes lying on the ice, several yards long. Zackel is holding a paintball gun in her hand. The hardware store in Beartown didn't have any, but the one in Hit managed to find one in the storeroom. A scattering of small paint spatters on the plexiglass at one corner of the rink indicates that Zackel has already practiced firing the hard little pellets of paint. "What are you doing?" Benji asks, baffled. "What are you doing here so early?" Zackel counters. Benji looks at the time. He's right on time for the practice, but the only other players on the ice are Amat and Bobo. He grunts. "My sister says you're thinking of making me team captain. That's a bad idea." Zackel nods without blinking. "Okay." Benji waits for her to go on. She doesn't, so he asks, "Why me?" "Because you're a coward," Zackel says. Benji has been called many things in his life, but never that. "You're full of crap." She nods. "Maybe. But I'm giving you the thing you're most terrified of. Responsibility for other people." Benji's eyes darken. Hers are expressionless. Amat is standing behind them, his skates twitching with restlessness, until he eventually loses patience and blurts out, "Practice is supposed to start now. Why don't you go and get the others from the locker room?" Zackel shrugs her shoulders nonchalantly. "Me? Why would I care about that?" Benji squints at her, increasingly frustrated. He looks at the time again. Then he leaves the ice. A lot of the older players in the Beartown locker room are only half changed when Benji walks in. "Practice is starting," he says. Some people can make themselves heard without raising their voice. Even so, some of the older players misinterpret Benji at first and reply, "She doesn't care if we're on time or not." Benji's reply is brief, but the silence that follows it is deafening. "I care." Power is the ability to get other people to do what you want. Every adult man in that locker room could have rendered the 18-year-old powerless by remaining seated on the benches. But he gives them 30 seconds, and when he walks back to the ice, they get up and follow him. That's not when he becomes their team captain. That's just when they all, including him, realize that he already is. Benji doesn't want to lead his team, but he does so anyway. William Litt is over in Het, and he wants nothing more than to be told to lead his team, but he isn't. It isn't fair, but sports isn't fair. The player who spends the most hours practicing doesn't always end up being the best, and the player who deserves to be made team captain isn't always the most suitable. It's often said that hockey isn't a contemplative sport. We just count goals. That isn't strictly true, of course. Hockey counts everything. It's full of statistics, yet it's impossible to predict. It's governed too much by things that aren't visible. One term that is often used to describe talented players, for instance, is leadership qualities, even though this is an utterly immeasurable concept, seeing that it is based on things that can't be taught: charisma, authority, love. When William Litt was younger and Kevin Eardahl was made team captain, William heard the coach say to Kevin, "You can force people to obey you, but you can never force them to follow you. If you want them to play for you, they have to love you." Perhaps no one loved Kevin more than William did, and he did all he could to get that love reciprocated. He was unfailingly loyal, even after the rape. He followed Kevin to Hid Hockey when Kevin's best friend, Benji, stayed with Beartown. William gathered his guys and beat up both Amat, who had snitched on Kevin, and Bobo, who tried to defend Amat. When Kevin suddenly disappeared, William stayed at Hid, disappointed but still faithful. He has the same coach he had in Beartown, David. It was he who persuaded William and almost all the other old players to switch clubs, not by defending Kevin, but by using the simplest argument that sports can offer. We're only interested in hockey, not politics. What happens off the ice stays off the ice. William believed him, and deep down he hoped that now that Kevin and Benji were both off the team, maybe David would finally recognize William's loyalty. But there was no show of gratitude, not a single word of encouragement. He is still being ignored. So when William comes into the locker room today and opens his locker and sees what someone has left in the bottom of it, things happen that no statistics can measure. There's a cigarette lighter lying there. The same sort that filled William's mailbox back in the summer, the same sort Leo had on the beach. At the same time, one of his teammates comes through the door and says, "Hey, Lee, have you heard about Benji? Beartown's new coach has made him team captain." 23. All it takes for the only thing that matters. People say that leadership is about making difficult decisions, unpalatable and unpopular decisions. Do your job, leaders are constantly being told. The impossible part of the job is, of course, that a leader can carry on leading only as long as someone follows him, and people's reactions to leadership are always the same. If a decision of yours benefits me, you're fair, and if the same decision harms me, you're a tyrant. The truth about most people is as simple as it is unbearable. We rarely want what is best for everyone. We mostly want what's best for ourselves. Peter is weighed down by thoughts as he switches his office computer off, puts his files back on their shelves, and walks down the steps toward the ice. He sits down in the standing area at the end of the rink. Fatima is cleaning some distance away. He waves, but she just nods back to him. She doesn't like to draw attention to herself. She has to finish cleaning before the A-team training session starts, and she doesn't want Amat to feel ashamed in front of his teammates, as if that boy has ever felt ashamed of his mother, Peter thinks. Fatima is in many ways a more typical Beartown inhabitant than Peter, soft-spoken, proud, hard-working, and with absolutely zero tolerance for bullshit. At the start of the summer, when the club's bank accounts were empty, Peter realized that Fatima hadn't been paid, but when he called her, she just said, "Don't worry, Amat and I will manage." Peter knew that Amat went around collecting cans at the end of each month, so he could collect the deposit. So he said, heavy with embarrassment, "You can't not get paid. The club has a duty to—" But Fatima interrupted him. "The club? It's my club too, my boys' club, and we'll manage." It takes a special person to say that, and a special club. It's autumn now, and Fatima has been paid. Peter too. This morning he tried to pay the bills, and because his computer was playing up, he phoned the bank. The man at the other end was confused. "Those bills have already been paid." Not just one, all of them. Richard Theo wasn't making empty promises. The sponsor has paid some money in, even though the press conference hasn't taken place yet. Peter will be able to save his club. So why is he so racked with anxiety? The A-team's practice starts. Everyone down on the ice takes it for granted that the lights will go on in the rink every day, that wages will be paid, that fans will flock to games. In hockey, money is always something that is just supposed to be there. We never really grow up in this sport. On the ice we remain the same kids who just want to play. A puck, a few friends, lights on, let's play. But Peter knows the cost. He's sitting on it. It's just wood and metal, chewing tobacco trodden into the floor, dented railings. But when the men in the black jackets leap into the air in this part of the stand, it bounces, and when they sing, they raise the roof. "We are the Bears! We are the Bears! We are the Bears! The Bears from Beartown! We are the Bears! We are—" That's a powerful wall to have behind you when things are going well, and a terrible force to have against you when they aren't. Over the years, no one in the club has ever criticized the pack more than Peter. When they fought, he tried to introduce surveillance cameras in the rink. When highly paid players who were underperforming suddenly wanted to tear up their contracts, he tried to prove that they had been threatened by Timu's boys. For years, men in suits stood in the boardroom arguing with Peter because he was being needlessly provocative, when in fact they were frightened too. They allowed the pack to use violence to rule this town as long as it benefited the suit's own purposes. So what now? Now Peter has an opportunity to get rid of the pack, but he's hesitating. Why? Because he feels he owes them for voting to keep him on in the club? Because he's a coward? Or is it about Richard Theo? Is Peter just afraid that he's exchanging the influence of the hooligans for that of politicians? Who are worse, the guys with tattoos on their necks or the suits and ties? During his first years as general manager, Kira used to remind him that we're not a family that runs from a fight. She's always had thicker skin than he has. The hot-tempered lawyer had more of an appetite for victory than the diplomatic general manager. But now, Peter is the one looking for a fight, and Kira the one hesitating. Perhaps Richard Theo is right about Peter being naive. The world is complicated, but he wishes it were simple. When he was playing in Canada, his coach said, "Winning isn't everything, it's the only thing." But Peter lacked the killer instinct. When his team had a big lead during practices, he would ease up, because he didn't want to humiliate his opponents. The coach's philosophy was, never take your foot off the enemy's throat. But Peter didn't have it in him. Winning was enough. You didn't have to crush anyone. Then came a practice when their opponents managed to turn around a 5-0 deficit. "Sort your head out!" the coach yelled. But Peter never quite managed to. Perhaps that was why he missed that shot in the final 20 years ago. And perhaps that's why he's scared of fulfilling his promise to Richard Theo now. There's a limit to the number of enemies a man can survive. Peter knows he needs to do his job. He's just not sure which job that is. He sees Elizabeth Zackel on the ice. He wishes he were more like her. She doesn't take her foot off anyone's throat. Elizabeth Zackel divides the players into 2 teams and ties the teammates together with the ropes. If one player falls, the whole team falls. "What sort of shitty woman's game is this?" one of the older players bellows when he's brought down by an unsteady teammate and hits the ice hard. But Zackel doesn't care. They're made to work until they learn to cooperate and move together as a single unit. They're made to sweat and throw up, not for the last time. Only when Amat sinks to his knees does Zackel let them untie the ropes. Then she fetches her paintball gun. One of the older players mutters, "Bloody woman's had some sort of stroke." Perhaps Zackel reads their lips, who knows, but she says, "I understand that there's a lot of talk of women. I can only assume that you're worried you might start playing like women if you're coached by one." The players squirm. Some of them are still being sick in the buckets. Zackel fires a paint pellet at the crossbar of one of the nets, making the metal sing and the hard little ball explode in a splat of yellow. "I coached a girls' team once. They were no good at dealing with rebounds in front of the net and didn't want to block shots. They were frightened it was going to hurt. So I got them to strip off and try to skate from the centre line to the net and touch the post while I tried to hit them with a paintball gun. Every time they got there, they earned themselves a beer. You know what they said to me?" No response, so she answers her own question. "They told me to screw myself, but obviously they were women. So what are you?" The men on the ice stare, but Zackel waits them out. A minute passes. Some of the men giggle nervously, but she stands, motionless, with the paintball gun. You're kidding, right?" someone eventually asks. "I don't think so. I've been told I'm no good at humour," Zackel informs them. Then another player stands up. He puts his helmet down on the ice, then pulls off his jersey and pads until his top half is naked. "Will this do? Or do I have to get my cock out as well?" Benji asks. "That'll have to do," Zackel replies, and fires a pellet of paint that just misses his neck. All the other players hunch up, but Benji doesn't hesitate. He just takes off and skates straight at the net. The first time he touches the bar, Zackel manages to hit him twice. The second and third times, she manages to fire twice as many pellets. According to the man in the shop, the pellets move at a speed of 300 feet per second. so Zakel is strongly advised to fire only at people wearing protective clothing from at least 30 feet away. Benji's skin is bare. Zakel manages to land one shot on his back, and he jerks with pain as the paint dribbles down his shoulder blade. The older players look on, at first as if they can't quite believe their eyes, then with increasing fascination. In the end, someone yells out a number. No one remembers if it was 8 or 9, but after that the whole team counts each time Benji touches the bar. Eventually, they are roaring the number of beers he's won. 14! 15! 16! Zakel reloads the gun, and Benji sets off again. No normal person would behave like that. That's the point. Zakel doesn't want a normal team captain. At one point, Zakel hits Benji right on his collarbone and sees in his eyes what he's capable of. I can win anything with this one, she thinks to herself. He doesn't stop skating, and she doesn't stop firing until he's earned a whole crate of beer. She fetches it from the bench. As she gives it to him, she says, "Anyone who feels responsibility isn't free, Benjamin. That's why you're scared." For someone who's bad with feelings, the woman's not so bad with feelings after all. Benji walks to the locker room, bruised, stinging, and spattered with paint. There, he shares the beer with all of his teammates. Even Amat drinks. He wouldn't dare turn it down. Benji goes and showers on his own, for a long time. When he comes back, the beer is all gone, and his shoes are full of shaving cream. Peter Anderson walks behind the boards while Zakel picks up her ropes. "You have very interesting coaching methods. Do they really make players better?" Peter asks, as diplomatically as he can, while he tries his very best not to hyperventilate at the sight of the splats of paint all over the ice. "Better? How should I know?" Zakel replies, unconcerned. "Well, you must have some reason for using these methods," Peter says. He has a migraine. Richard Theo promised him complete control over this club, but it really doesn't feel like it. "Hockey coaches don't know as much about what we're doing as we pretend. Most of it's guesswork. I assume you knew that," Zakel replies. Peter feels the muscles in his back tighten. "You have an unusual view of leadership." Zakel shrugs. "If the players think I'm an idiot, they've got someone to talk to each other about. Sometimes a team needs an enemy to unite them." Peter watches her as she walks off. He could almost swear she was smiling slightly when she made that last remark. Then he goes and fetches cleaning materials and spends several hours scrubbing and wiping the paint off the ice. Perhaps he should have gone home instead, to drink wine with his wife and fall asleep in their bed. But he and Kira haven't quite made up yet. They've just stopped arguing, and that's not the same thing. They're not yelling at each other, but they're not really talking either. The whole family is getting quieter and quieter, like a room that's become such a mess that it feels less bother to brick up the door than get to grips with the problem. Peter realizes he's trying to make work for himself, so he goes home, getting there after everyone has gone to bed. Then he lies awake half the night reading the instruction manual of a coffee machine instead of calling the daughter who gave it to him, and confessing that he doesn't have a clue what he's doing anymore, or for whose sake he's fighting. The A-team coach in HIT is named David. His red hair hasn't been cut in months, and his face is chalk white because even on a fine summer's day the sun doesn't reach into the video room inside the rink. He's giving the job everything he's got. He has to. His girlfriend is pregnant, and HIT hockey is his career trampoline to a higher league, if he wins. He never wanted to coach this A-team. He wanted to coach Beartowns. He fashioned a group of small boys all the way until they were juniors, when they were lined up to win the national championship and become the core of the A-team. Kevin and Benji on the ice, David on the bench. That almost happened, but only almost. David didn't leave Beartown because he wanted to defend rape. At least that's not how he sees it. He doesn't even know if Kevin is guilty. The boy was never convicted of any crime, and David is neither a lawyer nor a police officer. He's a hockey coach. If hockey clubs start to punish players for things that not even a court would punish them for, where would that end? Hockey needs to be allowed to be hockey. Life outside the arena needs to remain separate from life inside. So David didn't leave Beartown because of what Kevin was accused of, but because Peter saw to it that the boy was arrested on the day of the final, which meant that the whole team was punished, not just Kevin. David couldn't accept that. So he switched clubs and took almost all of Beartown's best players with him. He doesn't regret his decision. The only thing he regrets is Benjamin Ovich. That boy symbolized everything David wanted from a team, but when it really mattered, David wasn't able to get through to him. Benji stayed in Beartown when all the others switched to hit, and back in the spring, David saw him kissing another boy. Benji doesn't know that David knows, and evidently no one else knows either. If David is honest, he can't help hoping that no one else ever finds out either. This isn't the sort of place where he'd wish a revelation of that sort on any hockey player, not even if he's coming here as an opponent this autumn. Is David proud of himself? Definitely not. So why doesn't he just go see Benji and tell him the truth? That he is ashamed of having been such a poor leader that the boy didn't feel safe enough to tell the truth about himself. Why doesn't David just apologize? Probably for the same reason that all of us commit all our stupidest mistakes. It's hard to admit that we've been wrong. And the bigger the mistake, the harder it is. David never imagines that he's a good person, but he does believe he does all he can for the good of hockey. He puts the team, the club, the sport first. He's never going to let it get political, not even now. There's a knock on the door of his office. William Leet is standing in the doorway. "Have you heard that Benji's been made team captain of Beartown?" The huge forward roars. The coach nods. "This is Het, not Beartown. Don't worry about what they're doing." William is quivering on the threshold of the room, unable to bring himself to leave, even though the look on his coach's face indicates that that's the end of the discussion. "Is anyone on our team going to wear number 16 this year?" William asks. He doesn't mean it as an accusation. He's just asking his coach to love him. And that's the problem. Love is like leadership. Asking for it doesn't help. "That's not your concern," David says coldly. 16 was Benji's number in Beartown. David is refusing to give it to anyone in hit. "Who's going to be our captain?" William asks jealously. David answers the question he really wants to ask. "You're too young, William." It's a very particular way of breaking someone's heart, when a hockey player sees in the eyes of his coach that he really wants someone else. "Would you have said the same thing if I was Benji?" David is honest. He shakes his head. William Leet goes out onto the ice with a greater need for violent affirmation than ever. David pretends not to understand, but of course he does, all too well. He didn't become a hockey coach by accident. He knows what his words can accomplish. All while the boys were growing up, he has watched William compete against Benji for everything, without winning a single time. David knows that jealousy is a terrible feeling, but it can also be a motivating force. So he distributes it in small doses, on purpose. Because leadership is a matter of manipulating emotions to achieve results. David knows that what he's doing is dangerous. He knows that William may well hate Benji so much that he'll hurt him in the game. But all the best hockey teams have someone who plays on the edge, and sometimes goes over it. William is at his best when he's full of hate. David still loves Benji, more than any other player he's coached, and he's ashamed that the boy didn't dare confide in him. One day, David may be able to make up for that as a human being. But those feelings belong to life outside the rink, and this is life inside. Here, Benji is an opponent. If William crosses the line in the game, then so be it. If Benji gets injured, then Benji gets injured. David's a hockey coach. He's doing his job. He's doing all it takes for the only thing that matters: winning. Benji is lifting weights on his own in the outhouse at the kennels when darkness falls. Before he raises the bar, he takes off his wristwatch. It's old and worn, heavy and clunky, and doesn't really suit him. But it was given to him by David. They haven't spoken a word to each other since the coach switched clubs, but Benji still doesn't go anywhere without it. William Leet is doing push-ups until his arms hurt as much as everything else. He falls asleep holding the cigarette lighter that was left in his locker. He knows who put it there. William might not be thinking of hurting Benji, not yet. But that doesn't mean he can't hurt someone else. 24. But the bear inside her has just woken up. Ramona stomps down the stairs from her apartment in a cloud of invective to see who's banging on the door of the bearskin after closing time. She's expecting to see a drunk, but finds something else. "What are you doing here, you silly old fool? Must be at least 40 years since you last showed up at my door trying to get a drink in the middle of the night. It didn't work then, and it's not going to work now." She snaps at Sunne as she buttons her dressing gown. Sunne laughs so loudly that he frightens the puppy beside him. "I need a piece of advice, Ramona. 2, maybe." Ramona lets him in and gives the dog a bowl of water. The dog empties it and starts to chew the furnishings. "Well?" she grunts. "I want you to talk to Timu Rinius for me," Sunne says. If anyone else had asked, Ramona would have said, "Timu who?" But not Sunne. The old man has spent all his life dealing with difficult boys with a talent for hockey, while Ramona has spent hers dealing with the ones without any talent. "About what?" "The club." "I thought you'd stop being coach. What have you got to do with the club?" "They're keeping me for the women. Eye candy." Ramona laughs up a whole decade of cigarette smoke. Then she gets serious. "There are rumours, Sonny. The paper's talking about a new sponsor, and the GM taking part in secret meetings. That sort of thing makes Timo and his boys nervous. It's their club." "It's not only their club," Sonny corrects her. He can't help thinking what a colossal nightmare of a town this is in which to try to make anyone happy. If the club had gone bankrupt, Peter would have gotten the blame, and now that he's managed to save it financially, he's still getting shit. Ramona puts 3 whiskey glasses on the counter, 1 for Sunne, 2 for her. "So what do you think about the new coach? She comes here and eats potatoes from time to time," she says. "Zackle? I don't know. She's mad. She doesn't seem to give a damn about what Peter Anderson thinks." Ramona grins. "It's a good start. But I have a suspicion Timo and his guys aren't quite so enthusiastic about having a female coach." Ramona snorts. "They love their club, you know that. They're worried she's been appointed as some sort of PR stunt. They don't want to be made fools of, and they don't want to see a load of political agendas dragged into hockey." Sonny rolls his eyes. "Agendas? Is that what we're calling it now? Can't women be allowed to sleep with whoever they like? Ha! There's no one who has more sympathy for lesbians than me, because as far as I can see, they've drawn the winning ticket. There's no reasoning with men, so you might as well get rid of them." "So what's the problem with Zackle, then?" "The problem is that the boys think she's steered by Peter Anderson and the sponsors and the politicians, and they don't want another coach who's—" She stops herself. Sunne takes over. "Who's like me? Weak?" He knows what people say about him, that he let the sponsors and politicians take over the club in recent years, and let them run the club into the ground without a fight. People are right. Sunne got older, too tired to argue. He always hoped that the hockey would be good enough to keep the club on an even keel, both financially and morally, but he was proven wrong on both counts. "I didn't mean any criticism," Ramona mutters. "Oh, they're right. I wish I'd given this town more to be happy about. But Zackle isn't me." "In what way?" "She's the sort who wins." "You're here for my advice?" "The boys need proof." Sunne sighs. "Then tell Timu that as soon as his little brother gets let out of custody, he should go straight to the rink." Ramona is left speechless. That takes a lot of doing. Peter gets home late again, Kira is sitting at the kitchen table with her laptop. She came home from work early today to cook for the children and do the washing and cleaning. Now she's working again, but without her bosses seeing. She puts in more hours than any of her colleagues, but will soon be known in the office as the woman who always goes home early. Being a mother can be like drying out the foundations of a house or mending a roof. It takes time, sweat, and money. And once it's done, everything looks exactly the same as it did before. It's not the sort of thing anyone gives you praise for. But spending an extra hour in the office is like hanging up a beautiful painting or a new lamp. Everyone notices. Peter talks to her, she talks to him, but without making eye contact. How was your day? Fine. How was yours? Fine. Have the kids eaten? Yes, there's leftovers in the fridge. Can you drive them to school tomorrow? I need to get to the rink early. She says, of course, even though she feels like yelling. And what about my job? He says, thanks, even though he feels like whispering. I feel like I'm drowning. She says, no problem, when she feels like shouting, help. Neither of them says anything else, even though they're both thinking, I miss us. Peter leaves the kitchen without running his fingertips through her hair. She sits there without breathing against the back of his neck. Ramona is staring at Sunny. Is this some kind of joke? Nope. Elizabeth Zackel has no sense of humour. Is she going to let Vidar play hockey again? What does Peter say about that? She doesn't care what Peter thinks. Ramona chuckles. She's always been a bit fonder of the Rinius brothers than all of the Bearskins' other boys. Timu gets her groceries for her every week. Vidar used to do his homework here. Many years ago, just after Holger died, the boys heard someone say that Ramona had started to forget things, could be Alzheimer's. It wasn't. It was just a perfectly ordinary broken heart. But the boys read online that you can delay the aging process in the brain, so they started forcing her to do crosswords. Every morning, they would bring her a new one. She swore loudly and loved them unconditionally for that. So now she says, so Vidar shits on a desk and Zackel doesn't give a shit about Peter? That's not going to end well. No, Sunny agrees. Ramona scratches under her chin with one of the whiskey glasses. It's not like you to go against Peter. No, Sunny concedes. Why? Is she that special, this coach? Sunny sighs deeply, making the hairs in his nostrils sway wildly. Either we win, or we go under, Ramona. Vidar used to be one hell of a goalie, and if he still is, then I'm prepared to take a chance on his personality. Ramona smiles. When the devil gets old, he gets religious. Can you see to it that Timu takes Vidar to practice? Sunny wonders. Ramona raises an eyebrow. Listen, you old fool. Do you remember how Vidar used to play hockey? You had to drag him off the ice when practice was over. And now he's been locked up for... hell, you won't be able to keep him away from that rink, no matter how well-armed you are. Ramona doesn't say what she's thinking. That she'll drag Vidar to the rink herself, if need be. She was never quite able to save Timu. He was too angry to change. But perhaps Vidar can still have a different life, and Ramona isn't about to let that opportunity go, even if it's the death of her. Sunny nods and sips his whiskey. It makes his eyes water. Well then. He falls silent. Ramona snorts. Anything else? Sunny is embarrassed at being so transparent. I want to ask for something else. Not for the club, just for me. There's a little girl named Alicia. She's 4.5, lives over in... I know who the little lass is, Ramona says gloomily. Not because she knows the girl, but because all the local bar owners know the adults who live in the same house. Can you help me keep an eye on her? Ramona pours more whiskey. Are you sure you're not here to charm me into bed? You're doing better now than you ever used to. Sunny smiles. I'd have a heart attack before you had time to undo your bra, but thanks for the offer. Ramona drinks. Then she says unhappily, I don't speak for anyone in this town, Sunny, but Peter's my boy too.
So tell him to remember who stood up for Beartown, for his own sake, no matter what this new sponsor demands. Sunne nods. He knows she means the pack's standing area in the rink. This is a hard town to keep secrets in. I'll do my best, he says. It won't be enough. Peter stops outside Leo's room. The boy is 12 years old, almost a teenager. Peter thinks back to when he was born, that shattering moment when he heard his son cry for the first time. When he was allowed to pick up that fragile, naked body, support the little head, with its scrunched-up eyes and plaintive cries, and when the wailing stopped. The first time Peter realized that the tiny person was sleeping soundly in his arms. What are we prepared to do for our children at that moment? What aren't we prepared to do? But the years whistle past. Fathers need to live in the moment. General managers are never allowed to. Fathers need to seize the day, because childhoods are like soap bubbles. You get only a few seconds to enjoy them. But general managers need to think about the next game, the next season, onward, forward, upward. Peter is standing with 2 sticks in one hand and a tennis ball in the other. Leo used to drive him crazy, asking him to go and play in the driveway. "Dad, can you move the car? Dad, can we play? Dad? Just a little while. First to 5 goals." Peter would be sitting with the remote in his hand, watching a recording of a game or struggling with a stack of files and a pocket calculator, working on the budget, and would reply, "You need to do your homework first." After his homework was done, it was too late. "Tomorrow," the father would promise. "Okay," the son would reply. Men are busy, but boys don't stop growing. Sons want their father's attention until the precise moment when fathers want their sons. From then on, we're all doomed to wish that we'd fallen asleep beside them more often, while their head could still fit on our chest. That we'd spent more time sitting on the floor while they were playing. Hugged them while they still let us. Peter knocks on Leo's door now, and the 12-year-old replies without opening it. "I've moved the car out of the driveway," the father says hopefully. "Oh? Yes. I thought maybe you might like a game." He's clutching the tennis ball so hard that the sweat from his hand is leaving marks in the green fabric covering. Leo's reply is merciless. "I have to do my homework, Dad. Tomorrow, maybe." Peter almost opens the door and asks him again, but instead he puts the sticks back into the cupboard. Then he sits down on the sofa on his own with the ball in his hand and falls asleep there. Kira closes the lid of her laptop, looks into Leo's room. He pretends to be asleep. She pretends to believe him. She walks past the living room, puts a blanket over Peter, then stops, as if to brush some hair from his forehead, but doesn't. She sits on her own on the steps in front of the house, looking at the same stars she could have looked at from anywhere in the world. At work today, her colleague gave her an envelope, sent by an older woman whom both Kira and her colleague had idolized for several years, a director and investment genius who had changed direction and set up a big charitable foundation fronted by artists and actors and backed by multiple millions. Kira and her colleague met the woman at a conference last year. They managed to attract her attention, and when they parted, the woman gave Kira her business card and said, "I'm always looking for smart people with a bit of fire inside them. Get in touch if you ever need a job." Kira didn't really take the offer seriously, perhaps didn't dare to, and let it remain a vague little dream. But the envelope today contained an invitation to a large conference that the Woman's Foundation is organizing in a couple of weeks' time, in Canada. Why is she inviting us to go? Does she want to use the firm? Kira asked breathlessly. Only then did she see the jealousy in her colleague's eyes. Kira looked at the invitation again and realized that it mentioned only her name. Her colleague did her best to be proud, but still sounded like a little girl who was about to lose her more talented friend to the big wide world. She's only asked you, Kira. She doesn't want to use the firm. She wants to give you a job. Kira sits on the steps outside the house with the envelope in her hand, looking at the stars.
They're the same stars you can see from Canada. She moved there once so that Peter could play in the NHL, with the best in the world. She knows what he'd say if she says she wants to go to the conference. Do you really have to go right now? There's so much going on with the club, darling. Maybe next year. Kira will never be able to explain. Peter will never understand that she has her own NHL. Ramona phones Timu. They have a brief conversation because neither of them wants the other to hear their weakness. Ramona doesn't say she wants Vidar to have a better life than Timu's, and Timu doesn't say he wants the same thing. Then Ramona asks Timu for a favour, and she waits up until he phones her back to say that it's done. Timu stands outside a small house in a different part of town until the lights go off in the children's room. When he knows that only the adults are awake, he doesn't ring the doorbell. He doesn't knock on the door. They'll never know how he got in. He just stands there in the kitchen while they reach for the kitchen counters to cling onto and try to catch the glasses their shaking hands have just knocked over. He sees that they know who he is, so all he has to do is pick up a hockey bag, drop it onto the table, then ask, "Does Alicia live here?" The adults nod, terrified. From now on, the kitty at the Bearskin pub will pay for all her hockey equipment each year for as long as she wants to play. I don't know if she has any siblings in the house, but she's got brothers now. And the next adult who hurts her will have to explain why to each and every one of us. He doesn't need to wait for an answer. When he leaves the house, none of the people left behind dares to move for several minutes, but eventually the bag is carried up to Alicia's room. The 4-and-a-half-year-old is dreaming deeply about the sound of pucks hitting a wall, and for a long time she won't have any bruises she doesn't get on the ice. She will play hockey every day, and one day she will be the best. The girl may be fast asleep tonight, but the bear inside her has just woken up. 25. Mother's Song. William Leet is like all other teenagers, permanently on the boundary between hubris and the abyss. There's a girl he likes. She's in the same class. Back in the spring they were at a party, and she kissed him on the cheek when she was drunk, and he's still dreaming about it. So when he's standing by her locker today, his facade crumbles and he asks, "Hi, look, would you like to do something sometime? After school? You and me?" She looks at him with distaste. "Do something? With you?" He clears his throat. "Yes." She snorts. "Huh, I'm from Beartown, and that means something to some of us. I hope Benji crushes you in the game." It isn't until she's walking off that Leet sees she's wearing a green t-shirt bearing the text, "Beartown against the rest." Her friends are wearing similar shirts. When they pass Leet, one of them snarls, "Kevin Eardale's a rapist, and you're no better." Leet stands there, comprehensively flamed. All his life he's tried to do the right thing. He's attended every practice, loved his captain, obeyed his coach. He's followed all the rules, done as he's been told, swallowed his pride. Benji has done the exact opposite, always. And who's the one everyone loves, in spite of all that? How can William Leet feel anything but hatred about this? When he turns around, he sees Leo standing at the other end of the corridor. The 12-year-old has just seen William Leet's weakest point, and the little bastard's grin pierces the 18-year-old's skin all over. William goes into a bathroom and punches his own thighs until tears spring to his eyes. When school is over for the day, Maya and Anna change into tracksuits and run into the forest. It's Anna's idea, and a weird one, because Maya has always hated running. And even if Anna has spent almost all her life running through the forest, she's never done it specifically as exercise, never in circles. Even so, Anna forces Maya out this autumn, because she knows that even if Kevin is no longer in Beartown, they still have to reclaim the things he stole. Twilight, solitude, the courage to wear earbuds when it's dark, the freedom to not look over your shoulder the whole time. They run only where there are lights. They don't say anything, but are both thinking the same thing. Guys never think about light. It just isn't a problem in their lives. When guys are scared of the dark, they're scared of ghosts and monsters. But when girls are scared of the dark, they're scared of guys. They run a long way, farther than either of them thought they could. But they stop abruptly some way from Anna's house, beside the running track that coils around the heights. It's the best-lit patch of track in the whole of Beartown, but that's irrelevant. That was where Maya held the shotgun to Kevin's head. She's hyperventilating. Can't bring herself to take another step. Anna puts a comforting hand on hers. We'll try again tomorrow. Maya nods. They walk back to Anna's. Outside the door, Maya lies and tells her friend that she's fine, that she can go home on her own, because Anna is fighting hard to make everything normal again, and Maya can't bear to disappoint her.